if this passes.
This must be yours, is it?
Well, that's what I'm not sure because
No,
I
I got
have an
two.
extra. Oh, are you missing a book then?
Nope. Nope. I've got mine.
You sure you got two?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh no, that's fine. Oh yeah, that's
This
your
one's
bag.
mine. This one.
Yeah.
Just use it on little bits. So I'll try it.
It looks nice. It's really nice.
What? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We're going to begin our proceedings right away here. If you could take your seats, please.
So we're going to start this morning with the taking of, or just confirming we have quorum and roll call for that purpose. We will then, I believe we have a video, and then we'll go to the presentation from our CEO. So if I can, Deputy Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will begin calling the roll from the bottom up. Pixie Wells. Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin. Greg Stanwood. Lisa Smith.
Here.
Natasha Smith. Here. Dana Shaw. Mert Servatius. Here. Kelly Sears. Here. Christina Sample. Here. Val Pace. Is there a delegate from the River of the Peace Métis Society present? Curtis Belcourt. Is there a delegate for the Métis Community Society of Kelly Lake present? Lisa Shepard. Brianna Peltier. Here. Trish Paulson. Here. Lana Olson. Here. Peggy Olansky. Here. Walter Minot.
Here.
Caitlin Bird. Here. Betty McDonnell. Here. Tyler Massey. Here. Richard Lewis. Melissa Kelm. Jamie Lee Keith. Is there a delegate present for the South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association? Travis Jobin. Present. Brenda House. Is there a delegate present for the Northeast Métis Association? Susie Hooper. Present. Patrick Harriet. Present. June Graham. Good morning. Tony Goulet. Morning. Dean Gladue. Rainey Gervais. Here. Lee Frazier. Here. Paulette Flamond. Here. Deborah Fisher. Here. Monica Fisher. Here. Alicia Fernando. Here. Kate Elliott. Here. Cheryl Dodman. Here. Sylvia DeRoche. Louis DeJager. Here. Sean Daverin. Here. Jeff Crozier. Here. Nicole Corson. Present. Ron Caron. Present. Xavier Brewer. Here. Joy Bremner. Here. David Allard.
Here. You get to vote first on the resolutions now.
We have 46 delegates in attendance, and we have a quorum.
Yeah, is Senator Gladue?
He should be.
Tansei Kioao, elders, youth, community presidents and vice presidents, President Smith, and the board of directors at MNBC, hello to you all. First and foremost, I want to apologize for my absence at this year's Métis Nation BC Governing Assembly. Opportunities where I can come home to BC and spend time with friends, family, and Métis Nation BC citizens are ones that I do cherish. Unfortunately, I was unable to travel this weekend due to a number of reasons, and for that, I do apologize. Over this last year, I have watched the incredible development and growth of Métis Nation British Columbia. From my time as the provincial youth chair and minister responsible for youth until now, MNBC has taken incredible leaps forward. The growth of the team that you have supporting the advocacy, design, development, and implementation of programs and services that aim to close socioeconomic gaps between Métis citizens and non-Métis populations are truly changing the lives of our families every day. I'm also so privileged to watch your board of directors advocate tirelessly to implement the mandate that they have been given by you and your citizens at the General Assembly, to fight for you and the direction that you have given them. The MNBC Governing Assembly is a critical democratic institution, one by which each of you bring your community member voices to the table to begin the important discussions on the direction that you want to go. Who better to direct our governments than you, community presidents and vice presidents who are at the grassroots of our democracy? Thank you for all that you do. For without you, I would not be able to effectively do my job as the national spokesperson. It's through your president, Lisa Dawn Smith, the National Assembly, and through the various policy directors at MNBC, my team and I listen to your needs and take direction to be here in Ottawa to advocate for the collective interests of the Métis Nation. This month, the Métis National Council will actually be celebrating its 40th anniversary. Over 40 years of advocacy, the MNC has helped to raise awareness of the unique history, culture, and traditions of Métis people, and has played a crucial role in achieving recognition and rights for Métis people across the homeland. However, there is still so much more work to be done. The Métis Nation continues to face significant challenges, including issues related to land and resource rights, education, healthcare, and housing. The MNC will continue to advocate for the Métis Nation, working tirelessly to promote the interests of Métis citizens like you. I once again want to share my apologies for not being with you this weekend in person, but I wish you the best in your deliberations over the next few days. I know that without a doubt, you will conduct business in ways that keep the spirit of our ancestors alive while creating positive changes that will serve the best interests of our future generations. Thank you, Marcy. Have a wonderful weekend.
So we're going to begin our day with a Q&A with our CEO, Colette Trudeau. Colette, are you here? Right there. Okay. Okay, great.
Tanse, everyone. I want to just start off by introducing myself. Danishna Kashun, Colette Trudeau. I am so proud to be a Métis citizen of Métis Nation, British Columbia. My family names are Hamlin, Vandal, Carrier, Saint Laurent, and I am just so honored to work here. I want to quickly share a really proud moment. Our board has been working so incredibly hard, and we were recently out in Parksville, and we were working with Elder Don Campbell, and we were in ceremony, and I was gifted with a name, and I've never been gifted with a name before, and so it was a really emotional experience for me. And it was Kaniga Eskak Esqueo, so woman who leads the people, and not in front, but beside. And I want you all to know how deeply I hold that name in the way that I approach the operational work that we do at Métis Nation BC. And by saying that, the moment our elder, Philip Gladue, comes into this room, I will be putting a pause on my Q&A to give him some space. But I will always say that I am so honored to be in service to all of you, my Métis family. It's because of our communities that I know who I am as a Métis woman. So this is a Q&A. This is about all of you. This is about answering operational questions about our various ministries and departments. And you have all received those reports, but before I start taking some questions, there are a few important pieces that I want to share with all of you. So an elder asked me to, perfect. I will actually pause here because our elder, Philip Gladue, has entered the room, and I had some feedback from our communities, and I want to create space for that. I want to make sure that we are entering this assembly in a really good way and having really positive energy before we get started. And so I did ask our elder to come and just open us up in a good way. And so, Philip.
Good morning, Tanse, Nwahumaganak Ndotimak, all my relatives and friends. It's nice again to be here. A big circle happening here today. A lot of work that has to happen here today. And I'm glad that you guys are all here to do that. But one thing I want to remind this circle is that remember why you're here. Use this and this, these two, because that's what we're all about. We all have a spirit. We all have a spirit that needs to be looked after in a gentle way. This can get very powerful and hurt that spirit if we don't understand how to balance ourselves when we're doing business. I just want to reflect that today because that's part of our culture. We need to exercise all these values that we have because that's what kept us strong right till today. Our ancestors, that's what they did. They brought in those values in their communities to be able to calm things down when things are not going quite well. But even before that happens, we need to exercise those protocols if we're going to call ourselves a nation. If we don't have those, you can call them maybe natural laws to go by, we can fly away with the man-made world. That's also beautiful. But our task here for our children is to understand so that they can make a balance in their life. It's all about balance. And when we forget one side, when we step out of the ground, away from the foundation of being human, and we go up to the space world and look at what could come, what we can develop as a human being, we usually lose that grounding that we all need. That is why we need to exercise is to keep us there. We all go through something, but there's always help when we need it. And that takes honesty. When we're honest about ourselves, when we don't see things going the right way, talk about it in a good way, in a real gentle, good way. Be humble. And that's what I want to address here this morning, because there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done for who? The ones that's coming behind us. It's not always for us. So we always have to remember that. The ones that's coming behind us. That's why we're working here. That's why we're doing all this work. It's not only for us, but it's for our children. And we've got to start off with a good feeling, good attitude, and sometimes that comes along with us. And I heard one time, when you come in with an attitude like that into these meetings, it affects other people. So I'm asking today, leave that behind that door. Don't bring it in here. Humble yourself, and you'll go a long ways. This organization will go a long ways when they humble each other and work together. And we all make mistakes. But as long as we recognize those mistakes and acknowledging them, you can learn from that. If you don't acknowledge it, you're not learning. You're maybe destroying somebody. We don't know. We don't know each other, where we come from. I don't know your life. You don't know mine. You only know what you see. So like I say, always have that open mind when you guys are working together like this. You can make changes. There's nothing impossible when that happens. You can move mountains when that happens. I've seen it myself. From a small community, northeast of BC. I'm not talking about Manitoba or Saskatchewan or Alberta. I'm talking about BC. When you give somebody a chance to grow, to help them along the way, things improve because that person is valuable. Every person has something to offer. Every person. Not because somebody has a higher title makes them better. It's just a title. But it's the life they live. It's what makes a person strong, because they're an example for the ones behind. I'd just like to stress that out this morning here so that you guys can have a real good meeting today and tomorrow, so that we can dialogue in a real healthy way here, so that we don't hurt each other. That is my message here this morning. Remember, do not hurt each other, because you're only hurting yourself when you do that, when it comes full circle. So that's why we need to exercise these meetings with the protocol of an elder. We have many elders sitting here, and they all have knowledge. You need to exercise that. Use them in a good way, because they have knowledge. They have experience. They've seen everything. They grew up in that life, some of them. So we need to exchange those ideas. How do we make it better? For who? Not our politicians. Politicians is a different job. But they're there to represent you guys. That's what politicians are. So exercise your spirit. Remember your spirit. Take care of it, because it'll take care of you when you have good things in here. So I just want to say that, and I think it's a beginning of a new direction in our organization here as Métis people. We need to exercise the two cultures that we come from. I'm not saying one side is better than the other. That is not so. They're both good. It's how we use them. How we use them, because it's not easy all the time. Because we have to think with two heads, or two hats, to balance that culture. How do we make a balance? They're both good. But I just want to, again, thank you for listening here this morning. And I'm trusting that you guys are going to do good work. It's here. I feel it. Because that's what I'm learning right now. As I'm talking here. I'm learning. Because you guys are fully engaged of what you're going to do. the work that you're going to carry out for the children again. Remember, children, all the time. Because that's why we're here on earth. It's for the ones that are coming behind. That's our duty. Look after those children so they grow up with safety and health and educated. All those things. It starts from us. Each one of us sitting here. So when you look at your own picture, how you're going to walk in this earth or in this life, it makes a difference, again, for these ones. They're not forgotten. So anyway, I can talk here forever, but anyway, I want to thank you for listening. And I exercise my spirit with all the natural things that's been given to us by our Creator, our God. And that's why I use a feather. And a feather for me is a message when I'm talking. It's a message to my Maker, or to my God, or to my grandfather, to my ancestors. That's what this represents for me. It's not man-made. This is natural. So it takes me to the natural side of thinking, being human, humbling myself. And sometimes that's hard to do because we didn't grow up, some of us didn't grow up understanding that. So we're learning today how to do that. Not just take. Put something in before you take is a big one. And coming from the indigenous side, that's what we exercise. Most of the elders will know that. Appreciate the life that you have by putting something before you take it. And you've seen that exercise happen here yesterday. John, when he asked me to come over here, what did he give me? And that's what that means. He respecting the territory, respecting ourselves as human beings. It just takes a little bit of something to be meaningful. It doesn't take a big thing. It's coming from here. That's very meaningful. And I want to thank the organization for exercising that part of our existence here. It's hard to think two sides to stay in balance. It's easy, can take us away this way. And we forget where we come from. So anyway, I want to thank you again. I'm not going to take any more of your time, precious time today. That's you guys, the work that you're going to be doing. And, it's great. I see good things happening over the years. I've seen gatherings over the years in BC. I'm not talking about Alberta or Manitoba or Saskatchewan or Ontario. I'm talking about BC. Where we used to gather was quite different from what it is today. We had to hide in the first place at one time before we can even have a meeting in a community years ago. We weren't allowed to do what we're doing today, really, until 1982. It's okay for us now to exercise our identity, our language. So we've come a long ways, you guys. I'm so happy what I see here. You guys sitting here, putting your energy into making something happen that's going to be good for the ones coming behind us. So thank you. Kinaskop na asami na no so mo ta kakyo kawasaga mipia. Nimiwi tino kakigi ka kawapahtamaan. Koyas ko tini ganti sa muhtiik. Koyas taksam huaigo jokasam snawak. Kosam nawak mina. Igunek minuta tap muhtingiwak. What I said, how wonderful it is for all of us to be in this circle here this morning, and how wonderful it is for us to gather and find good information for our children that's coming behind us. That's what I said in Cree. So thank you again. Naskum no, aho, merci. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding us we're in a circle. That's very important.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, yes, it is. It is. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Colette.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I just want to thank Philip for his words, and I think it was really important that we regrounded ourselves this morning to do some really great work. Just given time, and I know you only have a couple resolutions to go through today. I have some just a few comments I want to make, and I want to start out by saying that I was asked by an elder in community to make sure I acknowledge something today, and that is every single one of our community presidents. I mean, my statement went beyond that, but that's great. I want to acknowledge all of you as warriors. You were all put in positions over these past few years to be social workers, food delivery drivers, to do so many different things, innovative things in your community. And you did amazing things to support the people in your communities as volunteers. And I know we recognize you often, but I want to take that opportunity to just say, I hope you all know that our staff at MNBC recognize the work that you're doing. Everyone, our presidents, vice presidents, board members, everyone who has stepped in, this is about our identity, and all of you are the reason why our culture is staying alive and well, and you are being asked to do so much. And I just want to say, Nanaskamun, I am grateful for all of you. I also want to share that the operations at MNBC, we're listening. We are listening. I welcome constructive feedback, ways that we can all work together to do things in a better way, to do things in a good way where all of you feel heard. I say this to our staff, and change is not immediate. We are in a transformation at MNBC. We are transforming internally and externally. And we need you to be patient and walk alongside us and let us know when we need to change things and do things in a different way to meet your needs. We are working really hard to communicate more clearly with all of you. We have staffed up our community services team. We have added financial support to support communities with your financials. And we are in the process of onboarding a specific IT person to support you with your technology requirements. Our team has been working hard to focus on our citizens. We have been advocating loudly for the recognition of Section 35 rights. Our board and our staff have been out in Ottawa and engaging in meetings with MPs. We need your help to engage your MPs. We need that recognition in BC, and we need your voice to support the voice of our board. I've also been spending a significant amount of time rebuilding relationship, which I think is a really critical part of the work that we need to be doing here, rebuilding trust. Trust in the operations of MNBC and trust in the direction that we're taking. We are building out, the board is working on a strategic plan, and we're also working on how we work with First Nations across BC. So that is being developed through 2 strategies that we see as a significant importance to Métis Nation BC and our ability to progress our priorities. Relationship, as I said, is really, really critical, and so I've been meeting with various committees. I've been meeting with our Senate and with BC Manor, and we are seeking different pathways to ensure that those voices are being heard. In addition, myself and our senior leadership team will be hitting the road to visit all of you in your regions, and I know we have dates set. And this is ultimately an opportunity for us to hear directly from all of you. What is happening in your regions? How can we operationally assist all of you? And it's one of the pieces I miss the most about being director of youth is my ability to go into community and participate in the cultural events that all of you do and have that opportunity to hear what's happening at the grassroots level and hear how things are impacting our citizens on the ground. So it's really important, and I'm really, really, really looking forward to coming to all of your regions and speaking with all of you and just hearing what you need. And I want you to know that I am listening, our staff are listening. And in talking about our staff, I just really want to recognize our incredible staff. They are working so hard. They are doing incredible things. We are really collectively with all of you, with our board of directors, we are nation building. And I hope that you are starting to see some of those changes that are really impacting our forward progress. I think maybe Nick, I'll ask for the logo to come up now. So over the last 12 months, MNBC's Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Language and Department of Communications have been working together to create a new symbol distinctly reflecting imagery of Métis life in BC. This new symbol does not replace our existing flag or nation's logo, but it offers a new way for citizens in BC to proudly show their Métis pride. So this new symbol includes a flower to reflect the Métis flower. The Métis as the flower beadwork people, and the choice of the dogwood was deliberate, as it is our provincial flower. This helps distinguish that the Métis experience in BC is different from others in the prairies and beyond. The infinity remains the most recognizable image of Métis identity, and the inclusion of the imagery of a sash is one of the historic representations of Métis nationhood. So over the coming weeks, months, and years ahead, the new symbol will be available on a wide array of items. And we will have hats and toques that we'll be giving to everyone. So when we come to break, we'll be handing out toques and hats to all of you so that you can represent with the new logo. And so just in recognizing our Métis artisans, MNBC collaborated with artist Kim Stewart and had guidance from our culture and heritage working group. So I just wanted to share that piece just as a gift and to all of you. Now, with that said, I would be happy to take any questions.
If there's anyone wishing to ask CEO Trudeau a question, please just raise your hand. We'll keep a bit of speakers list here. So if you're just, well, then we'll the speaker will recognize it. President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. Hello, Colette. Nice
Hi,
to see
Tony.
you again.
Nice to see you.
I just want to say congratulations on your comments about actually focusing on the communities, because that's been a passion of mine for some time, is that the communities are the ones that are going to build the nation, right? So I commend that, and I hope that we can really stick to that and really listen to what the communities are saying and how the communities are going to be interacting over the next coming years. So I just want to congratulate you on that. The communities are going to come first, so thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I will say we've really been in a space where we've been cleaning up our own house. And as we do that work, we need to make sure we're continuing to pull people in as we do that work. And so I know our board and myself have really heard that as we've been going out into community, the importance that we make sure that we're all walking alongside each other. So thank you for your comments, Tony. Community is everything to Métis Nation BC, and we need to make sure that we're constantly coming back to that.
Yes, go ahead, President McDonough.
Thank you. This is a comment, not a question. I guess we were a day late. We got our report in for 9 a.m. after the cutoff, so we didn't make the reports. Betty Ann McDonnell, Nicola Valley and District Métis. I just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone here, to our president and all of our board. My community was desperately affected by the fires. One of my communities where I have community members is Lytton, and I still have community members who don't have homes. First of all, they had fires come to, and then the flood took what was left. And because of MBC's support, through both the fire and floods and some of the communities that jumped in to help us, we were able to help a lot of our people, and I'm grateful. So lots of times I'm someone who's like, ugh. But I want you to know that I appreciate, and my community appreciates, every single one of you. And so I say merci.
Thank you so much, Betty Ann. And just a brief comment. We know that so many of our communities have been affected by different natural disasters, and MNBC has really tapped into our COVID funding that we receive to make sure that we're able to support all of you. We know that the COVID funding isn't going to be a constant, and so our board has been advocating endlessly to say we need to be a part of emergency preparedness. We need dollars to ensure that when our community needs us, that we are able to be there. We know that our communities are going to call us, and we want to be there for all of you. And so we are advocating, and I think we're making really great strides in ensuring that we are a part of those conversations. Our Métis voices are being heard as part of those conversations. And ultimately, I hope that that results in a good baseline for us to support Métis people when they are impacted by natural disasters and support our communities.
Go ahead, President Fisher.
I just wanted to say thank you to you, thank you to the Board of Directors, and in particular the staff. We are a spicy, passionate group of people who care deeply, and I don't think our staff are recognized enough. And that recognition of the transformation, I think, is important because that comes with some growing pains, but I do feel as a president that it is getting better, and I personally, just wanted to say thank you to the staff. So.
Minister Gladue.
Dean Gladue, Director, Region 3, Thompson Okanagan area. Just a quick note on Colette. I know there's some new presidents here and don't really know the history. I was involved with MNBC right from the beginning as a part of the voting when we brought it this new name and this new constitution in 1996. And I want to say Colette is a CEO. She's the first one to come from the ranks, meaning she started as a youth. She did amazing work during the youth. She became, she got involved with our as a youth minister as well and the youth programs and as a CEO, it's really gratifying to see that somebody really who sees a full picture and is trying her darnest to, because like you said, Monica, we're a feisty bunch. We all are. Even this board, we're all, and we come from families of where we're all fighters. That's all I can say is we're scrappers, but at the end of the day, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. And I think the biggest, we hold you up in your name. And I was a part of her naming ceremony. I witnessed it. So I need to acknowledge that in public, that I was a witness of her name. And that I'm also a bundle carrier with my cousin Sandra. And that morning I kept thinking about her. It's really weird going in when we went there. And Sandra kept coming in my mind, and that's my Uncle Philip's daughter. And Sandra and I were very close, very, very close. Sandra Gladue, and I'll say her name here, because they say a person only truly dies when you don't mention their name again. They're never mentioned on this earth. So Sandra, you're still alive. But then the same gentleman, Don, the elder that gave her the name, is the same person that held her bundle and was there and then gave it to me to hold. And so I see that spirit in Sandra, in Colette, where she's working for the best of our nation. It's not perfect and never will be. But at the end of the day, she's striving to see her best interests are the future, like my Uncle Philip said, looking for the future and building it for her children. So my hat's off to you from myself and my board, and I'm only saying that from the heart, so thanks.
Minister Harriott.
I believe President Bremner was before me, but then I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, President Bremner.
Thank you. I kept raising my hand, but obviously not high enough. I think being really honest at this table is also important. And, having been around for some years, I've seen a lot of unusual behaviors when this governance assembly has come together. And I think even from my own community, those that had been there much longer than myself, there's a lot of really past negativity, and trying to encourage a change from that going forward. One of the comments right now that I'm hearing from my own community is, well, it's like they've heard what we've said, sort of, and they're trying to now say what we want to hear, but not doing anything in terms of that. And so as a president, always trying to remain very level-headed when all of that comes at you, because our battles are around in our community with other organizations and the non-Métis. And so, personally, I don't have the energy to do battles within our own nation. I think we have to begin to have confidence in those that are standing up on our behalf. And I have to admit, there's moments that's difficult. But again, at the same time, we have to believe in that. We managed to elect a board of directors, and, for us, we have to believe they're taking those steps and will create actions that will be positive for our communities going forward. And we appreciate when any one of you will actually answer our calls. And also I understand perfectly, because we are so busy and overwhelmed in community, it's difficult to respond often every day to those community members coming forward with needs and questions. So we can certainly understand that the same would exist for you, the board of directors, and those that are leading and standing up on our behalf, doing those battles that we aren't necessarily involved in. But yeah, I definitely appreciate every effort that's done. And I am looking for those actions to actually come forward and be visible, so I can say, look what the board of directors did for you, right? So thank you all.
Thank you very much. We are running close to the time that we've had allotted for this. I've got 3 more speakers, and so we'll finish the 3 speakers, and then we'll be moving on to the next portion. I next have Minister Harriet, followed by Vice President Minot, and our final speaker in reverse alphabetical order will be Mr. Allard.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I'll be brief. It's along the same vein as what I've heard around this table in this conversation, and that is about nation building. And I was having a discussion yesterday, and there was a comment that 5 people around this table representing their communities are the children of people that have previously been representing their communities. I just want to acknowledge that kind of nation building is happening now here, and it just really makes me proud to see that we're having that succession. We're having families do this work over generations, because it will take generations of time to do nation building, and I'm just really proud of all of you being here. Thank you.
I'll next turn to President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. Good morning. Region 3 recently had a leadership meeting, and it was mentioned that there was MNBC was working on an online secure digital portal that would be a platform for communities and specifically leaders and presidents to access resources and share information. I'm just wondering if that's actually in the works, and if it is, which I think it's a fantastic idea, and if it is, if there could be feedback from the communities as to what they think they could contribute in the creation of this portal. Presuming this is actually in the works there. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And we did pilot a portal on our website for a period of time just to see how something like that would work. Our IT team has been working incredibly hard to find different mechanisms. Number one, to build out our own systems internally to make sure that we're holding our information in a really good way, and that we're able to access all the information that we receive over the course of our operations. But that is absolutely something that we are working on, and we won't be launching anything without input, because ultimately these pieces are meant to serve all of you, and so I don't think us as staff can actually say this is going to work and roll it out without getting your feedback and testing those pieces. So yes, and we are working on some other IT pieces as well, and so as those different pieces roll out, we'll make sure that we're flagging that for everyone. But our IT, and shout out to digital government for all of the work that they're doing to honestly make sure that we have our data sovereignty, that we're finding mechanisms to again make sure that all of the information that we have is held by the nation.
Thank you very much, and we'll turn to our last speaker, Vice President Minot.
This is just more or less a statement in regards to our youth, and I know this question appears for our CEO, which was our former Director of Youth. BC is the only province out there that's had their youth move up into leadership positions throughout, not just the province, but through Canada. Our former Director of Youth is now the Métis National Council President from BC. Our former Director of Youth for MNBC, not Director, sorry, Minister, is now our CEO for MNBC. And our other former Minister of Youth is now the head of the STEPS program. She is now the Minister of STEPS, has moved up from her former position. STEPS, yeah. Yeah, Katie, yeah. And we also have some great up-and-coming youth that are working for us. I'd like to mention a couple names like Lauren Peterson. Very great work she's been doing. Another young lady in the backgrounds that we don't really see very much, Brianna Greer, one of our youth reps that are really moving up. So I am very proud of British Columbia, as we are the only province that have moved up our youth into these positions, and they've earned every bit of it. They've worked hard for our nation, and I'd like to take my hats off to our youth program here in British Columbia. And thank you so much, Colette, for all you do, and we are so proud to have you as our CEO.
And just very, very quickly, if you do have any questions specific to a ministry or department, we do think that it is of critical importance that our staff are connecting with our communities. You have a face to the name. You know who to connect with on different items. So please, go, and I'll encourage our staff, please go and meet our presidents if you haven't already. We need to make sure that we're maintaining those connections, that you know that you can pick up the phone and ask us a question at any time. And if there is something that requires specific technical expertise, they're your people, and I'm just so proud of them. So thank you so much. Merci, everyone. I am so honored to be in service to all of you.
Yes, just as we're transitioning, recognize
I just
Vice
also
President
wanted
Shepherd.
to acknowledge Sean Davrin as well, who I watched come up through youth, and very proud of the work that he's been doing as well. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Lisa, and I'll add somebody else as well. One of our former youth chairs is now a doctor, and she sits on the board of directors, yes. Dr. Katie Elliott. So I know Katie's got twin babies, so she's probably upstairs tending to her babies, but she may be watching, so thank you, Katie. Yeah. Could we do all the youth?
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Colette. Thank you, Senator Gladue, for getting us going in such a good way today. Thank you to the leadership for engaging in the Q&A with CEO. We're going to move on to Resolution 2, and the Speaker recognizes our clerk, who's going to guide us through that resolution. Thank you.
Page 47 of your kits has the text of the resolution, and the text of the resolution is up on the screens, and I will read it now. So, Resolution 2. The subject is a communication policy with charter communities. No legislation is affected. It was submitted by the President of the North Cariboo Métis Association to the MNGA clerk on January 29th, 2023. Rationale. It would appear communication between regions, charter communities, and MNBC has broken down. A small computer or laptop was given to each community with an MNBC website to receive and transmit emails. This has failed to deliver as the laptops did not work and were outdated by the time the communities received them. A cell phone was provided to each community to make sure that the community president could be reached. The phone only had limited calling capabilities and needed to be reprogrammed at the expense of the chartered community. It becomes a huge problem when MNBC citizens receive a postcard from MNBC listing programs, services, money, COVID rent subsidies, employment and training, invites to public meetings, etc., and the charter community is not informed, especially when the postcard states to go and see the charter community. It is a recurring issue that no information is provided to the charter community. The communication between leadership, MNBC staff, MNBC regional directors is inadequate and needs a clear policy. Telling a select few to benefit a status of one is not communication or nation building. Understanding that MNBC has a strategic plan which it outlines better communication with citizens, it needs to define a communication plan for chartered communities. Be it resolved that Métis Nation British Columbia work with the 7 regions in consultation with chartered communities on a communication policies and procedures that is equitable and transparent. And the MNGA request MNBC fully fund the development of the above noted policy and procedures as a high priority.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're seeking a mover and a seconder, please. Speaker recognizes President Goulet.
Tony Goulet, North Cariboo Métis Association, and I so move.
Speaker recognizes Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I second that.
Thank you. So we're going to have the mover speak to this motion. President Goulet.
Thank you, and again, Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And just if I start rambling a bit, I ended up with 2 tea bags, so I'm a little bit, I didn't realize that they were stuck together, so my tea is a little bit, so I'm a little bit on tea, if you can use that terminology, so just bear with me. So the North Caribou Métis Association put forward this resolution because, as you heard, and seeing as we're trying to develop our communities, we need a communication protocol that is right across for everybody. It seems communication comes to some locals, doesn't come to some locals. They're all over the map on what the MNBC is doing and proposing. And especially with our local, and in the last little bit, we did have mail-outs go out to its citizens, which is fine, and there's great stuff happening at the MNBC. But when they come to your office, and you're sitting in that office, and they bring in a postcard, and they say, "Where's my services?" And we have this look on our face like, what are you talking about? But it says, come into your community to access those services. So we need to figure out a better communication plan as we move forward, not just with our citizens, but involving the chartered communities and the Regional Governance Council. As we heard earlier, and I took note of, an IT and doing a program that way is perfect. So that's why the second part of the rationale is to fund something and put some dollars towards being able to create a communication plan that we can all be part of. And I think that the gist of it is that we be part of that communication protocol agreement. But we need something in policy that gives a clear direction on where that communication is coming from. And I'm just speaking from my community, but I see a lot of head shaking, and I'm pretty sure that that's happening in other communities. So that communication piece is huge if we're building a nation. So thank you very much. I hope you support this resolution.
Thank you, President Goulet. The Speaker recognizes Greg Stanwood. President
Greg Stanwood, North Fraser Métis Association. Yeah, I'd like to address communications is a big issue. Communications, not only communications, but also the data that's being communicated, the security of that data. We should be following ISO 27000.1 technology enhancement on our data for our citizenship list that should follow through the BC Private Securities Act as well. This should all be contained in our communications, and it's not just yes, a grassroots level, but we shouldn't be communicating over using email, which is a public service. We should have a portal, just like just like was brought up, that they're developing at this point. But my point is, the short answer is that the communities should be engaged in the development of the communication system along with MNBC and show total transparency in their development. At this point in time, I know nothing about what they're doing. I know nothing about their supposed CRM system, which they have in the background, which a customer management system is apparent, especially in a citizenship list of 3,000. So the short answer for me is, it would be nice to have a committee, a communication committee, in conjunction with MNBC at the MNGA level, so that all the community presidents are also engaged and know what's going on for their community and communication to their citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stanwood. The Speaker recognizes Regional Director Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. Yeah, I was quick to second this resolution because I know that this has been an ongoing thing for, well, a long time. And just when I thought that some things were getting better about getting information out to communities before it was out to the general public, it seems like we don't have consistency. Not only that, but it's been sort of difficult because some communities are like, you're not telling us enough, and others are saying you're engaging us too much, so we're overwhelmed. So I really appreciate if we can get together and we can have all the ideas and put it into an actual policy and strategy of working together with information. I love that idea. I guess my only questions are, should it be done at the RGC level, or just how to go about putting this together? Because I think that a lot of the frustrations has just been not connecting, either, like I said, overwhelmed, and so it doesn't, trying to sort through what's relevant to those communities, you know, not getting information in a timely manner. So it's just how to go about doing that. And I'd just like to acknowledge some of the other points that I heard. And I think what we need is an information sharing agreement between all the communities. And that's an integral part of why at the MNGA Governance Committee, the first thing that I said we needed was a new charter agreement. I mean, circumstances have changed since like 20 years ago when we first had those charter agreements. And we need one charter agreement that's held collectively by this table, not by MNBC telling the communities, but by co-development and being held by the MNGA. And part of that is absolutely an information sharing agreement, and then we can work on some of those information portals like the CRM and being able to help communities with the capacity that they need if they want it. So I absolutely agree that we need to work together, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this table feels we should approach doing this.
Thank you, Director Harriet. The speaker recognizes Regional Director Louis DeJager.
Thank you very much, Louis DeJager, Region 2 Director. It was suggested in our RGC that a committee be struck, a communications committee. So I don't know if the Assembly has an appetite for that, but we just wanted to make sure that if they do, a committee could be struck, and that way your input could be put into that.
Thank you. Speaker recognizes President Tony Goulet.
Thank you, Tony Goulet, North Caribbean Métis Association. And I really thought about that, and using the 7 regions would be a start, but a committee would also be a start if that's the wish of the MNGA. I think we do need a committee to make some recommendations, or we can use the process of the regional governance councils. We all have 7, so there's 7 good opportunities, and then the charters the communities are involved in that process and can make recommendations back. I think part of it too is I know that the MNBC has a strategic plan in place and strategic objectives that they need to do. Part of it, and I've read it a couple times, is citizens are included in a communication policy, but maybe there's an opportunity for them to embed that in a strategic plan that, hey, they will now be doing some work to involve the communities and the charters and the regions in that communication plan as well. So there's several options, but I think not striking another committee, but I think we have it already within our guidance under the 7 regional governance councils to do that and bring back recommendations. That's what the recommendation is, that we work with those regional councils and the charter communities to make some recommendations and get some things moving on communications strategy or policy, or however you want to word it. So I hope that answers some of the questions, but we don't need to strike a committee. I think we're already there. I think we already have that in place, and we're already moving forward on that. So
thank you, President Goulet. Question has been called. We're now going to move to a vote. I'm going to just turn it over to our clerk, please.
Thank you. As this resolution does not affect any legislation or constitution, it requires a majority to pass. Before we call the vote, I would like to ask if any delegates have joined us since the quorum call. Mr. Belcourt, are you present? Thank you. So that means that we need 24 votes to pass this resolution. So I will start at the top. If you could please answer yes, no, or abstain to adopt the resolution. Mr. Allard.
Yes.
Joy Bremner. Xavier Brewer. Ron Caron. Yes. Nicole Corson. Yes. Jeff Crozier. Yes. Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche. Yes. Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando. Yes. Monica Fisher. Yes. Deborah Fisher. Paulette Flamond. Yes. Lee Frazier. Yes. Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet. Yes. June Graham. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin. Yes. Melissa Kelm.
Yes.
Richard Lewis. Yes. Tyler Massey. Betty McDonnell. Caitlin Bird. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Peggy Alansky. Thank you. Lana Olson. Trish Paulson. Brianna Peltier. Lisa Shepard. Curtis Belcourt. Christina Sample. Kelly Sears. Mert Servatius. Dana Shaw. Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood. Joyce Sandin. Marlene Swears. Pixie Wells.
Okay, thank you, everyone. The resolution passes by a majority. Thank you so much. Speaker recognizes President Allard.
Yes, hi, David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association. This is just a point of a question, a point of clarification in regards to this resolution and a few of the other ones moving forward. I'm just wondering if there are any processes that deals with the MNGA asking for resources. In this case, there's a request to have this resolution be fully funded by MNBC, and there's another resolution coming up which has a request for a sizable amount of funding. Is there a process in place where that part of a resolution would be addressed? Because even if it's voted in majority by the MNGA, that does not automatically confirm the resolution moving forward. There's a few caveats in this one and subsequent ones. Is there a process in place for that, just so we know beforehand? Thank you.
I'm going to invite one of our members of the MNBC Board of Directors to speak to that, please.
So I think your question was if there's funding attached, does that make it funding request attached?
Well, in this case, the second part of the be it resolved is the person making the resolution is requesting MNBC to fund this resolution. There's another one coming up that's in the same vein, but the amounts are quite sizable. Is there a process, and if so, can the resolution group or individuals be involved in part of that process to determine if funds can be made available? Thank you.
As with any resolution, no matter what's in the resolution, it would be on the floor, and there could be amendments made. And as a board of director member, if looking at that, it might be sizable or unachievable without secured funds for that, then I would actually propose, or one of the board members would propose an amendment to say pending funding available, or strike that part of it. So it would go to the floor as a regular resolution, and if there's concerns, then we would propose amendments or have debate on that as well.
Okay, thank you. So just cross that bridge if we reach it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
And we do have that on our radar, so thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are going to continue on with resolution number 3. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk in a moment, who's going to read through that. But we also have, to assist with a bit more of a context to it, a presentation from Colleen Hodgson, I believe she's, yeah. So we'll have, first I'll turn it over to our clerk, and then I'll turn it over to Executive Director Hodgson.
All right, thank you. So we're on page 48 of the kit. This resolution is a little bit lengthy, so please bear with me. And it's up on the screen. Resolution 3, submitted to the March 2023 MNGA, Evolution and Reorganization of the Ministry of Citizenship. This legislation will affect the Citizenship Act. This was submitted by the MNBC Board of Directors to the MNGA clerk on January 17th, 2023. Whereas the Ministry of Citizenship has undergone and continues to undergo substantial changes to provide better service to citizens, and Many current practices do not align with the language in the Citizenship Act. Legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure that they are correctly stated, and in the event that an error or inconsistency is discovered, the error must be rectified as a housekeeping matter. Be it resolved that the following changes to the Citizenship Act be made. Strike definition 2.5 because it is not used in any current MNBC legislation. Strike definition 2.9 and insert the following in its place. 2.9, registry means the data and systems used by the Ministry of Citizenship to gather and store information about Métis citizens. Strike definition 2.12 and insert the following in its place. A charter community is a Métis community that has entered into a community governance charter agreement with the MNBC. Strike definition 2.21 and insert the following in its place. Registration means citizenship in the MNBC. And strike all instances of the word membership and insert registration in its place throughout the Act. Strike definition 2.23 and replace all instances of Métis community in the Act with charter community. Strike the word standardized from definition 2.27 so that the title is provincial citizenship card. Strike definition 2.31 and insert the following in its place. Citizenship authority or the authority means the office in the Ministry of Citizenship which processes, assesses, ensures charter community acceptance is approved within the required time frame, and issues citizenship cards. The authority consists of the Senior Director of Citizenship, the Director of Citizenship, and the Citizenship Assessment Manager. Subject to approval of A to G above, reorder and renumber all definitions so that they are in alphabetical and numerical order. Subject to approval of C above, replace all instances of community and chartered Métis community with chartered community. J, strike the words as a Métis citizen, and the second instance of the words is proof that the applicant is of Métis ancestry in Article 3.1 because these phrases are redundant. Subject to approval of F and G above, delete the current Article 4.2 and insert the following in its place. Upon approval of registration, the Citizenship Authority shall issue a provincial citizenship card recognizing the applicant as a Métis citizen. Subject to approval of G above, replace all instances of registrar with Citizenship Authority in the other definitions, and Articles 3 to 6, 7.10, 7.11, 8, and 10 to 13 inclusive. Strike the word 16 in Article 4.3 and insert 19 in its place. Replace all instances of registrar with Ministry of Citizenship in Articles 7.1 to 7.9 inclusive, 7.12 and 7.13 and 9. Strike the current Article 7.2 and insert the following in its place. The Ministry of Citizenship shall collect and maintain the information necessary to determine registration. The information to be collected is listed on the MNBC Citizenship application package and updated from time to time. Subject to approval of and above, insert the word shall following the words Ministry of Citizenship and strike the word central before the word registry in Article 7.5. So it shall read, the Ministry of Citizenship shall cause the registry to be kept safely by administrative, physical, and technological safeguards that are reasonable and consistent with this Act. Subject to approval of G above, strike Articles 8.1 to 8.3 and insert the following as a new 8.0 in their place, which shall read, the MNBC shall establish a citizenship authority which shall maintain and provide provincial citizenship application forms and provincial citizenship cards to applicants or chartered communities when consent to release of personal information forms have been signed and submitted by the applicant. Subject to approval of and above in Article 9.1, strike the phrase retained and or employed by the MNBC so it shall read as follows. The Ministry of Citizenship shall be required to follow all policies and procedures developed by the MNBC and shall. Strike the word that in Article 11.4 and insert then in its place so the first sentence reads, the parties shall be provided no less than 2 weeks' notice of the date on which the appeal shall be heard. Subject to approval of G above in Article 12.0, replace the first instance of Registry Office with Ministry of Citizenship and the second instance with Citizenship Authority so that Article 12 will read, The expenses and costs associated with the maintenance of the Ministry of Citizenship, including the remuneration for the Office of the Citizenship Authority and the Registry Office staff, shall be established by the MNBC based on the availability of fiscal resources.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. So I will ask Executive Director Hodgson to come up and provide some additional context, and then. Mover and seconder. Yes, that's I was going to. Yeah, we can do that first. Actually, do we have a mover?
Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director. I would like to put this motion on the floor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Jeff Crocher, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I second the motion.
Thank you.
Tanse Kiwo. It's nice to see so many familiar faces and some new ones. So I'll just start by introducing myself because there's some new faces. My name is Colleen Hodgson. I'm a proud Métis citizen, actually number 146. Woo, very proud of that moment. And I'm from, my family's originally from, my ancestors from Manitoba. And my family names are Andersons, McDonalds, Hodgsons, Gardners, Callahoos. You know, all my relations, probably related to a few of you in this room, coming from Manitoba and into Alberta, Northern Alberta, and into BC, into the Peace River country where a lot of my family is, and where I still go often. So I've been with MNBC going on 17 years. And wow, I just love it. I love it every day. I love getting out of bed every morning and going to work for the nation. And many of you don't know this, just a few I think, but when I first got hired in Métis Nation, BC, I was hired as a registry clerk in the Ministry of Citizenship by Laurel Katernick. So my background was not in anything to do with that. I was faculty at the Justice Institute for several years in post-secondary education and actually helped found the Institute for Indigenous Relations there. And then I felt this complete kind of journey about working for the nation. And so I applied for a job at Métis Nation, BC. And I'm so glad they said yes. And so I worked with Laurel in the registry, and then I became the Director of Education a few months later. The position was brand new to MNBC, and I was one person, and I think there was $50,000 from the federal government, and away we went. So it's been a journey, and just an amazing one, and I'm so glad it's continuing. But I would like to start by saying that we would not be in the place we're in today if it wasn't for Laurel Katernick. She started this registry. When we were in our office in West Pender, when she hired me, and there was one for each region, and we were all meeting, and we were so excited, and we knew kind of what this meant. The registry was 2 servers underneath her desk. And there was a person in that role for a short period of time, and Laurel rebuilt it. And I can remember to this day when we reached 20,000 citizens. And that was her and her team's work. And her team is amazing. And through the journey, some went away and some came back. So I would like to just introduce Denise Jagger, our Director of Ministry of Citizenship. Denise, if you could just let everybody know where you are. Yes, thank you. And I'm just literally, you can't even imagine how happy I was when she applied for the position and she came back to us, because she had all this knowledge. And here I was, you know, I shared with you at the AGM last year, I'd been in the role for like 2 weeks before the AGM, and I was totally terrified and thinking, oh my gosh, I got to get Denise back here somehow. So it came true. And then we have another registry staff that worked for the registry for many years coming back to us and starting on Monday, Tracy Melton. So it's just, yeah. So it's just, we feel so inspired and so happy about this, and because we know that with each citizenship card and with each chartered community that claims that citizen into the nation, this is nation building, and this is our Section 35 rights. So we need to just do a really good job in the Ministry of Citizenship, and through Minister Hooper's work and through Minister Harriet's work, through the information and technology team, it's real. So I'll just cover off a few things before we get into, lots of good questions about the resolutions. And I am so grateful to Selena Moore, our Director of Community Services. She was able to fit me in and make a schedule that worked for all of you that I could join recently. Most of your regional leadership sessions I was part of. And I would say, I've heard lots of talk about collaborating with communities, and it needs to come from community. And I've always said that from the beginning, and believe that that's the only way you can make things work. So even from those regional leadership sessions, we've kind of shifted things in the registry a little bit after we heard from you. So I can't wait to have more conversations, because those are the changes we need to make, because we can't make them without understanding how it affects you in community. So just really so excited about doing that work. But in order to do the work, when I came into the ministry, and thank you to our amazing CEO, Colette Trudeau, when she asked me to take care of this ministry, I said, yes, of course. How do you say no to Colette? But it was absolutely Colette, and I knew that meant taking care of our people, taking care of our nation, and taking care of one another. So it's not a transaction. This is a journey. So how do we make it a better experience and take care of our people? So I looked at the operational piece of it, and I've done this a couple times before in 6 ministries. So I kind of looked at it, and I thought, okay, we kind of looked at, let's put together an operations arm of the Ministry of Citizenship, so we can do that day-to-day business and that intake and all those applications coming in and technology and all that stuff. But let's have a citizenship assessment department where we have these wonderful, talented experts in everything about being Métis, our citizenship assessment team, that they could work over here and be protected, and do their good work, and us supporting them. And to work on all these applications that come in, so they get that done. So it comes from this intake operational piece, and it goes to citizenship assessment. And then once that happens over there, it comes back to me. So we have all these people working on stuff, and then it comes to me. And there I am with thousands of applications in front of me. And that was my experience coming into the Ministry of Citizenship. And I went to our administrative coordinator, said, Daria, holy smokes. Okay, now what? And so through just spending, being very diligent, spending a lot of time understanding the processes and what it takes to get there, I was in a position where I could start approving citizenship. I did not want to do that without having a very good understanding, and Denise still guides me daily on this. So approving citizenship, but what's coming in is a lot. What was going out was not a lot. So that's why all of a sudden you're getting all these community acceptance letters. Because, I get up every morning at 6 o'clock, and from 6 to 8, I approve citizenship cards because I'm in meetings all day. And it worked. Except you're getting them in this big tsunami, this big wave. That's what we need to change. So I think of, it's either a desert at the Ministry of Citizenship or a tsunami. We need it to be a river flowing gracefully through the banks. Everybody will be happy, and we won't have a lot of angry people. So it's about relationships, and it's about balance. And I think of Elder Phil's words about being honest. And yeah, we need to do that and get your feedback on it. So we set up those departments, and then we put in a quality assurance program. And our manager started 3 weeks ago. An amazing guy. We just needed to unleash him. The guy is just amazing. So he's already got a draft for our quality assurance model and what that looks like. So we're going to bring that out to you and share it with you and get your thoughts on it. And we're going to implement it across the whole registry system. This is not about going out and getting a bunch of money and paying a bunch of people to come in and tell us how to do it. This is about creating a system internally at MNBC through the Ministry of Citizenship that is every day we do the same thing. So if I go away, somebody new comes in, a whole team comes in new, the river keeps flowing. There's no interruptions anymore. None of this stuff about things going wrong or people having influences. So I just want to touch on the first resolution coming up about the specific pieces. We had to kind of revisit the Citizenship Act and look at it, and took a lot of people, and say that at the time that it was drafted, it worked. And then look at us now. So it needed to be looked at, and it needed to be updated mostly. So, you know, the term register, for example, it's a word that post-secondary education institutions use to register students. If we are going to be a Métis government, and we are, very much so, and act like a Métis government, then let's put things in place that a Métis government would do. So the Ministry of Citizenship and the Citizenship Authority is our authority as a Métis government. So instead of having one person who is this person, you know, on the top of the mountain that gets to approve citizenship, now we have a citizenship authority that is in itself protected and that can approve citizenship. So if we have one person approving 10 citizenship cards a week, it's great. If we have 2 and it's 20 cards, and if we have 3 and it's 30 cards, your communities are going to grow. It's just a math thing. So we need to put the Citizenship Authority in place. It works with being a Métis government, but it's also efficient. We need efficiencies. We can't have this thing dragging along with citizenship. So the Citizenship Authority is a big one. And, you know, legislation, our Métis government, it takes a while. So if we have your support today to get to this to the AGM, you know, by maybe early 2024, I won't have to do it all, which would be very good. So we can have a citizenship authority with 3 people. So the number of citizens you will be getting to your communities will grow. Because even though I get up early, there's only so much I can do. So that's kind of the language behind that. And then the second resolution, speaking to Article 11, and I know that, you know, a lot of these conversations happen in the regional sessions, as well as just, I know you guys have been reading them, and you guys are the Métis government, so I know you're totally, you know, got that going on and figured it out. The MNBC Ministry of Citizenship follows the national criteria, which is objectively verifiable, to prove that you're eligible for citizenship with Métis Nation BC. When we do that, we can't have someone having the ability to challenge it. Because if you're challenging somebody's citizenship, you're actually challenging the Ministry of Citizenship's authority to verify that they're Métis. So you're not actually challenging an individual person's citizenship. You're challenging the Ministry of Citizenship and the Métis government's legislation on approving citizenship. That legislation and authority needs to be the Ministry of Citizenship, not an individual. I would not turn around and challenge somebody's Canadian citizenship because we don't determine who is Canadian. But the Métis government of British Columbia does determine who is Métis. So I'll leave you with that, but that's how we look at it from the Ministry of Citizenship. So think about what you're challenging, because you're challenging something you already voted on. This legislation is in place for our nation. And this goes across, and I heard Elder Phil again talk a lot about, you know, Ontario and westward. This is the same for them, right? So we as a nation, through our governing bodies and through MNBC, hold this close, because this is how we say it. And I think it's fair to say out there in the world right now, across our nation and in BC as well, and it's in the media and the news every day about pretendian and Indigenous fraudsters. If there was ever a time that we needed to be certain and protect our Ministry of Citizenship and our people that belong to it, our citizens, it is now. So I thank you for listening, and I love my work, and I'm just here to answer any questions or however you guys do business here. If I can help out, I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Hodgson. Before we move to having our mover and seconder speak and anyone else wishing to speak, I think what we'll do, if Colleen, if you're willing to just maybe stay there, Will be an opportunity for comments, questions, however, discussion, and we'll just have you there for support if there's any questions that come up. Before we get to that, though, I do need to turn it over to our clerk for a moment. I think he'll explain there's a difference, I think, in the terminology on one of the pages that is in their book. So I'll just turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Yes, thank you. It's under subsection G of the resolution, which is up on the screen here, under the proposed citizenship authority. The original term for the head of the citizenship was senior director. That has been now changed to executive director. It was changed in the electronic version, but that change was made after this version went to print. So this has been, the version that is on your screen is the correct version on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll just turn to our mover and seconders if that's agreeable, and then we'll just proceed with that specific word change. Is that?
Yes.
Thank you, and Mr. Fraser? Okay, thank you. So then, at this point, I'll turn it over to Director Hooper, and again, if anyone else is wishing to have their name added to the speakers list, please raise your hand or make it known that you're wishing to speak.
So thank you, Susie Hooper, Region 6 Director and Minister of Citizenship. So I am 150% speaking in favor of this motion. It does look like a lot of red lines and whatnot. It's just that these words are being changed throughout the Citizenship Act. So it looks like, oh my goodness, this is a huge thing. But it's just that the words are changed throughout it. So, and the Citizenship Act is our foundation. We're just growing with it. We've grown immensely, as we all know, since this was first developed. So we need to have the Citizenship Act grow with us. And we're just correcting, improving, as we're improving with all of our different areas within our nation. This is just one of them. It was, it's got September 2022. There was a resolution that was passed at the AGM last September that put Article 6 in here. So this is we're just continuing to improve it. And as Colleen, and I'm very thankful for Colleen and all of the citizenship staff, so I'd like to just give a big round of applause for all of our citizens. On one note, I do think we do need a little bit of a cheat sheet when all these acronyms are going out there. When we're talking about quality or the QA, the QS, and the different acronyms that are within the Citizenship Act right now and the team, it's like, oh my goodness, what does that mean? And so I personally, I need a little cheat sheet with all these acronyms. So just a little heads up there. So in favor of that, and in favor of having not only one person being able to approve our citizenship, we need 3. That way we don't have that bottleneck, as Colleen mentioned. This needs to be corrected as soon as possible. Colleen would like to have a holiday at some point. Currently, she cannot book anything till January, unless with any luck, it'll get passed in September. But there's a bit of work to do after that. So, I think in respect of all of our staff and all that we are improving on, I'm 150% for this resolution, and I look forward to discussion on it, because I do know it does need discussion as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll next ask Mr. Crozier if you wish to speak to it as a seconder.
Yes, thank you, Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I feel it's very important to continue to move forward in our citizenship. I'm a fairly new citizen myself, and it took so long for that citizenship to be ratified or to receive my citizenship. That's 6-7 years ago. And now my children have been applying for their citizenship, and it has taken far less time. And I feel that this is just something that we can continue to move to grow as a nation, and just to have even validity in the rest of in the rest of Canada as a citizenship. So I should be looking at you, I guess. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's the reasoning for my seconding, and just go for it type thing.
Thank you very much. I do see I have you on my list. I next have President Goulet.
Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I read this resolution a couple times, and I'm sort of mixed. I get the intention of the resolution, but part of me is looking at the word authority. And authority to me is a very commanding word, and very, in Indigenous cultures, some of authority means I have the almighty power up here rather than it being at a different level. So that word struck out with me is why we went to a word of authority. The other is we're creating these 3 directors, these 3 positions, and part of the resolution also asks for a cost. And I don't see how if there's any money available for our citizenship registry and where that money is going to come from other programs to help us develop this registry, unless there's this pot of money that I think we're not seeing or hasn't been developed. But I'm just wondering, and maybe you can answer, but these are key positions, these are people, so there's going to be salaries and benefits and everything all that go with that, so it's going to cost a little bit more to implement this, and I'm just wondering where that would come from. So those are my 2 key points, and then I might come back as I hear the discussion, because I just, the other one is where the Métis communities come in, and we have a part of our process where we're giving acceptance to community acceptance, right? So if there's a disagreement between a membership and there's no community acceptance, the authority will just override, and here's a person that actually has a Métis membership, right? So, I mean, we need to clean that up a bit and figure out that process. And that might be another discussion, but I think there is some there that we really need to consider. So just my thoughts, and I'd like to hear the rest of the discussion around the room.
Thank you, and perhaps I'll let Executive Director Hodgson perhaps try to address some of those questions and concerns.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, great questions, Tony. And, you know, we struggled with the word authority as well. So maybe, you know, I'm glad we'll have some discussion around that, but we need it to be that authority for a number of reasons, to prohibit external pressures, to political pressures included, that could affect any outcome of decisions made, because we have an objectively verifiable process that needs to be protected. But to the cost, there is no cost actually, because all these people already exist within the Ministry of Citizenship already. So I am the Executive Director for the Ministry of Citizenship and will be part of the Citizenship Authority. Director Denise Jagger is already the Director of Citizenship and will be part of the Citizenship Authority. And our Citizenship Assessment Manager that manages the CAS team, and there's very strict criteria around how many years you have to have and how much training you have to have, is already in place as well. So when I transformed the operational piece of this coming into the ministry, it was trying to have a line of sight on what would be an operational move that would be efficient. And I agree, we can't spend a bunch of money on this. So it was like, let's look at the structure we have and create that citizenship authority with people that are already in positions that can do this work. So myself, Denise, and Terry are the Citizenship Authority. So we already have the people in place. So there is absolutely no cost to this work. I'm a budget person, a very detailed budget person. So I am wanting to create efficiencies without increasing the budget, because programs and services are what our communities and our families need. And that's where the funding needs to go. But if we can create efficiencies in the Ministry of Citizenship to make sure and support anybody to get their citizenship, they can access those programs and services. So that's our job when you think about it. The line of sight is when Métis people need programs and services and we say you need to be a citizen, we better be doing everything in our power to help them be a citizen. And we need to create lots more efficiencies, but right now, and Colette shared some information yesterday about the time for citizenship approvals is 6 months. It's actually 5 now. So we're doing it quickly. I mean, 157 community acceptance letters went out in 5 days before I got here. So these efficiencies are working, but with not extra dollars. It's just getting organized and looking at systems and figuring out how to do it better. It already exists, right? So I really hope that answers some of your questions.
Thank you very much. I'll next turn to President Allard.
Thank you, Chair. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. This is just a point of clarification. I've noticed a few resolutions are submitted by MNBC Board of Directors. The two resolutions that relate to citizenship are submitted by MNBC directors. For the future minutes, could we have it clarified as submitted by MNBC Board of Directors, these two citizenship resolutions, just for consistency, please, and clarity? Thank you, unless I'm missing something.
Thank you. I think that can be noted. Did you have any questions or discussion on the resolution? Okay. Next, I have President Sears.
Hi, I'm Kelly Sears, Wachia Métis Society, and I just have a question about if there's a procedure in place when people don't have the correct information sent in. We had a gentleman in a while back, and his was being held up because he didn't have his driver's license attached, and it had been sitting there for months. And so he was so old that by the time the months were up, he might not even be here. So he really wanted his Métis citizenship, and he didn't know until we phoned and found out for him. So is there a letter that goes out, or are they contacted when something like this happens?
Well, so again, we can't share any information about an applicant or a citizen, but if you're speaking on behalf of one of your applicants, is that what I'm hearing? Okay, so they need to contact the Ministry of Citizenship, and we'll work to resolve whatever the issue might be.
So if they don't know to contact, they think their citizenship is going through, and they hear all this talk about it taking so long, they don't know that they don't have the proper information in.
When there are missing things
Yes.
from an applicant's file, they are notified.
Oh, they are notified by mail?
100%. There's actually quite a notification process. They're notified 3 times.
So there is a procedure that takes place. Okay.
Oh, you bet.
Well, he just didn't know
Yeah.
about it then. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
but great question. So let me answer that in a bit of a different way. So because I understand that we need to, like I said, support people to get their citizenship. So part of the plan going forward is to be in community and to come and see you. And people can show up and we can help them with their applications. And we're creating the resources that we have been missing to really do a good educational piece on filling out a citizenship application and all the things that might go wrong and all the things that you might need and addressing them right up front so that we're there to help and not waiting till we get all this stuff and then saying, oh, you don't have what we need. So we need to start right at the beginning in community. So providing we have the budget to do it, we will be in community, in all communities. And we already have like a community plan mapped out. So we're going to be very happy to come and see you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Hodgson. Next, I've got 3 more speakers, and I haven't seen a lot of, 4 more speakers, and then I think we might proceed to the vote, just given the time. I see a 5th speaker. I'll add you as well, President Bremner. Next, turn to Regional Representative Gladue.
Thank you, Chair. Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director, Thompson Okanagan. Just on this citizenship, and I think it's very important that we as we continue to grow and really better ourselves in this Citizenship Act, that we don't have the ability that anybody can come and open up these books. And this is why that word authority, I looked the definition up as well, Tony, and as a former police officer, of course, I have the authority. No, I want to, but that word authority is, even my mother uses it, we all use it in a sense of what it's about. It really establishes that at the citizen, we have quality control at the top, and that me as a political individual can't just open up anybody's file and just cruise in it. And this is what this prevents. And we need that, because I will say it on record, it has happened in the past, the abuse of the citizenship. And we can't have this, and we have to trust our system, and we have a good system in place, and that's why I support this 100%. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's something, if we as a nation want to grow, we have to revisit this on and on, but I'm proud to say that our citizenship is strong. And when I carry that, my Métis card, you know, I was going over the border one time, and I used that as my ID on the plane, right? Oh, okay, they took it. I just do it. You know, some people say, well, driver's license. I said, no, that's my indigenous. I told him, I explained to him. Oh, he goes, well, that looks like a legitimate card, but at the end of the day, we're getting there. One day we'll be able to use that card. And it'll be our actual, like the driver's license. You know, like you look at First Nations, they have a treaty card. That card will hold as much weight if we continue being strong as a citizen. So I support this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Shepherd.
Thank you. I support this resolution as it's written. Regarding the word authority as well, I'm supportive of using that word. It's not too often that I am supportive of that word, but in the case of having our citizens country, and I don't need to answer it again. And so whether we're dealing with education, whether we're dealing with housing, whether we're dealing with health, I want to be able to say, if there's a problem, you can go and speak to our citizenship authority. I also believe that we have a process in place to appeal as well. So it really doesn't concern me that that word's in there. So I speak in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Minot.
Walter Minot, Vice President, MNBC. I am 100% behind this here resolution. As everybody knows, I'm a big advocate for our registry. I think we have the best registry in the country, #1 by far. And when we did have a citizen challenge and another citizen's citizenship, that did a lot of damage to our nation. You know, we had a lot of controversy after that. We had a lot of split communities over it. We can't allow that kind of stuff happen again. It weakens our nation. It weakens us as a people, as a nation. And we do have the best registry in the country when it comes to Métis citizenship. And to the other part of it, where we have the 3 authorities, it will speed up our registry. I know that's the biggest complaint that we have, is that, you know, it's taken too long. You know, I've been registered for almost a year and a half. I haven't seen my citizenship card. This is going to speed up that process 100%. So I'm definitely 100% behind this here resolution. And the main thing is we can't have anybody challenging anybody's citizenship. That's up to the authorities. That's up to our registry to do. And like I said, it done so much damage to our nation when that happened in the past. And I would never like to see that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Minot. I next have President Bremner.
Hi, Colleen. Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. And Colleen had been at our Regional Governance Council recently, and you know, we actually have an employee on 4 days a week, and her main responsibility is our community membership. And so we do support a number of these things. We follow the same process that MNBC does in terms of what's required if they're not, and our individual is then having them apply to both at the same time. So then there's assistance right out of our office in them how to locate what they need to send in. And then one of the things that has occurred, and there were a number of times that letters were sent out and they weren't acknowledging the fact that community acceptance was a part of the process for MNBC. And so I believe our individual staff person phoned in instantly, and it's like, because she came to me and the board, what do we do about this? MNBC is not even suggesting that community acceptance is a part of their process for citizenship. And that was extremely concerning. Very few of those letters actually made it out. It was corrected quite quickly, which we applaud. And again, one of the things that our individual that's employed that looks after our community letters and applications and everything. One of our big concerns, as well as my own, I do our applications for all of the other funding outside of MNBC. So during the 2 years of COVID that we were receiving designated numbers from MNBC, they were then sending, that notification was going out to all their citizens that we had that funding. One of the curious pieces for us was that the MNBC COVID funding was only a quarter of our funding for COVID supports. And so in that MNBC citizenship list, only half of those citizens were our community members. So there we are applying for all of these funds to support community and Métis citizens, but our community as well. And those citizens of MNBC that were not our members were coming with their hands out to receive all of those things, supports and services, food supports, medical supports, and 3/4 of the money we had was not from MNBC. And so there we became in a very awkward position because a lot of our own community members that then were being put on a wait list for all of those things because people that were not our members were there with their hand out. And it is of concern, and I think you can all appreciate that. When we have funds that we've applied for all of our members, and then we're having to put them online because MNBC citizens have their hand out and are receiving it because they were in there first. And personally, to turn anyone down for a support of any sort out of our office is horrific. And so I think that's a point, and it is a concern. And, going back in history, previous presidents and how our office was, accepting community members, and they come in again to renew their card or whatever, and if they don't have the same documents that are now currently necessary underneath the way we are functioning and doing that, we're assisting them to do that. And so, at the same time, good on them for coming forward and back in again, but it can be a struggle because, my mom was a member, my cousin's a member, my aunt or uncle, my grandparents were, and that was from a previous time. So we're also trying to assist. And generally, anyone that walks in our office, we have them do both applications because we really feel it is necessary that you have both. If all you have is an MNBC citizenship card, you're not coming to our community or involved in our community, and you don't see everything that we're doing. You're not on our weekly email announcement that goes out with everything that's happening in community. And, as the communities, I do believe, are the basis and the reason why MNBC is so important to be there and be doing some of the work on our behalf. It's a priority because out of community, we aren't able to do that. We're too involved with the actual, however many members walk through our door daily. And so we applaud MNBC for the efforts they are making. And, I know Colleen had mentioned at our RDC, well, this is operational. So that part about those citizens that say, well, why would I bother getting your community acceptance? I have my citizenship card. I don't need you.
President Bremner, sorry,
my
apologies. Yes, we're well over. So I was
Oh,
going to.
well, thank you. But I want,
ch-
before I'm kicked off completely, thank Colleen for what she's doing. And I also remember Laurel and I used to have conversations quite often about similar things, but thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much, President Bremner. And I'll just remind everyone, the standing rules, we're trying to keep it to 3 minutes. We do have a lengthy agenda to get through. We have a couple more speakers left. Caitlin Bird, President Bird.
Thank you. I was originally going to propose a word that could be an option that's not authority, but after hearing previous speakers, I agree that we are our own authority in this, and so I agree with the resolution as stated, and I think it's really important to be able to improve our systems and our efficiencies and have many people able to look and approve those citizenships. So I'm in support of the motion as written.
Thank you, President Bird. I next have President Graham, and then we'll finish with Director Hooper.
June Graham, Alberni Claquette Métis. In regards to the word authority, I think it's absolutely necessary that the word speaks for itself. It demands respect and it ensures credibility. I was paid witness to one of the citizenship challenges not long ago, and I cannot say enough what a waste of money it was and a waste of time for our senators. And they could be greatly used elsewhere. It took the majority of their budget for that. And we, like Colleen said, we have no other Indigenous authorities being challenged, and nor should ours. We can't see that happen again, what happened last time. And we do have an excellent citizenship registry, and we need to be proud of that, and it's only going to be better and better. So I just want to note, we don't want that to happen again. We're not playing house here. We're Indigenous, and we need an authority that can't be challenged on that, so we can do what business we need to do and move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham. I'll next turn it to Director Hooper, and then we'll turn it to our clerk for the purpose of the roll.
So thank you for that. Susie Hooper, Northwest Regional Director. And we've actually been kind of speaking to Resolution 3 and 4 at the same time. So with any luck, Resolution 4 will go a little bit faster because we've already spoken many of the speaking points to Resolution 4. So maybe they should have been read together, and then we could have sped the process on a little bit. So I'd just like to end with this. So authority is also linked to authorization. We need to be a government body who authorizes who is a Métis citizen. The stronger and more robust and effective our Ministry of Citizenship, it will be better for many other self-governing issues of importance that are coming up. So I'd just like to end with that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Thank you. As this is a resolution to amend legislation, it requires a 3/4 majority to pass. This means that we will require 34 delegates to vote in the affirmative, and for even further clarification, we need 34 yes votes, so a no and an abstention is essentially the same thing when we're calculating whether or not this passes or not. I shall start with the roll at the bottom. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
Yeah, she said pass.
Okay, I'll count that as an abstention. Joyce Sundin.
I think she said pass.
Greg Stanwood. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Natasha Smith. Dana Shaw. Mert Servatius. Kelly Sears. Christina Sample. Curtis Belcourt. Lisa Shepard. Brianna Peltier. Trish Paulson. Lana Olson. Peggy Olansky. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird. Betty McDonnell. Tyler Massey. Richard Lewis. Melissa Kelm. Travis Jobin. Susie Hooper. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham. Tony Goulet.
No, and I would like it recorded to reflect in the minutes, please.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais. Lee Fraser. Paulette Flamond. Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Monica Fisher. Alicia Fernando. Kate Elliott.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman. Sylvia DeRoche. Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Nicole Corson. Ron Karan. Xavier Brewer. Joy Bremner. David Allard.
Yes.
Are there any delegates that I did not call? Okay. So there was one nay and one abstention. The rest were all ayes, so we have met the threshold.
Thank you. Resolution 3 passes. So originally, we had scheduled 15 minutes for the health break. I'm going to try to keep that to 10. I know I'll say 10, it'll end up being 15 anyways, but please feel free, use the washroom, get your refreshments, bring it back to your table, that's fine. Yeah, oh, and you get your toque.
Let's walk. I thought that you would. I gotta get along.
frozen? Like it's more, my one son works. He's doing this. I'm quite comfortable. Everything's frozen. He's doing a design right now. Yeah.
She found a friend. So hopefully can you explain why you switched spots?
Yeah, it's just perfect.
So that's.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for coming back after the break. We're going to call for quorum.
If everyone could please race to your seats if you're not in them already. Give it a quick second here. Almost there. Almost there. Again. Okay. Well, in that case, David Allard, Joy Bremner, Xavier Brewer, Ron Caron, Nicole Corson, Jeff Crozier, Sean Daverin, Louis DeJager,
Here.
Sylvia DeRoche, Cheryl Dodman, Kate Elliott, Alicia Fernando, Monica Fisher, Deborah Fisher, Paulette Flamond, Lee Frazier, Rainey Gervais, Dean Gladue, Tony Goulet, June Graham, Patrick Harriet,
Présent.
Susie Hooper, Brenda House, Travis Jobin, Jamie Lee Keith, Melissa Kelm,
Here.
Richard Lewis, Tyler Massey, Betty McDonnell, Caitlin Bird, Walter Minot, Peggy Alansky, Lana Olson, Trish Paulson, Brianna Peltier, Lisa Shepard, Curtis Belcourt, Val Pace, Christina Sample, Kelly Sears, Mert Servatius, Dana Shaw, Natasha Smith, Lisa Smith,
Here.
Greg Stanwood, Joyce Sundin, Marlene Swears, Pixie Wells.
Bingo.
And we have a bingo.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Resolution 4, and I'm going to invite our clerk, Mr. Beaker, to take us through that resolution.
Resolution 4 is on page 61 of your kits and should be coming up on the screen right now. Resolution 4 is submitted to the 2023 MNGA. Subject: protecting Métis citizens in the citizenship process. Legislation affected is the Citizenship Act and the Senate Act. This was submitted by the MMBC Board of Directors to the MNGA clerk on January 17th, 2023. Whereas the Constitution it defines Métis as a person who self-identifies as Métis, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, and is accepted by the Métis Nation. The Citizenship Act authorizes the registrar or the Citizenship Authority, should that pass, to determine whether a person is entitled to be registered as a citizen and to determine whether a registered citizen is found to be ineligible during an audit or review. And challenges to a person's Métis citizenship by someone other than the registrar or Citizenship Authority is contrary to the provisions of self-identification essential to citizenship and the role of the registrar or Citizenship Authority. Be it resolved that Article 11 be struck from the Citizenship Act, current Articles 12 and 13 in the Citizenship Act be renumbered accordingly. In the new Article 12.4, previously 13.4 of the Citizenship Act, change the words Article 12 to Article 11, and subject to approval of A above, Article 8.1, subsection K be struck from the Senate Act.
Okay, I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder for this resolution, please.
I so move. Walter Minot, Vice President, MNBC.
And a seconder? Chair recognizes Greg Stanhope.
Greg Stanwood, North Fraser Métis, second.
Thank you. So we're going to move to some discussion on the motion. I'd like to invite the mover and the seconder to speak first, please.
Walter Manault, Vice President, Métis Nation, BC. Sorry, I just got locked for words. I support this motion. I believe it's imperative that we do not allow other citizens or even outside members to challenge anybody's citizenship. I think it takes away from our registry and our process, and it also questions, the integrity of MNBC and our whole process. So I support this resolution 100%, and I don't believe that anybody should have a right to challenge another citizen's citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite President Stanwood to speak, please.
Yeah, I totally support this resolution because we are going after many new citizens, and we have to show our strength in our citizenship membership to our new citizens that are coming on board so that they can be secure in finding out that their citizenship will not be challenged once we sign their citizenship letter. They are now part of our community, and we have to show a secure front on that. So I totally support it, and I totally support the word authority in the previous resolution as well. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stanwood. Speaker recognizes President Lisa Smith.
Thank you, Lisa Smith, President of Métis Nation, BC. I'm going to speak frankly about this resolution, and I'm going to be abstaining for obvious reasons. The only citizenship challenge in the history of MNBC was filed against myself. And it went through the Senate process, and as President Graham indicated, it cost about close to $30,000 to do that. It was not only an attack on our registry, it was a personal attack on myself, and I'm going to say that very bluntly, and my family. It was lateral violence that occurred during that. We all have, our families all have a history of trauma and things, and there was personal information brought about one of my children that was secretly inserted in a bunch of different papers, and that's unacceptable. You can attack me, leave my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren out of this. It was a personal vendetta against myself, and I'm going to say that, and that's exactly what it was. And it hasn't stopped. I'm sitting here because I am a Métis citizen, and the Senate, I'm sorry, it's very emotional for me. It was a few-day hearing, and it was, I thank June Graham for being my support. I needed to have support there, and it was a vendetta, and it hasn't stopped. And I'm going to say that right now, it needs to stop. Just a few months ago, the same person sent something to a board member of another governing member stating that this other province needed to look into my citizenship, and also included court documents regarding my oldest daughter. And that is wrong, and that is disgusting, and attacking other people and people that have experienced trauma in their lives. It's not acceptable. It has to stop. And I'm just going to say that because it was not acceptable. Like I said, if you want to attack me, please do so. I can defend myself, and I know I'm strong. But when you start bringing my family into it, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, you're affecting a lot of people. And I will do anything to protect my family, as any of you would. So I'm going to say this publicly. This has to stop now. It's not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Smith, for your comments. And I hope that you feel all of the support for you in the room here. Chair recognizes President Tony Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And thanks for that, Lisa. Very hard to follow that, you know, help right from the heart, and thank you. This one again is a tough one for me. I'm looking at we're deleting an entire process. We're deleting Article 11 completely, which leaves us to what type, and there's no other wording or no other recommendation here to replace any of that. So I'm just fearful we need something for an appeal process where it outlines and states no personal tax has to be written, has to have a valid reason as to why somebody's challenging a person's membership. Right now, this is very vague, but if we just delete it, we have nothing in place, and I'm fearful that if we have nothing in place, we could be even more scrutiny under our citizenship criteria moving in the future. If you look at the Canadian Oxford Dictionary, METIS, Métis, is a person of mixed blood. So keep that in mind when we're talking about this stuff, because that could mean anybody could be a person of Métis. So please, if there's some kind of wording, I'd be open to that. I don't have anything in front of me. I think referring this back maybe to, and I'm not sure where, to the Board of Directors to do some research on what is an appropriate appeal process. There is other ways of doing it. You can challenge somebody's Indian status if you want. They do have a process under the Indian Act. The Indian would have a process. So if we just have nothing in here, and it could just be a couple words, it could just be referring to the Senate, but I fear if we just delete everything, we're causing a problem for ourselves. So just my comments, and if we have nothing, I probably can't support the resolution as it is.
Thank you so much, President Goulet. Before we move to the next speaker, I'm going to invite Executive Director Colleen Hodgson. Do you have some comments you want to make, please?
Thank you for that. So, yeah, I think when we think about this, we need to think about it as a process. So I would say that President Allard brought up a point that I will speak to. And he asked me about the review and audit process that's in the Citizenship Act. So when we think about the review and audit process, it's not that we don't have mechanisms in the Citizenship Act to address this. We do, very clearly. So on the operational side of it, in the Ministry of Citizenship, the Quality Assurance Program that I talked about a few moments ago is the mechanism operationally. So if we say in the Citizenship Act that, you know, we need a process, or we remove this article where you can do a personal, because that's what it is. When this speaks to personally challenging somebody, which in itself is just interesting. But if we want to challenge a process, then let's have a process in place to have that mechanism. And I think that's what we're trying to get here. So again, to President Allard's comments about what is the review and audit piece. So the quality assurance model we're building right now is that mechanism. It is the word review and the word audit. What do they mean in the Citizenship Act? And we've been spending some time with the Ministry of Citizenship team to ask that exact question. I don't see operationally right now what the mechanisms are, so we're building them. So when we want to review an application, or put an application under review, or a citizenship file under review, or to audit the registry system, we need the mechanisms operationally to do that. So we're building them right now. All the policies that need to and should have existed to support this process. So I agree, we do need this. So we have the Senate, we have the appeal system, but if there's a citizenship file that goes under review, we're reviewing the file, but we're reviewing the process of how that person came to be a citizen. We're reviewing that process of how they got there, how citizenship was approved. If we're reviewing a file and say, whoa, like, gee, I don't know, maybe we should put this file under review, or what are the mechanisms and what are the triggers that make that happen? So we could be doing some work on a set of files, like, because continuously through the quality assurance program, we're not just going to do like, okay, we're just going to do this massive audit. It's an audit that happens all the time. And different things that are we're never ever going to singularly pick out a citizen. We're not going to say, let's go under the Bs today and start with the first person on the B and let's review their file. It doesn't work that way. We're reviewing the processes. We're auditing the processes of how citizenship is approved. So we're hoping for 99.9%. I would like 100%, but I think that there's times just historically and different things that happen within our processes that perhaps they're, when we do an audit, so the Indian Registry screening is a good example. So in the past, if you applied for citizenship with Métis Nation BC, and you went through the intake system, and then you got to the citizenship assessment system, there's all this criteria we have to do before we bring them to your communities for you to claim them. And one of them is to screen them through Indigenous Services Canada, through the Indian Registry screening, to make sure they're not status First Nations. Because to be eligible for citizenship, you have to be distinct from other Indigenous nations. So if you're a status First Nations, you're ineligible for citizenship. So we've changed that, and we're in the process of it, so that that's done at intake now. So we will ask people, are you First Nation status? And if they say yes, the application doesn't go to be assessed because they're First Nation status. So these are those audits, these are those reviews, these are those mechanisms where we have more certainty around it. So let's think about it not as an individual, but as a process. So I agree. We need to make sure that we don't have people in the Ministry of Citizenship Registry that aren't Métis. 100%. But that's my job. And I take it very seriously. And creating these policies and these procedures to make sure that that is followed and nobody goes outside the lines is what we're building right now. So be patient, please, with us, and give us the time to create this and to understand it really well and to hear. But this conversation is so important to how we develop those things. So I really appreciate these questions. And I hope that I'm doing an okay job answering them.
Thank you so much, Colleen. I'm going to move to our next speaker. I'd like to invite President Corson.
Thank you, Nicole Corson, West Kootenay Métis. My question was actually asked and answered by the previous two speakers.
Excellent. Thank you, President Corson. Okay, I'd like to invite Regional Director Dean Gladue to speak, please.
Thank you, Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director, Thompson Okanagan. And just reference to Mr. Goulet's comment, the President of Caribou, North Caribou, I believe. Caribou North. Everything's a caribou up there. I even like caribou. But yes, Tony, I agree with you. We cannot just let this process go because we can see if we don't have mechanisms in place, people will abuse it in the future. We're building a nation for the future, and it starts now. And we never want to see that abuse again, the way it was handled. We never want to witness that again. We saw it, we witnessed it ourselves. I was attacked as well, and I'm not Métis. And then somebody was challenging, and at that time, people had access to all our files. Any politician, anybody, anyone can just open up my file, look, and then, and accuse me of being First Nations. Well, I am of First Nations blood, I am of Métis blood, but I'm a proud Métis. I had to make a choice. I know where I sit. I'll sit with my nation as a Métis person, and I think the citizenship has really taken great strides now. I've never seen it much better than I've ever have as a Métis citizen, meaning since my birth. And I think once we take more ownership like this, the government sees it, they welcome us, and this is how we're going to get our IGB status. We will become a self-governed nation here, and this is where it starts with citizenship. So I support this. I support this resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gladue. Speaker recognizes our Provincial Women's Chairperson, Dr. Kate Elliott.
Thanks so much. I just want to speak in favor of this motion. I think important to
realize that there's still that personal appeal process. So if you feel like your own documents haven't been properly verified, that's still there. What it's merely doing is removing someone else to be able to call your family and your ancestry into question. I think with that, with the audit process and things, and if there are concerns regarding our overall structure, that can be reviewed. There's still the ability to have them come voice their concerns to our Citizenship Registry, but just removing that personal attack, where really, if there are people who inaccurately get their Métis citizenship card, that's a systems issue. It's not of the person who received it. So I think this will streamline our processes and make our registry stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The speaker recognizes Regional Director Patrick Harriott.
Patrick Harriott, Region 1. So I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, and I just wanted to speak to the comments about how the Oxford English Dictionary defines us, and I just wanted to say that that's completely irrelevant. What's relevant is how we define ourselves. So I just want to read it into the record. Métis means a person who self-identifies as Métis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, and who is accepted by the Métis Nation. That's all I need to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Director Harriott. Speaker recognizes President Joy Bremner.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. My comment is just around an experience my nation in Nanaimo has had within the last 2 weeks. Unfortunately, our university, Vancouver Island University, is going through a number of changes and financial, responsibility, call to order, and all sorts of things. Somebody created the rumor that my vice president was checking into the president of Vancouver Island University, who is a Métis woman from the prairies, and that my vice president was researching her genealogy because there was doubt in our nation. The second that came to our desk, we simply wrote a letter to her and the vice president, and stated it was untrue. We had no idea where the rumor came from, and we were not investigating her. So, I mean, it's out there in many places, and I think it is our responsibility to take a strong stand when somebody suggests we're doing something like that when we're not. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much, Joy. Speaker recognizes President Betty Ann McDonald.
I think I kind of missed the boat on this one, but I have a question. Recently, and Colleen is aware of this, when I was sent my community list, 90% of my community was gone. I can't find, and I'm hoping someone can send me to the place where it would tell me who is my community. I know who it is, but I want it in writing. And I want it so that it cannot be changed unless it's changed at an AGM. It doesn't, part of the advice was, well, ask that president if it's okay if they be in there. No, this is the way it was when it began, and if we need to change it, then I'd like to know how, when. The other thing I want to say is, because I think it's Bill C-31 that we can now register and become status if we qualify, is that correct? So I've had elders who did do that. And I would ask Registry to please relook at their letter. Their letter made one of my elders just sit and cry because it was so blunt and so rude. That elder had given her life to the Métis, and still her heart was Métis. But she needed the medical, the dental, she needed those now. So those are two questions, and I'm hoping people could answer them for me. Merci.
Thank you so much, President McDonald. I'm sure that our staff are taking note of your questions. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Chair recognizes President Tony Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I appreciate that the concerns around the table. For me, it's just about what is our process, I think. I'm confused. We're eliminating this right from here, and I understand that we're working on a process. This might be premature coming to us here unless we know what a process is being worked on already, and I heard the Citizenship Registry, they are working on a process. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to turn this back to the MNBC Board of Directors and come back to us with the recommendation on what that process would. I would feel much better. I think if we can come to something like that, that would make it a lot easier. But as it stands right now, I just can't accept just throwing out any kind of a process, right? I think we need something, whether it just be something that can satisfy where we want to go. So.
Thank you, President Goulet. We'll move on to our next speaker, and then I'm wondering if anyone from the Board of Directors might want to be added to our speakers list. Chair recognizes Vice President Lisa Shepherd.
Thank you, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I speak in favor of this resolution. The stronger we can make our registry, the more safeguard we can make our citizenship, the more likely we're able to, in the future, or sooner rather than later, make it the responsibility of our allies to check to make sure that they're hiring the people that they intend to be hiring. Every time that somebody gets hired in, we have, say, a university that hires someone into position of elder, or somebody who gets funding that was intended for a Métis person and ends up not. It knocks us all back down a rung. You know, suddenly we're all having to protect our Métis identity and explain to those around us how legitimate our nationhood is. And so I look forward to the day that we can look at universities or whoever and say, you're the funder, do your work, ensure that you're giving the funds where they were intended to go so that we don't have to police each other. And I feel like the more that we can strengthen that, and that's why I speak in favor of this resolution, is I feel like it just puts the responsibility where it belongs with our registry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Shepherd. Speaker recognizes Vice President Walter Minolt.
Walter Minolt, Vice President, MNBC. I think it's this year resolution needs to fall through right now, because Article 11 allows people to weaponize our procedures and our policies, and I think we need to eliminate that process immediately. As it's been shown in the past, it has been weaponized against one of our board members, matter of fact, our president, and it's done a lot of damage to our nation, a lot of damage to the integrity of our registry, the integrity of our people, and I think we can put a process in place at a different date, but at this time, we can't allow that process to be used to weaponize against any citizen. And I think this is the time we need to stop that. So I'm in favor of this here resolution as written, and I understand Mr. Goulet's concerns, but moving forward, we can always try to adopt a process later on that will not allow anybody to weaponize this process against any member or any citizen. Thank you.
We're going to have, we've got two more speakers on our list, and then we can look at moving to the vote. I'd like to recognize Regional Director Susie Hooper.
So thank you, Regional Director Susie Hooper. I'm in favor of this going through today, as it does, again, go to the AGM and that will be held in Kamloops in September. There's currently no process to challenge a Canadian citizenship. There's no process to challenge Canadian citizenship authorized by the Canadian government. So I think we don't need to have a process. We do have to have some policies, but currently we are the government, and our citizenship, who we are all supporting, 150% here, are the ones that do the follow-up on that. And I know Colleen will speak to this as well. This needs to go through, as it has been stated, that we need to stop things that are happening out there, and this is one avenue we have. We can put other things in place later that will answer some of your questions, Tony, and the policies. We'll work on those, like Colleen has mentioned. So I'll let Colleen continue to speak with us. So is that all right if she moves on now? So thank you.
Absolutely. We'll hear from Colleen Hodgson and then our next two speakers.
Thank you for your patience. So I would just say that operationally, let me be very clear that these processes are very close to being put in place. It's not a down the road thing. They are being developed right now and we'll have them. But last year, all of you voted on something that we have, and it's Article 6. Article 6 exists in our Citizenship Act, and that gives us the authority to remove and revoke someone from the Ministry of Citizenship Registry that is not Métis. So it's not like we have to make this. You guys all made it already. So Article 6 clearly gives the Ministry of Citizenship the authority to remove someone from the registry that is not Métis and not a citizen, and for whatever reason, they're there. But Article 6 empowers the Ministry of Citizenship to remove them. So the process exists, very much so. So the processes we're building operationally are almost complete, and they're based on Article 6. So when you all as leaders of our Métis government make these decisions and create our legislation, in my mind, I develop the operational piece for that. So the processes we're developing are for Article 6. We can remove people. We don't have to wait. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Colleen. Speaker recognizes President David Allard.
David Allard, Seminar Métis Association. Thank you, Chair. I've always supported this, the purpose and the intent. I did have some misgivings along the lines of what President Goulet mentioned there. Those were addressed by Colleen. Thank you very much for responding to my private queries here. In relation directly to the specific concerns of President Goulet, I think on balance, removing this one clause as characterized by Vice President Minot, it was weaponized. I think by removing it, it takes away the potential to be exploited maliciously for personal reasons, and on balance, replace not having it. In the interim, while we develop policies, we'll gain much more, be in a much more of a positive place. So the risks are minimal by not having this Section 11, Article 11 stay in place. So I support it. I'd like to take this opportunity to suggest that in the development of these processes, we consider including a policy that would be a response to unsolicited information in regards to the accuracy of a citizen. It would be nice, and I'm sure that'll happen. There's probably citizens from way back when on the list now that technically aren't Métis, and that has to be dealt with. I think there should be a specific process in regards to unsolicited third-party, anonymous or otherwise information, and I think that would just strengthen the robustness of the system there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Allard. I'm now going to recognize our last speaker on this resolution, President Caitlin Bird.
Thank you. I speak in support. I was going to bring attention to Article 6 as well, so you beat me to it, Colleen, but there is mechanisms in there that we have regular audits and reviews to ensure that our citizenship, we can stand behind it and have faith and trust in it, and that doesn't need to be by an external party. So thank you, Colleen, for already addressing my question.
Thank you so much.
Question.
Question's been called. We're now going to move into our vote. And just a reminder, we're requiring 75% plus in order for this to pass.
So 75% means that we need 34 delegates to vote in favor. And we will, I don't know which turn it is, but David Allard.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes, but the order's wrong.
Xavier Brewer. Ron Curran. Nicole Corson. Jeff Crozier. Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche. Cheryl Dodman. Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando. Monica Fisher. Deborah Fisher. Paulette Flamond. Lee Frazier. Rainey Gervais.
Abstain.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Tony Goulet, North Carolina Métis. I'm going to sound negative, but no, and I would like it recorded in the minutes.
June Graham. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper. Travis Jobin. Melissa Kelm.
Yes.
Richard Lewis. Tyler Massey. Betty McDonnell. Caitlin Bird. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Peggy Alansky. Lana Olson. Trish Paulson. Brianna Peltier. Lisa Shepard. Curtis Belcourt. Christina Sample. Kelly Sears. Mert Servatius. Dana Shaw. Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Abstain, and I'd like that in the minutes, please. Thank you.
Greg Stanwood. Joyce Sedin. Marlene Swears. Sorry, repeat. Thank you. And Pixie Wells. Thank you.
So we've more than met the threshold for that resolution to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll keep on trucking here. On to resolution number 5. And once our clerk is ready, I will ask him to read the resolution.
Maybe. You never know. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The clerk has been informed that the proponent of this resolution would like to introduce it with some amendments. As we did not necessarily get the text of the amendments, I would like to turn to the proponent, which I believe is Mr. Lewis, to verbalize his amendment, and we'll have our deputy clerk put it on the screen, and then we'll read it in.
Thank you, John. Richard Lewis, elected leader for Cowichan Valley Métis. As the mover for this resolution and with consultation with other communities, I would like to amend the wording to this resolution. Be it resolved that the MNGA directs NMBC to resource administrative and operational capacity funding for all chartered communities.
Okay,
and
thank you.
stricken all the other.
Okay, okay, the text is coming up right now. If you could just bear with us one quick second, and if the president of Cowichan Valley could confirm the wording once it's complete when it's on the screen, and then we'll read it into the, we'll read it to be put onto the floor, so just bear with us a quick second. Sure. And she is back at her keyboard. If the president of the Cowichan Valley could repeat his amendment, please.
Thank you. The MNGA directs NMBC to resource administrative and operational capacity funding for all chartered communities.
Okay, so that, so is that, no, go ahead, Nicole. You can take care of the rest of it, we'll come back to it. So does that reflect the amendment that you wish to move?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And there's no changes to the whereas clauses as you originally submitted?
No, they're fine. Thank
Okay. So I will then proceed to read the resolution as has been proposed. So Resolution 5 submitted to the March 2023 MNGA. The subject is stipend for volunteer community elected members, or maybe not anymore. No legislation is affected. This was submitted by the Cowichan Valley Métis Nation to the MNGA clerk. Original date of submission was January 31, 2023. Whereas MNBC elected members receive compensation for a position held as an elected member supporting the future of all registered MNBC members. MNBC elected members recently received an increase in remuneration to recognize the position as being a full-time position. MNBC elected members receiving the increase in pay are the president, vice president, directors, and other elected members. And MNBC elected members receive remuneration for expenses and costs associated with the position they hold. Be it resolved that the MNGA directs MNBC to resource administrative and operational capacity funding for all chartered communities.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will look then for a mover and a seconder on this resolution.
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I so move.
Thank you, and a seconder.
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I second.
Thank you. This resolution is now before the Assembly, and I will turn it over to President Lewis for any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intent of this resolution is, if passed, would be to provide funding to each of the chartered communities to support their governance council, to conduct the day-to-day operations to support their community members. This funding may support capacity building, relationship building, attending regional community events, attending meetings on behalf of their community, governance staff support, to name a few. As mentioned by one of the members, the support funding for COVID will not be here forever. So putting this on the table, on the floor, is to start that process for making available funding. As NMBC has funded governance members who are paid and have expense accounts covered, for us volunteers, that's not as such. So that's why I so want this to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lewis. I got President Bird next.
Caitlin Bird, President Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I'm supporting this resolution as it's currently stated because it provides some flexibility for communities. If we are a operational board, it can support operational board. If we're a governance board and we have staff, it can support staff. So it provides flexibility for a variety of our unique communities and our distinct needs as we are all different. So I think that this states the direction for MNBC to find funding for us. We know that we do a lot of work and funding is hard to find, but it allows the flexibility within that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Director Harriet.
So this is one of the main issues, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. This is one of the main issues that I sought election to the Board of Directors about as a community president. So I actually wrote out a whole thing to say, and now everything's changed. And so I'm like, so I'll read it out anyways because it sort of encapsulates my thoughts about the whole subject. So this is the whole resolution now, and all the rest of that stuff is.
Yep, it's all gone.
Seriously, I spent a lot of time thinking about this, like a lot of time.
You're using up your 3 minutes there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we'll read it out.
Okay, as you heard from Minister Rankin yesterday, the BC government has committed to a new fiscal relationship with MNBC in its Declaration Act Action Plan. This is a historic commitment. The first thing I put on the table with BC was core funding for communities. There is no new fiscal relationship between MNBC and British Columbia without that. This is something that should be paired with the nation building that we still need to do at MNBC. We need a new charter agreement between MNBC and all communities, something the MNGA Governance Committee will start work on very soon. One that is co-developed with communities with clear roles, responsibilities, and respect for jurisdiction on both sides. One with clear language describing our own new Métis government fiscal relationship. So now I've got to skip over everything that's changed. I am committed to negotiating first and foremost at the BC government tables we are sitting at for core capacity dollars for communities, for rent and for administration, however that best fits for individual communities, the predictable real capacity dollars that our communities deserve to support all the good work being done. So now I'm on the fence of whether I'm speaking in favor of this or not, because hopefully I'll get a second round and I'll put my hand up again. But I want to speak to those commitments, and I am committed to those things, and that's why I sought election to the Board of Directors.
Thank you. I next have President Goulet.
Thank you. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I also had a bunch of notes on this one too and was going to make amendments because I'm like, I just couldn't resist. But anyways, I'm looking at what's proposed up there. And the first ones I was negative, but I'm going to say yes, I would support that we look at a way to resource and build up our communities and our capacity funding. And I'm glad that that's already happening and that's already in the work. So this just reaffirms that we are prepared to move forward and get those resources for our communities, which is what we've been asking for some time, right? And that development capacity and allowing us to be communities that can support the MNBC. So I'm all in favor of this. I think it's a starting point. It's not perfect, but it does have meat to it and gives us direction and gives the board direction to start getting those resources for us. So thank you very much for amending the motion. I would have hated to have been negative 3 times in a row.
Thank you very much, President Goulet. I've got President Allard yet.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I didn't have a bunch of notes prepared, so I'm doing good here. I didn't support the original resolution. I support this one, but I have so many questions. I just quickly want to ask at this time, since it's in the whereas and it's in relation to that point of clarification I had earlier on into the MNGA requesting, or in this case, directing MNBC to allocate resources. Section 3 of the whereas states there was increases in the remuneration of the board of directors. I'm just wondering where those resources came from, and that's just part of the bigger questions that all of this is going to create here. So if we can find out about that, because we all know there's money there. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll certainly add your name back to the list. Given the specific question, I'll perhaps turn to Minister Harriott as the treasurer, and hopefully we'll be able to answer that question. But President Goulet, I've added your name back to the list. Minister Harriott? I hope you heard the question. So the question was, and why I'm turning to you as treasurer, the question was with regards to number 3.
Can they put that back up there?
Well, it's in regard to this part here. So the question was, given that there was an increase in the remuneration for the board members, the question was, where did the funding for that increased remuneration come from? And I think that was part of the question that Mr. Allard had, which would assist in the discussion, I presume, on the direction or the possibility of the MNGA directing the MNBC to find additional funding for communities. So where was the funding that came for the increase in remuneration?
So, I mean, this is probably a question for the Director of Finance, who, so we get small amounts of capacity dollars that haven't changed a heck of a lot in 5 years. And then we also receive a certain amount of administrative dollars from the different programs, just like any other granting program or like communities do. So I couldn't say exactly which of those pots of funding, but it's part of the administration.
Thank you. I do have a number of people on my list, and what I'll do, just to make sure that if you've raised your hand, that I've got you, so you're aware. I've got next President Jobin, then Director DeJager, then Director Fisher, Vice President Minot, President Fisher, President Olensky, President Stanwood, and Vice President Shepherd, and President Graham and President Bremner. So I'll turn next to President Jobin.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I just wanted to say I just got confirmation that that was the right answer I gave. So.
Okay. Speaker recognizes President Jobin.
Hello, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River, Golden, not Columbia Valley. We're in the river. She's in the valley. Yeah, so I'm speaking in favor of this motion as amended. Yeah, definitely had a lot of comments on it before. We actually have an office and we have an executive director, so would be looking to be able to funnel that money obviously more to staff than to our actual board. You know, I feel like, you know, I have some awesome, I call them the grant whisperers. They find all these different grants and stuff, and it's easy to find event grants and for physical things, but getting actual operation money is so difficult. So, you know, we really rely on administration portions of different grants to be able to fund the office, and there's no real stability with that. So, and without the office, I feel like we would not be able to do any of the things we do without our staff and without our office. So really, yeah, really for this. I guess my only concern is, you know, without a lot of specifics to it, like, you know, I feel like we've been asking for this forever since I've been involved. And so I guess I would just be a little worried that this would maybe just not have enough meat to it. I guess would be my only concern. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, have Director DeJager.
Louis DeJager, Region 2 Director. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to convince us. We were all presidents, and we were all there picking up bottles and cans, and, you know, and I'm just going to go off some of the stories I know of Victoria. So I didn't really like the way it was before because it just, for me, it wasn't responsible putting dollars in there because I don't know where they're going to come from. But the way that it's written now directs us. It gives us, it actually empowers us, you know, at the table when we're at the mere tables to say, this is what our people want. It was like self-governance. When you said, we want self-governance now, board, you go out and get it. So you're directing us to do what you want, and I love the way that this is done now. I agree, and Patrick and I have talked on the Finance Committee, and we've all talked around, we want sustainable, reliable funding that comes and just gives it to your community. You do what you want with it. You know how best to do it. So we just want to be there to get you that stream. We want to be able to build on that stream. So once we write it into our fiscal, we have to keep that main amount going, and let's build. Let's start finding resources now to make that sustainable. And that can even be investing. It can be anything we want to do. So thank you. I totally support this. I think it was well written. Thank you for amending it the way it is. 100% support it.
Thank you. And I next have Director Fisher.
Deb Fisher, Region 4 for East-West Kootenay. And I totally support this now with the amendments that have happened. I want to thank Cowichan for making those amendments because I want to say, as one of the kind of elders at this table, or so I've been told, I also was a president. And I recall getting a phone call from Kootenay Savings saying that I better put some money into our Columbia Valley Métis Fund because otherwise they're going to have to close the account. So I took money out, unbeknownst to my husband, who may be listening. I had to put money in from our personal account into our Columbia Valley account so it didn't get closed. I also recall the first time we got money, And those of us that have been here for a while will recall the first check we got for the Louis Riel celebration. Holy cow, I think we got $150 or something. Like, we were rich. I have always believed that I had a volunteer position until some time that we were taken serious as a government. We are a government now. I am going to Ottawa next week. What do you think is going to be one of the things I'm going to talk about? I want us being taken serious. We are the only government that run on a volunteer basis. The government should be ashamed of that. I also say thank you for taking out the amount, because you know what? We don't want to limit ourselves. That's shooting ourselves in the foot. You deserve more. Your community deserves more, and that's what we're fighting for.
Thank you very much. I next have Vice President Minot.
Again, thank you for taking a lot of that out of there. But I do support this. I've always supported us trying to support our local communities, because that is, that is our government. That's our stronghold. That's why we're here, is because of the communities out there. We wouldn't even be a government without your inclusion and all your volunteer work and all the work that you've done at the grassroots level in your communities. You guys are the ones that know what your members are wanting and what they're needing. The only thing is, I was wondering if we wouldn't mind if we made a friendly amendment to this, where the MNGA directs MNBC to negotiate resources for administrative operations capacity funding for all chartered communities. Just because that's what we're doing now. We are right now on consistent negotiations with our provincial government and our federal government. We meet with them on a monthly basis, and this is one of the biggest subjects that we do come across every time. We bring this up in every negotiations we have with on the MER table with the province, and they understand where we are coming from in regards to our communities and the capacity they need to keep them going, to keep our government alive. And that's where it comes from, is right from the communities. So if you're okay with that, it doesn't, if you're not, I would still support this resolution as written. But I'm just thinking that would just give us, a little bit more room to move around, and to assure you that we are already negotiating this process. We understand that, our communities need capacity dollars to keep alive. And we will be pushing for that regardless if this here resolution doesn't pass or it does pass. That is our final goal, is to assure that our communities are supported financially, and the capacity is there for you. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Minot, just if you can turn to the screen. So I just want to make sure if this is accurately catching what you were trying to say, that the MNGA directs MNBC to negotiate administrative and operational capacity funding for all chartered communities. Is that what you were wishing to say, or was there a slightly different wording that you were...
I was saying MNBC to negotiate resources for administrative and operational capacity.
Thank you.
I put negotiate and be right after to, keep resources in there. So MNBC to negotiate resources.
Okay, I think.
For administrative, yeah.
There we go.
If that's okay with the mover and seconder.
Okay. So I'm looking for a seconder for the proposed,
He's proposing?
on this proposal.
I have a question on that one.
We have to get it on the floor before we can have a, so I've got Monica Fisher to second it. So then so just so we're clear on the process and what we're doing, now we've got the proposed amendment from Vice President Minot. That'll start a new line of speakers. I do have the original speakers list. So if there's anyone now, for example, President Suarez, if you wish to speak to the amendment or have any questions and discussion, this would be the time for that.
Okay.
Given that we've already heard from Vice President Minot, President Fisher, did you wish to speak to this amendment at any point?
Is it something that the previous motion can accept with the changes, and then we can continue with the dialogue behind it, or?
The Speaker, Deputy Speaker, recognizes the clerk.
Thank you. One of the more common misconceptions when it comes to the motion to amend is if you need consent from the original mover and seconder to amend something. You don't. The Assembly, if they so choose, could amend a resolution to do the exact opposite of what was moved. What can be done is you have two options, one of which is to do a formal motion to amend, which is what we have here with a mover and a seconder. The other one is one of Chair Peltier's favorite things to do, and to amend by unanimous consent. Amending by unanimous consent is probably the closest way to get a quote-unquote friendly amendment on there. If, everyone was okay with it, through unanimous consent, you amend and you move on. So you have both of the options right here. So I hope that clarifies.
Thank you. And now I did have President Swears, because I know she had a question. I believe it was in relation to this. So please,
It's pertaining
go
to
ahead.
what Marlene Swears from Williams Lake. It's pertaining to what Walter said about to have the capacity to go and negotiate for funding. For me, sometimes I am capable or have that opportunity to negotiate for some funds on our own, and I'm kind of hoping that if we are online together, is that we get that general support from MNBC to get some outside funding for our funding, so that we're not stepping on each other's toes, so to speak. You go after heritage dollars, I go after heritage dollars, and we're in this quagmire. So this is where I'm going, is if the communities can be part of your negotiation strategy or something like that beforehand, because we do have outside contracts that we get, and that's all I'm saying, is that if we are cooperating on that.
Thank you. And I'll turn next to Vice President Minot, and hopefully he can perhaps answer some of that.
I'd like to say, definitely like to say yes on that, because I think when the communities are going out there and they're accessing their own dollars through other programs and initiatives, I think it's our role to support those communities in doing that. So I definitely would support that 100%.
Thank you. And I'll go to Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1. What's really exciting about where we're at right now is we're at a point where we're no longer going to have this kind of like internal competition, because in the Declaration Action Plan, it talks about a new fiscal relationship with Métis Nation British Columbia. So it's directly negotiating with government, like a whole of government approach. So it's money coming that way, not through applications, not through granting. And what's really strong about the way that we're structured is that communities are independent societies, so that's still open to you. So that's what's really, really exciting about this new fiscal relationship. And that's also why I really want to see that new charter agreement created, because we can really clarify how we're not going to be stepping on each other's toes. That's what that new charter agreement should be doing. So I just wanted to clarify sort of where we're at.
Thank you. As Deputy Speaker recognizes President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Arm Métis Association. Maybe to save some time, if the amendment goes to consensus, I'll be strongly opposed to it, so that can settle that part of it. And I will propose a formal amendment shortly here, so I'll just wait to see where this leads.
Thank you. Given that comment, I'm not going to request unanimous consent. So what we'll do, sorry, I have a hand there, so I'll recognize President Okay, President Bremner, and then President Lewis.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Now, I actually just Googled and looked up the word resource, just to see what we're actually doing in comparing these two words, right? Just to make sure I was clear in my own understanding. And resource itself can be the possibility of relief or recovery. And I think that's important, whereas if we put negotiate in here, that then it can be set on the back of the table instantly. You know, negotiations can take 10 years. So, you know, that part is really important as this one goes forward. Do we want to wait 10 years for the MNBC board to negotiate? No, unfortunately, no. The reality is we can't. We are needing some core funding from our Métis Nation of BC. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn to President Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm not too sure I like the word negotiate either, due to the fact that the timeline, it could have restraints. NMBC members, they were able to find the resources to give themselves, or to get a raise, and they also have a funding available. So I think it would be on NMBC's behalf to be able to find that money downright then and there. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have President Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this amendment. We are actively negotiating at every table for community capacity funding. I'll tell you a story about one meeting we were at in Patrick Harriet, and I believe Barb Hume was there as our elder. It was a meeting with the province. We told the stories about the communities having to do bottle drives and this and that for money, and how our communities need capacity resources, that our communities need to be funded, have offices and have staff, and that how hard our volunteers work. The Assistant Deputy Minister at that meeting not only had tears in her eyes, she was wiping away tears from her face. So this is occurring, and we are, all of our directors have been community presidents before. We know, we understand. We don't understand the amount of work and the pressure you've all been under with COVID, because that is money that the communities didn't ask for, and we expected you to be frontline workers for our communities, and we apologize for that. But none of us have ever been through a pandemic before. I just want to state that we desperately need the new governance charter agreements with each community. We need data sharing agreements, non-disclosure agreements, oaths of confidentiality as we share citizenship information with our communities and with the volunteers. And we have the other dilemma as well with community sizes. You know, how much funding goes to each community. One community could have 25 citizens. Another community could have over 2,000 citizens. So there's a vast discrepancy in the needs of each community as well. But I want to say strongly, we're negotiating everywhere we go about capacity for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. I've got President Byrd next.
Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I'm speaking against the amendment. As we've heard, they are already negotiating. That is already underway. We need the funding to follow through after that. And so I'm speaking against the amendment. This empowers the board to go and advocate, and that we have directed them to seek funding for us. That is important for them when they're in those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have Vice President Minot.
Walter Minot, Vice President, MNBC. Listening to everybody here, and the definition that Joy had written out, I would like to, at this time, to withdraw this amendment and go back to the original resolution. So at this time, I'd just like to withdraw it, if that's okay.
So given that it's actually on the floor and owned by the Assembly, if the Assembly is in agreement with allowing the withdrawal, so I will just see at this point if there's any objection to Vice President Minot withdrawing the amendment. No. Okay. Not seeing any objection, then the amendment is withdrawn. We are back to the original resolution as put forward by Cowichan. And I'm back to our original list. And just so that everyone's clear who I've got President Fisher, Vice President Delansky, President Stanwood, Vice President Shepherd, President Graham, President Bremner, President Smith, Director Hooper, and Director Gladieux. So we'll turn to President Fisher.
Monica Fisher, Columbia Valley Métis in Invermere, BC. I was a bit scared about the dialogue that was going to happen regarding this original resolution, but I'm relieved that it has been resolved. And I speak in favor of this. I came on board as a volunteer president and a second generation president, and which I'm really honored. And I want to recognize obviously the hard work that former presidents have done, because ultimately this government is where it's at because of where you all started it. That said, I did come on as a volunteer president, and with the pandemic and with the funding and with our rights being recognized, we're getting more and more funding, and so obviously there's those growing pains with that. And now as volunteer presidents, what's being asked of us is more than what a volunteer needs to be doing. And so for me, with this amendment, I do speak in favor of it, because the previous one I was thinking about taxes and T4s, and that then we're not volunteers, that we need to be able to put those dollars into providing staff. We all have a different workload because we have different citizens and a different amount of citizens. So we need the money for staffing so that we could either be a volunteer board again, or that we are being recognized for the work that we're doing. So for me, I would like to see that with MNBC, that we work with MNBC as chartered community presidents to look at the parameters in which this rolls out, so that there is accountability, because that's what's necessary and needed. And as a volunteer president, I need parameters, because I don't want people to abuse their position. So with that, I do speak in favor of the resolved resolution.
Thank you. I next have Vice President Olansky.
My concern is we never have a secretary or a treasurer that wants to help in the communities. So I think maybe if we could give them a little bit of money, that they might stay for a day or two. That's, because that's where we lead. You fall into a lot of trouble with all our community, is nobody keeps track of what's going on. Where's all this funding going? And everybody's up in arms about, well, how come they got money and how come they're doing this and that? And nobody knows. You ask somebody, they say, well, yeah, we got it, but we put it here, we put it there, but there's no transparency. So maybe that would help if we could get somebody that knew something.
Thank you. I next have President Stanwood.
Definitely speak in favor for the now as written. We had some major concerns about it before. We're kind of an exception, because we have so many people and so many different. Our capacity is so overwhelmed. When I'm new as president, and when I got there, I didn't really know what I was getting myself into, really, because I see so much and lack of capacity. So many citizens that aren't getting service because we don't have adequate funding for capacity to run our office, to do anything. I'm there juggling a bunch of balls at the end of the month, trying to find out, can I take 10% from this fund, 10% from this fund, to fund operations, to fund programs, and for mostly administration and rent, that sort of thing. So it's a real struggle. I understand that moving forward, as President Smith says, we need to find a correct formula for funding, because right now we're stretched so much. We're getting the same funding that other communities are getting, and we have over 2,000 citizens, and it's really hard to get the citizens engaged without having the capacity to engage them. So we're in that struggle, and I think moving forward, if yes, this motion would be great, and a resolution would be great to see if we can get some added capacity. But what I'm thinking is that the formula for the funding has to be in definite consideration for this, just to engage. But I'm so for it because we need it so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have Vice President Shepherd next.
Thank you, Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, but I'm going to use a little bit of time here to also offer cautionary word. Our community is very much in COVID recovery, and it doesn't matter at this point how much money is thrown at us. It's not going to fix things overnight. Supporting 700 plus people, 700 plus citizens while taking care of our own families, losing family members, taking care of our own health, mental and physical, and taking care of each other, our board members that we love and care about. It takes a considerable amount of time and effort. All while our citizenship explodes, grows exponentially. So I want to offer thank you, first of all, to MNBC for supporting us in your staff time to help us get through some of our struggles that we've had. That's really what's helped us out a great deal. We really need that while we turn this ship around. We have a bottleneck of work. Building capacity takes time, and honestly, we can't work any harder than we are right now, no matter how much money we're offered at this point. At the same time, our hardest workers are the ones who are being thrown under the bus. Because every time we talk about more money coming toward us, those who don't know, they expect us to be able to respond so quickly with that without recognizing the bottleneck of work that we have. I really would like leadership to hear that what we really need in the way of support other than just dollars is support in words, support in what's being said out loud to all of our citizens. I wish that we could take Senator Gladew's good words this morning and play it on our website for all of our citizens to see about how we need to be treating each other. Because every single volunteer here at the table, we're here because our hearts are in it. We're here because we want to change the direction of the future for our children, that they don't have to go through some of the challenges and lateral violence that we've had to go through, and that's why we're here. So I do speak in favor of this resolution, but I really want it to be heard that the money isn't going to just fix everything, that we do need that support in words and in staff time. So thank you, MNBC, for the good work that you're doing in that regard.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. I next have President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood. Yeah, I mean, Lisa said a lot of what I was going to say. So basically, I think what Colette said this morning when she said community is everything, it sure is. It sure is. And I think everybody knows that here. And I just want to note that it's necessary what our board of directors is doing, our leadership, that they're going to Ottawa and they're fighting for our rights and making our nation grow in a positive way. And we all know as well that the communities is the grassroots, and sometimes it feels like we're left behind, and that's no fault of the board, because your workload is enormous as well. I get it. But I can't stress enough how important it is that we have enough money to run our offices and to pay people to do the job properly. Because right now, we're set up all the time. And I don't want to feel like I'm unappreciative for the money we get. But it's a whole lot of work when we get it. And then it brings certain characters and stuff to us that are, well, I heard you got 20,000 from MNBC. What do I get? Instead of trying to understand that we're all volunteers that are in that office, and there's not much we can do. All our money that we get, it goes into running the office. And I have very committed people that volunteer in our office, and they deserve to be paid. They deserve to be paid. And that we can feel proud about what we're doing in our communities and not always just surviving. Because sometimes it feels like we're just surviving. You know, so it's just a no-brainer that we need money. It just fits with where we're going in this nation. We're not small anymore. We're growing. And our communities need to be in a solid foundation so that when you go off and do business for us, that we're safe at home and that we're building too. So I just want to bring awareness to that. It's just ridiculous that the communities aren't funded at this point of where we're going and where our nation is growing. And it's something that has to be dealt with, and core funding being put into place so that we can do what we need to do at grassroots and not be struggling. And I thank the board for recognizing what each of us community leaders have been through in the last couple of years through the pandemic. It hasn't been easy, and things were thrown on us, and we were scared. We're very fortunate that our region meets all the time, and a big shout out to Patrick. He's the best, and he's there for us. But I remember our meetings, and we were scared when Destiny told us what was coming, our health rep, and we didn't know. We didn't have the option to run away. We had to be on the front line and take care of our communities. And so I appreciate that you recognize that. I personally lost a mother and a brother during COVID, and a couple of the ladies on our board lost their mothers, and my vice president lost her brother. We went through so many losses during COVID, but we didn't back down. So thank you for recognizing what heroes we all are, because we are.
Thank you. I'm noting the time. We have a total of 8 speakers left, but 4 of them have already spoken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off at the 4 that have not yet spoken to this resolution, and then we will proceed to the vote, and then proceed to lunch after that. So I've got the remaining, President Bremner, President Smith, Director Hooper, and Director Gladue. And we're taking one of those names off. So President Bremner.
Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And I think just addressing, and I can't remember your name, straight across from me, and that concern about very often, because we've become, the majority of us are operational boards instead of governance boards, and this sort of funding changes that and is moving us back into more operations. And so at that point, then that treasurer and secretary wouldn't have so many hands-on duties. And I think that this funding is a part of that, because that's what's burning us out as presidents and board members in our community. And so I really am in support of this going forward, because it's a priority, because I can vouch for, I've been burnt out for a few years, never mind a few days. So I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next I have President Smith.
I won't take up too much time. I'll just take this opportunity. Thank you all again for what you do in our communities and for your volunteer work and the time you devote away from your family. We do appreciate it. We do understand what our community leaders go through, and we're with you. And like I said, we're always negotiating for community capacity, because communities need to thrive and have somewhere for people to go, and not just have the volunteers burning out trying to meet the needs of the people that come to the office as well. So just thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I'll turn lastly to Director Gladu.
Dean Gladger, Region 3, Thompson Okanagan. The reason why I wanted to speak, just a couple of things, is I was raised as a road allowance Métis. When I became president in 2017 with Two Rivers, I felt like that again. We were a road allowance. We were just picking bottles, selling bannock, things like that. So I really felt behind from our First Nations brothers and sisters that way. And even when I look at our First Nation snowboard team in Kamloops, we have half of them are Métis, but they're called the First Nation snowboard team. One day I'd love to see our own snowboard team, and that's why I became Minister of Sports, to try to, so we're still working on it. And I will work diligently, but I just want to, on this, note this about Article 4 of the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And the reason why I want to put it on record is Article 4 states, Indigenous peoples, in exercising their right to self-determination, have the right to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs, as well as ways and means for financing their own autonomous functions. We're doing this right now. And this gives us the authority, and this is a powerful document. And that's why we are getting ahead now in government. And as a director, I will make diligent effort, because if we don't do this, we will self-destruct as well. We will hurt, because we're all going to burn out. And the next one coming is, why would I want to do that? So the time is critical. We're at this critical time in our history, and we will. I make a commitment to every one of you presidents. I will do everything we can to get this going, so we have administration support at the local community. So thanks.
Thank you, Director Gladu.
Point of order, please.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you were finished, right?
Absolutely finished.
Yes. Thank you. Point of order. I only spoke once on the main motion. I wonder if the will of the Assembly would accord me the latitude to propose a formal amendment. After the break. After the break.
All right. Now, I do note that when the second amendment, or the first amendment, I guess, was spoken to, you did mention that you would wishing to bring an amendment. Given that, what I'm going to suggest is we break for lunch now. We'll return, and we'll still start back up with President Allard. And so hopefully you can. We'll have the amendment wording all set.
Yeah, it's ready.
Perfect, and we'll speak with that when we get back. Let me just double check. 11:50.
That's why I went straight to lunch.
We're going to return. We're going to return at 1:15. 1:15 return.
We'll see if I pull my amendment back there, Walter.
earbuds do I have?
Mine,
Why?
because I took them off. Because I wear them on my head so I don't lose
It's
them.
like, oh my God, where the hell did I pick these up at? Okay.
I love it.
Whoops.
All right, everyone, please take your seats. We are going to go through the roll call for quorum, and then we will turn it over to President Allard. So, Mr. Clerk?
Give everyone a quick minute just to get to your seat. Okay, I will proceed with quorum call. David Allard. Here. Joy Bremner. Xavier Brewer. Ron Caron. Nicole Corson.
There he is, Ron, right here now.
Ron Caron. Jeff Crozier. Here. Sean Davern. Here. Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche. Here. Cheryl Dodman. Here. Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando. Here. Monica Fisher. Here. Deborah Fisher. Here. Paulette Flamond. Lee Frazier. Here. Rainey Gervais. Here. Dean Gladue. Here. Tony Goulet. Here. June Graham. Here. Patrick Harriott. Present. Susie Hooper. Here. Brenda House. Travis Jobin. Here. Jamie Lee Keith. Melissa Kelm. Here. Richard Lewis. Here. Tyler Massey. Here. Betty McDonnell. Here. Caitlin Bird. Here. Walter Minot. Here. Peggy Olansky. Lana Olson. Here. Trish Paulson. Here. Brianna Peltier. Here. Lisa Shepherd. Curtis Belcourt. Val Pace. Christina Sample. Kelly Sears. Mert Servatius. Dana Shaw. Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Here.
Greg Stanwood. Joy Sundin. Marlene Swears. Sorry. Pixie Wells. Did any delegates come in that have not checked in? Kate Elliott. We'll just go back through the ones that I didn't. Paulette Flamond.
Bathroom breaks.
Okay.
There she is. Hey!
Paulette Flamond. Okay, I'll just do a last call. I don't see Mr. Belcourt. Natasha Smith? Okay. All right, we do have a quorum present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'm going to turn it next to President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. This amendment that Nicole will put up on the screen there is to add some meat to the resolution, as Mr. Jobin said, and I solemnly promise I won't be proposing any more amendments for the remainder of the day. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Caitlin Bird?
I second this. I support it. I think it adds meat to the bones.
Thank you. I will then ask our clerk to read the proposed amendment.
So the proposed amendment is to add a section B to the resolution, and it reads, the MNBC will include the MNGA Governance Committee to participate in the process that will determine the details of resourcing noted in A above.
Thank you very much, and I will turn it to our mover if he had wished to add or have any comments on his amendment.
Obviously, I support it. I hope most of you do. This speaks to the fact that we want to be involved in some of the inner workings at a larger level. Someone mentioned earlier from the board that they need to hear what we want. They need to be guided by us. I can't remember who it was, or a few people mentioned that, but here we are. This is exactly what we're doing, and I hope you respond positively to this. We need to be involved in some basic aspects of the inner workings, and I think this is a crucial one, resourcing communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and I have Caitlin Byrne.
Yep, President Bird, Main Commission Greater Victoria. I think the governance committee already is composed of, or should be composed of, representatives from each of the 7 regions, and so we have that in place where we'll have the geographic diversity represented in this process. And of course, those people are appointed by our regional governance council, so that process was already in place with the governance committee. This ensures we have that community voice taking part in the process to determine the resourcing.
Thank you very much. I next have Mr. Dieger.
I support this. I think this is a great place to also talk about a proper, fair funding formula that's fair for all regions and all communities as well.
Thank you very much. President Smith.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit confused because the MNGA Governance Committee reports back to the MNGA. My concern with this is that would MNBC still be able to move forward if we have capacity, we receive capacity, or do we have to wait for this to come back to another MNGA from the governance committee? I see community capacity more as operational than governance, so I guess I just need clarification.
Being part of the committee.
Thank
you, Chair. David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. Being part of that committee and also the submitter of and supporter of this resolution. I think that's one valid question, but there's going to be so many more. But by not having this amendment, it won't take away a lot of those questions. If anything, we'd be, as community members, we'd not be part of asking those questions or involved in how to move forward in response to those questions. This just adds our presence to it. And that's pretty much it, because there's going to be a lot of questions and there's nothing set in stone. It's wide enough that we can start seriously considering these issues and acting on them, but it includes the communities via the committee, the governance committee. But there'll be lots of questions, but action is better than inaction in my mind in this point.
Thank you. For a question?
Yeah,
Sure, yes.
And thank you for that, Mr. Allard. I appreciate that. And yes, we do want to take direction from our communities when it comes to funding our communities. However, at times when we get contributions agreements from the province or from the federal government, we're bound by those contribution agreements as well. So sometimes we don't have flexibility, but I appreciate that communities should be involved in discussions around community resourcing and especially the funding formula. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Next on my list have President Fernando.
Hi, Alicia Fernando, President of Tri-River Métis Association. I just feel, I guess, speaking against the amendment that we already have a framework through the RGC to have community voice through our regional rep and regional council. The governance committee doesn't have a full, I guess, representative of each region either. So I guess I like the spirit of it, but I can't agree with the amendment.
Thank you. Excuse me. I next have Minister Harriott.
Patrick Harriott, Region 1 Director. So I had some conversations over lunch, and I think there's several things here. One is I absolutely would love to have help on doing an equitable funding formula. Like, speaking as the treasurer, like I want to hear from communities as a whole what that looks like going forward, because that's not an easy task. And I want to make sure that that has the support of the governing assembly, because that is all the communities. I guess similar to what an earlier comment was, is the governance committee going to be making those decisions without bringing it back to the whole? So I just thought I'd put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have President Smith here, Natasha Smith. Oh, okay. Well, I have you on my list now, so you're there. All right, thank you.
Two President Smiths at
Yeah.
the table.
I've got President Crozier.
I'm just concerned that the amendment would actually lend to micromanaging what you are doing as a board. And so I know for myself as one, I hate micromanaging and I hate being micromanaged. So I believe the amendment or the resolution as it stands with just A gives you a directive from us to do that, but the second amendment ties things up in the polity. So just, I wouldn't be in favor of the second amendment.
Thank you. I next have Minister Hooper.
So I would speak against the amendment. I think the funding formula, although it's just part of this, the funding formula for all communities and all regions, we all know has been an issue, and we as a board, we have spent some time on this. Have we come out with a right solution? Probably not. But we've come up with a solution just like the last COVID wave. But I think they should go back to the RGCs to discuss what the RGCs think about the governance or the funding formula, because it has not gone to the RGCs. So I think that could be a start, and then come out from there to this table, what the funding formula should look like. We got 2 more MNGAs before the AGM in September, so we can discuss this further. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to note, we've got one MNGA before the AGM. Yeah, the one in June.
Stand corrected. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands on And as I say that, of course, I see President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I get the intention, but to President Smith's point, you know, it could limit us if a funding agreement comes in at a time. We'll be going back to this governance committee to be included in that process, and then we're delaying funding. I think would not be coming to the communities as quickly as we would want it to be, because when they meet, it might not meet the cycle of when things come through, when contribution agreements are signed, when agreements come through. So I think we would be limiting ourselves to making this amendment. I think the original A is quite clear and says that we're giving them direction, and when that money's there, flow it to the community. So I think it's quite clear in my opinion. So I'll probably be voting against the amendment. I get the intent, but I'd be voting against the amendment.
Thank you, President Goulet. And I've got President Bremner, who's going to keep it under 3 minutes.
Thank you for the reminder. Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And I think one of the things is because I do not believe we've seen the limitations you're putting on funding to each of the communities depending on size. Have we seen that? The formula?
Sure, perhaps I can have President Smith speak to that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if our CFO is still in the room, but she could speak to that. Anna, are you here? Oh, we'll have Anna speak to it. There is a different funding formula in place, depending on the community size, but it's not written in stone, and it's just something we had to implement during our COVID funding. The last wave. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, in the last wave of COVID, we really took a look at the funding formula, and it went through a lot of discussion, and we were looking at it based on the population of each different community. So there was a lot more work that went into figuring out what that was. We recognize that those numbers will change, but that is how we proposed the last funding allotment, and to build off that moving forward. So obviously, we're going to need to keep accurate counts and look at that on a regular basis for any funding flowing out in the future. But it was on a individual community basis. And then as well, there's other considerations. There's rural considerations. There's those other pieces that go into it. So we're still discussing that part of it. But for we looked at a base and then top-ups based on citizenship and where the community is located. So there was just a lot of variables that went into it. So there's no, we don't have one set formula, but it's evolving.
I think we would all appreciate it if we could have that, even though it is not set in stone at this time, because it would be really helpful for us in considering then this going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker recognizes President McDonough.
It's always been a point to me that although we're a smaller community, if you happen to do your formula and decide how much we were getting on the day that I had most of my community taken away, I would have. Number two, when you look at your formulas, and I'm glad that you look at where we are located, smaller communities have a lot less other supports. We don't have Salvation Army to go and get food from and things like that. The other thing is my community has long been a community, and when you look at our numbers, including self-identifying, we're over 500. You look at our MNBC numbers right now, and they're about 170. So, and I don't, and my community won't decline our self-identifying, because many of them have historically been a part of my community. So I'm not sure that we would have that voice before those numbers were agreed to by whomever. So that's just my opinion for my community.
Thank you. I'll go to President Allard.
Yeah, thank you. David Howard, Salmon Métis Association. I just recently learned in the last day here, after a few weeks of trying to assist in filling in the open positions at the MNGA Governance Committee, that all three are close to being filled. Two are officialized. Region 5 and 7, and Region 4 has a name up for consideration. So that basically means after a year, this committee was created at last MNG. After a year, the committee is full. So the representation is there. If the amendment doesn't pass, I'm obviously okay with that. I will still support the original resolution. Obviously, it's just that in its original form, it's too broad, in my opinion. We're referring back to MNBC as taking charge of this process. What does that mean? The directors, the staff, the 22,000 citizens, the onus will be on that entity, MNBC, to direct the way forward into how the resources will be allocated. For me, that's not good enough. It's that one term, MNBC. That's why I'd like to have input from communities via the governance committee that is real close to being fully subscribed to here. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we'll probably have one final speaker, Director Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director and Treasurer. So I just wanted to speak to what comments I heard about the funding formula. And it is evolving, but some of those considerations that were mentioned were included, and that's the rural and remote portion, because we recognize that there's economies of scale at times, so it's not just about population, right? So that's why we had a baseline, and then the rest of it was broken up by population, and then there was a 10% consideration for rural, remote, and those other factors. And I also want to talk about the citizens versus self-identified. Like, I understand that it's difficult because communities have members that are not citizens. And I mean, I struggle with that a bit because I know that that's the reality in my home community, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're accountable to citizens. So we're trying to increase the Citizenship Registry and lower those barriers. When I say barriers, I mean like just the timeline, right? We're not changing the criteria. But we want to encourage more people to come back to the nation, but we can't fund according to self-identified.
Yes, recognize President McDonnell.
I understand your intention. I understand what you're saying about self-identifying, but perhaps you could help me in that I have community members who I've known they were Métis all my life. They've lived that life. They don't speak it, they live it. They can't get a card from MNBC because, through no fault of MNBC's, please don't get me wrong, but they trace back to Quebec. How do I say no to them? They have been such workers in my community. So if you could explain to me where in there, as a leader, I should say no. I don't recognize you now.
I'm going to, and I appreciate the discussion, and I know it's a very important discussion, but I'm going to, just as a point of order, because it's now getting away from the topic of the resolution, and we do have a lot of business, but I do appreciate, and I know Mr. Harriet, and those conversations are going to be, there, and it's an important conversation. So I'm going to, at this point, every time I say that I don't see any other hands. Okay, I'm unfortunately, President Goulet, I am going to stop it here. We are going to vote on the amendment. You have spoken.
I just wanted for me to understand. I know I said that I wouldn't, but after listening to the discussion, I might change my vote. But I wanted to ask a question on what what A and B actually means. A is giving one, and then B is saying including the MNGA. So if funding were to come, sorry, if I may,
Yep.
if funding were to come through A, we wouldn't have B, but B is that a process will be put in place with the Métis governing, with the MNGA governing committee to look at a process. So I just want to know what the process is. So if funding were to come in a contribution agreement, would we get the funding, and then we're going to do part B to start involving what a process would look like? Or am I confused? I just want a point of clarification or information before I change my vote, because after listening that the governing assembly is full, I think that's a good starting point. But I'm just a little bit, if we're gonna get funding, then we go to the MNGA and yada yada yada. So I just want clarification on if we do this, it's giving us some meat, but it's also saying we're gonna get some funding should it come.
I'm going to go back to both our mover and our seconder to respond to that, because interestingly, I saw our mover not shaking his head this way and our seconder nodding her head this way. So I'm going to allow, this is the last response, even if I see President Goulet's hand come up again. So I'll turn it first to President Allard, and then we'll conclude with President Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. Tony, Saminar Métis Association, David Allard. So the intent of the amendment, Section B, is to be broad enough that it won't hamstring any processes, funding agreements, and anything of that nature. And it says participate in the process. So that's quite open-ended. It basically means community representatives via the governance committee have a foot in the door and they have input. Because it's going to happen one way or the other with us or without us if the resolution passes without the amendment. And then it'll be decided with less of our voice. So this is not a 100% prescriptive approach to this. The amendment is more, let's get in there, we participate, and we'll be open to moving on based on best practices and input as we go forward. Director DeJager mentioned that we'd have to consider equitable shares of resources, which makes sense. So that's just one question of many others. But we want to be in those discussions. If we're not in there, it'll be discussed on our behalf. That's not enough for me. So that's why I submitted this amendment. It's fairly broad, but it gets us in the door as communities, in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn lastly to President Byrd.
Thank you. Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. The A is that we direct MNBC to find funding. We don't say that they have to find it from any particular location. That is up to operationally for them to figure out where the funding comes from. So in the assumption is there will be funding. The amount, we don't know. Where, we don't know. There will be funding. B is that the governance committee will have a part in the process about what that looks like, and so that it won't be in a silo that MNBC will do it on their own. Governance committee will be part of those conversations. To what extent, as Dave Allard mentioned, is very fluid and flexible, but we will be part of a conversation through the governance committee.
Thank you very much. And so at this point then, we're going to vote by a show of hands. This would be for not the resolution as a whole, but just for the amendment. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. This is on a majority basis.
That is correct. So all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and keep them up so I can count them, please. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Any abstentions? So the count is thank you. So the count is 32 in favor, 10 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So the amendment passes, and we are back to the resolution as amended. And of course, we've had plenty of discussion going towards the break, so I'm going to now move to vote on the resolution. This will be a roll call vote, given it is the original the resolution. However, it also be by majority on this one, given it's not affecting legislation or the Constitution.
Thank you. I will now call the roll in reverse order. Pixie Wells?
I'm in favor.
Marlene Swears? Yes. Joyce Sundin? Greg Stanwood? Yes. Lisa Smith?
Yes.
Natasha Smith? Yes. Dana Shaw? Yes. Mert Servatius? Yes. Kelly Sears? Yes. Christina Sample? Yes. Curtis Belcourt? Yes. Lisa Shepard? Yes. Brianna Peltier? Yes. Trish Paulson? Yes. Lana Olson? Yes. Peggy Olansky? Yes. Walter Minot?
Yes.
Caitlin Bird? Yes. Betty McDonnell? Yes. Tyler Massey? Yes. Richard Lewis? Yay. Melissa Kelm?
Yes.
Travis Jobin?
Yes.
Susie Hooper?
Yes.
Patrick Harriet?
Yes.
June Graham? Yes. Tony Goulet?
Absolutely, with a smile.
That should be noted in the minutes.
Dean Gladue?
Yes.
Rainey Gervais?
Yes.
Lee Frazier? Yes. Paulette Flamond?
Yes.
Deborah Fisher?
Yes.
Monica Fisher?
Yes.
Alicia Fernando? Yes. Kate Elliott?
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman?
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche?
Yes.
Louis DeJager?
Yes.
Sean Davern?
Yes.
Jeff Crozier?
Yes.
Nicole Corson?
Yes.
Ron Caron?
Yes.
Xavier Brewer?
Yes.
Joy Bremner?
Yes.
David Allard?
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Yes, that is a unanimous yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, Chair recognizes President Lewis.
I would thank everybody for passing that motion. As well, I would like to thank President Byrd for summing up my words into a shorter version. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Moving along, we've got before us Resolution 6 on page 66 of your booklet. Clarification of voting for MNGA members. This impacts our legislation, so it is going to be a 75% plus vote, and I'm going to turn it over to our clerk to read us through the resolution, please.
Thank you. Resolution 6 submitted to the 2023 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The subject is clarification of voting for MNGA members. Legislation affected is the MNGA Act, submitted by the MNBC Board of Directors to the MNGA Clerk on January 17th, 2023. Whereas a principle in any deliberative assembly is that each member is entitled to one vote, and while community presidents may also hold a second post as a regional representative, there is a mechanism in the MNGA Act for the Vice President to attend MNGA meetings if the President is unable to do so. Be1resolved that the following changes be made to the MNGA Act. Insert the following as Article 3.1.1. A person shall hold one member position at MNGA meetings. If the person holds more than one role that is part of the membership of the MNGA as set out in 3.1 above, they must inform the clerk of the role they will be fulfilling. And insert the following as Article 4.2.1 subsection A. That will read, each member of the MNGA is entitled to one vote per motion at meetings.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder, please, for this resolution. Okay. a seconder? Dean Gladio. So moved by Dr. Elliott and seconded by Regional Director Dean Gladio. Discussion on the motion.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for discussing this resolution. So we have found ourselves in a position where we have had many of our community presidents. We all wear many different hats and have different roles, but in which some of our community presidents also hold either a youth representative position or a regional women's representative or sorry, I have baby brain. It's a very real thing. So what we want to do is introduce some legislation to be able to add some clarity around the voting mechanism. So around this table, we all have one vote. We are all equals. And we needed to hash that out and give a bit more guidance to what happens when we do have two people wearing two different hats that would be entitled to, potentially be entitled to have membership to vote at this table. It's a little preview of the next resolution.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elliott. I'll ask our seconder, Director Gladio, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this motion, just simply, every person at the table should only have one vote and not two. It could make a difference and sway a difference, especially and then it comes off balance of true democracy, and that's my concern, so I support this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Director Gladio. Chair recognizes President Dodman.
Thank you. I too. It was on. I do support this resolution. I do feel that there needs to be another step, though, taking into the fact that if, as a president, your vice president cannot sit in your place, there needs to be a way to bring a secondary regional representative or someone to sit in your regional representative's place if you have to sit in the president's place. Saying that, I am president and regional women's rep, so yay. My vice president wasn't able to be here, and I have to be in here as president, but should the next resolution go forward, we would need a way to make it possible for both positions to have a vote, so someone to back up that position, if that makes sense.
Okay. Would anyone else like to make a comment or have discussion? Okay, question has been called. Our clerk will lead us through the vote.
Okay, so because this resolution is going to amend legislation, we require a 3/4 majority to pass. And that is a 3/4 majority of votes in favor. I'm usually a little more sharper on the ball on this, but that would be 34 votes in favor. Apology for that. David Allard.
Yes.
Joy Bremner. Yes. Xavier Brewer. Yes. Ron Caron. Yes. Nicole Corson. Yes. Jeff Crozier.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche. Yes. Cheryl Dodman. Yes. Kate Elliott.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando. Yes. Monica Fisher. Yes. Deborah Fisher. Yes. Paulette Flamond. Yes. Lee Frazier. Yes. Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladio.
Yes.
Tony Goulet. Yes. June Graham. Yes. Patrick Harriott.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Melissa Kelm.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Betty McDonnell.
Yes.
Caitlin Berg.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
Yes.
Peggy Alansky. Yes. Lana Olson. Yes. Trish Paulson.
Yes.
Brianna Peltier.
Yes.
Lisa Shepard. Yes. Curtis Belcourt.
Yes.
Christina Sample.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
Yes.
Joyce Sundin.
Yes.
Marlene Swears.
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Okay. And with the bingo, we have unanimous consent. Motion passed.
My partner up here is getting all the easy ones here. So we are moving on to resolution number 7. Just give me a moment. Yes. So I will turn it over to our clerk. However, sorry, just a moment. Thank you for that. I'll turn it over to our clerk to read out resolution number 7. This is on page 67 of the books.
Resolution number 7 submitted to the 2023 MNGA. The subject, MNGA membership addition of MWBC and MYBC regional representatives. This legislation will affect the MNGA Act and the Constitution, and it was submitted by the MWBC and MYBC chair to the MNGA clerk on January 9th, 2023. Whereas, all MNBC duly elected representatives shall comprise the MNGA, and the other provincially elected positions within MNBC comprise the MNGA. For uniformity and simplicity, all provincially elected positions within MNBC should comprise the MNGA. And the Métis Women of British Columbia and the Métis Youth of British Columbia are a valuable resource for and on behalf of the Métis citizens and people of British Columbia, an effective voice in the MNBC governance process, and an excellent model for the Canadian Métis and the Canadian population in general. Be it resolved that the composition of the MNGA be amended to include the regional women's and youth representatives as voting members of the MNGA by amending the following legislation. In the MNGA Act, strike "and" at the end of Article 3.1 subsection A. Add the following in Article 3.1. The regional representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia and the regional representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and renumber the existing sub-articles in Article 3.1, so it shall read, 3. The MNGA shall be composed of 3.1. The MNBC executive as represented by the President, Vice President, Treasurer, Secretary, plus the regional directors, Métis Women of British Columbia Chairperson, and Métis Youth of British Columbia Chairperson. 3.2. The regional representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia and the regional representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia, and 3.3, the presidents of the charter communities of the MNBC. In the Constitution, strike out the current Article 29 and insert the following. Article 29, the Métis Nation Governing Assembly shall be comprised of 29.1, the elected presidents or vice presidents of communities. 29.2, the elected president, vice president, and regional directors of the MNBC. 29.3, the chairperson and regional representatives of the Métis Women of British Columbia. 29.4, the chairperson and regional representatives of the Métis Youth of British Columbia. 29.5, in the event a community president is unable to attend a general assembly, the community's vice president may represent that community.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to look for a mover and a seconder. And I believe I see, yes. Thank you very much. So I'll turn it to Chairperson Davern.
Hi, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. This resolution was brought up a few years back when there was, I believe it was for the change of terms for the youth back from 2 years to back to 4 years. And a lot of MNGA presidents were uncomfortable with voting on that because they said that they had to speak to the youth and that they didn't want to speak on behalf of their youth. Or, sorry, like without consulting their youth first. That's really where this comes from. Our youth and our women are already coming to the MNGAs. They're funded to be here. And they sit on the sidelines, or, you know, they're presidents and they have to wear two hats. This is really an opportunity, I think, for us to really look at the issues of communication with our women and youth, and potentially why they aren't feeling represented, and hopefully, you know, we can move forward in a great way and have a more wholesome MNGA with that full representation of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker recognizes Dr. Elliott.
I'm speaking in favor of this. Thank you, Minister Davern, providing some of the preamble. For many years with the MyWBC and MyBC committees, they come, they're eager to learn, but yet they find themselves sitting in the sidelines, sitting in the gallery with 8 out, being able to have that representation at the table. They're duly elected through our provincial election process that we have. Moreover, they are voting members at the RGC, and they have an equal voice at that table, and it just doesn't make sense why all of a sudden we come to this room and they're stripped of that voice. We have the youth representatives, we have MyBC representatives in the need to hear those specialized voices and to be able to have the voice for our, not just the women at the table, but the marginalized women at the table. And it makes it extremely hard when motions are brought to this table where we aren't able. I'm lucky to be sitting around 2 amazing women who wear multiple hats and community presidents. We have a youth representative as well, who's unfortunately unable to be here, who does double duty, but we need to have that equal voice at the table. When it comes to the question of funding, the youth, based on our bylaws, our policies and procedures, are already required to be here as part of our governance structure. So I know we're really cramped at the table, but really what we're asking for is 7 more microphones for each of us. See what I did there with the math? I mean, it sounded a little lower. I'm trying to be a politician. I know we're all cramped for elbow room too, so I was hoping we'd have more luxurious space that would make my argument a little bit better. But I'm really excited to have this hit the floor and to be able to have some open discussion. I know we've all identified different issues of governance reform, and I think this is just one of many areas that we could have a healthy debate on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker recognizes next Minister Flamond.
Yes, good afternoon. Paulette Flamond, Region 7, Northeastern British Columbia. I'm just curious, because I believe that in the Youth Act and the Women's Act that there's supposed to be a vice chair of MWBC and MYBC. So is there, in fact, a vice chair of those two?
Thank you. I have President Crozier.
Hi, Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I feel like as we grow as a nation, so should our representation. And just briefly, I am in favor of this. I know it is a dividing issue even within our community. However, I feel that as growth is needed, we need to move forward and bring all those youth and our ladies to the table and give them what they deserve. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I next have Minister De Jager.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm going to speak as the chair of the 2S LGBTQIA+ committee. We had a committee special meeting on Tuesday, February 28th, just on this issue. We're not in favor of this issue. With all due respect, this committee was formed by this body, the MNGA, to provide advice regarding a lot of issues that affect LGBTQ people, Métis people. We don't have one seat. We have not one voice at any stage of governance of this body, even though you said, go out, form a committee, and bring us back some advice. We tried to do that with some legislation that unfortunately did not get in. We would like this pushed to at least June, so we have a chance to present toward the MNGA on a seat for us. So we have a voice. We don't want to be represented by other groups. We honestly feel that adding 7 more gender-specific seats, make it 8 gender-specific seats. We don't have one. We'd like this committee, this body of governance, to consider that and give us a chance to present our voice so we can have at least one seat to represent all the people who are suffering the same way with suicides. Unbelievable statistics that you will see in a report that's going to be released by the Greater Métis Nation of Victoria in the next probably couple of months. That's how much it means to this committee. Please do not let this go through. It's an imbalance. It creates a big imbalance of governance. And for us, it just isn't fair.
Thank you. Mr. Diego, I want some clarification if you are making a motion to postpone or if you're suggesting that.
I can make a motion to move this or postpone it until at least June.
Okay.
That would be awesome.
If I can just have a moment. Thank you. So we have a motion to postpone this to the June 2023 MNGA. Do I have a seconder for that
yes,
motion?
Yes, you do. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis.
Thank you. I can recognize our clerk.
So I just want to confirm to the Assembly and definitely to the movers and seconders that the language up there, that this matter be postponed to the June 2023 MNGA reflects the sentiment of the motion to postpone. Is that correct?
I'm seeing Director Jaeger nodding his head as well as President Goulet. Yes. Thank you. So I do have a list from previous, but we're now going to enter a brief discussion on the whether to postpone. So there may be discussion that goes to the main amendment, but only if it's in the context of the reason to postpone or not postpone. So I'm going to, at that point, we have heard from Mr. Diego. We heard the second President Goulet. Do you wish to speak to the issue of postponement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis. And just to the comments from Diego, I think there's an opportunity to hear from different ways of looking at this. I mean, we could have other requests coming from others that would like to join this MNGA, and we have to be careful as to let some in, then we're going to end up opening this up to a broader community. You know, we've got a lot of groups that would like to probably be part of the MNGA, so we have to be careful, and I think we need some consideration, and we need to really take into account the comments that Diego made. You know, I mean, there's some opportunities, right, in how we address that. So I'm in favor of postponing it until June, and I wish that we would just have that discussion and be able to really think about what we're doing to the MNGA. So.
Thank you. I next have President Smith.
Thank you. And I guess I question this resolution is put forward by the women and the youth. And I do honor and understand that the other group deserves to have some time at this table. I'm wondering if the LGBTQIS+ would want to put forward their own resolution and we carry on with this one. There's also other committees we have. We have our Veterans Committee. Perhaps their chairperson should be at the table. We have BC Manor. perhaps their chairperson should be at the table. So I do have a problem because we do have the youth chair and the women's chair at the table currently. But if it's going to be opened up to other groups, I think we have to really seriously look at this. But I'm just focusing that this has been put forward by the women and the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I've got Dr. Elliott next speaking to the postponement.
I'd like to speak against the postponement. I thank you for your comments, Director DeJager, about inclusion and feeling left behind. I think what we need to do is be able to move different groups forward so we can bring each other forward and be able to lead some of the pathway and the change. I just wanted to draw the Assembly's attention to the first point of our resolution under the whereas, where all Métis Nation British Columbia duly elected representatives shall comprise the MNGA. I think there needs to be a lot of legislation and work bringing forward to be able to have the 2S LGBTQI+ brought to the table, and I'm in favor of that. I'm supportive of that. We need to be inclusive. We need to be able to welcome everyone with open arms because it's a different lived experience, and they deserve a voice. But I don't think we can wait moving everything forward and to have everyone come together. So I speak opposing the resolution to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1. So one of my passions is governance, and that's part of nation building. And I think what was created needs to have a fresh look about how we represent different voices, because a good balance makes a well-functioning representative democracy, which is what we're creating here in our nation building. So I'm just speaking to sort of what I've heard from different people around the table about voices that may not be included, and myself, when I was a community president, I often thought, well, as far as representative democracy goes, like a community of 25 has the same number of votes as a community of 2,000. So it's all about balance, and I guess I'll speak to the postponement. I wouldn't want to just postpone. I would want to talk about it. You know what I mean? I'd want to figure this out so that when it comes back, there's a balance struck. So I just thought I would say that.
Thank you very much. Vice President Shepherd.
I'd also like to speak against the postponement of this. Many years ago, I remember the then president of the Métis National Council being pressed to include gender diverse folk in the, they were looking at the Constitution at that point. And I'm one of the ones who spoke up and pressed because we didn't get a straight answer. And I spoke up. As I can speak only from my point of view, so as a woman, taking care of everybody is so important to me. What concerns me is a comment that I heard a short while ago here. How it landed on me was, if we open the door to those people, then we're going to have to open the door to other people. That's the wrong approach. When I look at who is volunteering at our local foundry, when I look at who is organizing pride events, it's the women. It's not just the women, but I'm saying the ones, so I should say the ones who are allies to, pardon me, I didn't mean it to come out that way. The ones who are allies to are gender diverse folks in doing this. It's the women that I'm seeing volunteering and speaking out against things like SOGI 123. And so for that reason, I'm going to speak against postponing this, because I do feel that we need to have this discussed today. And I feel that that's going to put everybody in a better position to have their voices heard. Thank you, and all my relations.
Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. President Corson.
Thank you, Nicole Corson, West Kootenay Métis. I
have so much respect and care for everything that's been shared today, and I think that this is a really important issue, and how we approach gender is yet another opportunity for us to be leaders, both in our communities and in this greater country and the world. And it's a really pivotal time right now, and important to take our time and do this with care. And I'm wondering if it would be possible to separate this resolution out a bit with the youth and the women being addressed separately, because one of those groups is very clearly gendered and one isn't necessarily. So we may be able to address some of this, at least at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just a moment and we'll move to the next speaker.
Apologies, I have to look something up.
The Corsons like to bring hard questions.
Speaker recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, and thank you for the tough question that turned me to my tabs in the book. While the question can be divided, at this time, because there is a subsidiary motion to postpone, the postpone must be handled before a division. So if were this postponement to fail, you would be able to then make your motion to divide the question. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Chairperson Davern.
Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. I want to start by saying that I am a non-binary, two-spirited person. I use they, them pronouns. And I'm speaking against the postponement because I feel one of the biggest reasons that we brought this forward was to talk about it. And I feel that in postponing it, we're not giving it the discussion that we feel it's warranted. I'll also echo the previous statement made that, whereas number one, all Métis Nation, British Columbia, our duly elected representatives shall comprise Métis Nation's governing assembly. I feel like us postponing this is shooting down the opportunity for discussion for our youth and our women. And if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I just really want to have that conversation today and start having these conversations because it's so important that we ask why this was even brought forward in the first place. I really want this to be discussed today, and so I will be speaking against the postponement. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 5 other individuals on the list. However, I've just advised that the mover of the postponement motion is asking to withdraw. That is possible, as we did previously, if there's agreement from as a whole. So what I'm going to ask is if there is any objection to the withdrawal of the postponement, So if someone wishes to continue with the postponement, then that would be the objection, and we would continue on with this brief discussion and the remaining speakers. Otherwise, we would go back and speak to the original resolution. So is there anyone opposed to the withdrawal of the postponement motion? And I think the intention is, sorry. Thank you. So yes, so is there any objection to the withdrawal of the postponement motion? And then it would be back open to potential amendments on the original resolution. Going once, going twice, sold. So the postponement motion is withdrawn with the consent of the assembly. So those individuals who were listed to speak on the postponement are off that list. We're back to the original list that I had. And I am going to continue with that. So there are some people that I know there may be some motions. So if you're wishing to get back onto this list, then we can do that. I next go to President Smith.
Actually, I'll wait.
Okay, I'll move to President McDonnell.
We're hoping I remember what it was I wanted to say. I wanted to speak in favor of the motion. I think the women and the youth have waited long enough. I've been at many of these where they've asked, please include us. We were listed today. All of the wonderful youth have gone on to be MNC, to be CEO, and every one of them have earned their spot. And I think that it's time we said yes. And the women, well, how many presidents here are women? Keep it, not that the men don't count, but many women have kept our chartered communities alive for a long time. And so I just hope we vote yes. Merci.
Thank you. I did have Dr. Elliott, but this will be your second, so I'm just going to keep bumping you a little bit. Or you were on the list for to speak a second time?
Oh, I think it was just more to not postpone.
Okay.
So I'm good.
Okay, thank you. I next had President Goulet. Thank you. And next had Mr. Diager.
I would like to put amendment forward to add a seat for two SLGBTQIA+.
And we'll just try to think where we can. Point of order, yeah.
Do we have an elected representative for the two LGBTQ plus IS? So what has to happen before we do this? I'm in favor of everyone having equal say and representation, but I'm just wondering, are we putting the cart before the horse at the moment? Do we have to create that seat first in order to have that representative?
Thank you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let our wonderful staff assist in just making sure that we've got the motion as proposed by Director Diager, and if we have it seconded, then perhaps we can have that question and it'll be on the floor properly. And so
Point of order.
just I'll turn to you in just a moment, but thank you, and I'll get to the point of order in just a second. Thank you. What we'll do is we'll just need to stand down briefly. Our clerk just needs to confer, just so we've got the wording, and then I'll turn to President Lewis on his point of order. All right, thank you, everyone. If I can have you returning to your seats when you get a chance, and I will recognize President Lewis for your point of order, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis Association, or something like that. I'm just looking at the resolutions, and resolution number 16, it looks like it's to address the 2SLGBTQIA issue. Is that correct? And why would we be dealing with it now? I'm just kind of clarification and whatnot. Thank you.
Yes, so obviously from Resolution 16, it's a motion to engage in discussion. Presumably, if depending on what the wording that we're going to receive here, the confirmation of the wording on the amendment that's being brought, if that were to be properly on the floor, that may make Resolution 16 redundant. Given that at this point, 16 is just a discussion, but if it's depending on the amendment, and we'll hear the wording in a moment, it may be we're going to have a discussion and an actual item to vote on, which would be different than Section 16, where there's nothing to vote on, other than having just a discussion about that issue. So we may be essentially having the discussion now as part of the amendment to Resolution 7, but with a potential the actual effect that might come out as opposed to just a general discussion. And if that's the case, and if it does pass, we may not need Resolution 16, but we'll get there when we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So if we can, I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Perfect. So thank you for giving us a couple of minutes to put this together, because we would actually have to add something into the legislative changes. So I'd like to refer everyone to the highlighted section, which deals with the part of Article 3 of the MNGA Act, which lists the composition of the MNGA. The proposal is to add a Article 3.4 that will read: a representative of the 2SLGBTQIA+ community. And then if we scroll down, we would be adding that as an Article 29.5 into the Constitution, also saying a representative of the 2SLGBTQIA+ community. So in both pieces of legislation, we'll be adding the representative as Minister DeJager is proposing.
So thank you. And so I'm going to ask if we have a seconder for the proposed amendment there. And I'm seeing a hand.
Dixie Wells, President of the Fraser Valley Métis Association.
Thank you. So we are now on the amendment on the floor. Don't worry for anyone that was on my previous list. I'm keeping it. I've got it there. Yes. So we will start. I will turn it over, and I know Director DeJager spoke to this briefly. If you want to speak to the specific wording, and then I'll turn to, and I see your hand, thank you. And then we'll turn to our seconder, and then I've got President Paulson next. So.
Yeah, this is great. This is a beginning, and that's all we wanted, was just somewhere that we can be represented. It addresses discrimination, prejudice, mental health challenges, suicide, domestic abuse, exploitation, and all those things. We just want to be heard. Once you see the stats that come out, you're going to be shocked. And this is just in British Columbia. We need to do something now. We can't be left behind. And this is at least a good beginning. Please vote for this.
Thank you very much. I'll turn next to President Wells.
Tanse, everybody. Pixie Wells, the president of the Fraser Valley Métis Association. I'm in favor of this for a few reasons. Unfortunately, we were working on putting a resolution together. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in time. Unfortunately, we would have had a resolution out here. But I think this just strengthens our nation as people. I think we need to move forward together. If we're talking about moving our nation forward as people and growing, we need to do this together. It doesn't matter if you're 2S LGBTQIA+, or a woman, or a man, or a youth. We're all in this together, and we all need to be in the same ship together. And you guys, when you see the stats, and this is just BC, and you need to remember, the first Two World Two-Spirit event happened here in BC. 26 people came out. Out of those 26 people that were there, 170 pages of data collected, never collected before, on behalf of 2S LGBTQIA+, Métis specific, that we're all going to be able to use in our communities to hopefully be able to strengthen and work with our 2S LGBTQIA+ people in our own communities. 170 pages of data that's going to come back to you. You're probably going to maybe a 40-pager, but whatever. This is data that we can use and grow on as a nation together. So I'm asking you all, please vote for this, because I can tell you, as a person who's came in to myself when I was 15 years old, I'm sitting here at 55, and this is the first time in my life I've had a freaking voice as a 2S LGBTQIA+ person, and I think it's our time too. Hi, merci. Thank you for listening, all my relations.
I've got President Paulson next.
Thank you. I think I have this working correctly now. Everyone can hear me. My name is Patricia Paulson, Northwest BC Métis Association. As I'm listening to everything that's being said here today, I'm looking around at the table, and I see all these groups represented here now. And I don't think that I or anyone here should have to identify our sexual orientation to be here. And I actually, and this is important coming from me because I hold dual roles in this environment, not at this table, but within MNBC, that, it's easy to assume about people if someone's cisgen or two-spirited or male or female, but I would just like everyone to check their judgments on that, because a lot of people think I'm cisgen. Well, you're wrong. And who else here might have a different identity that hasn't come out and that still sits at this table and shouldn't have to come out to have a voice? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paulson. I next have President Smith.
Hi, everybody. I strongly support the 2S LGBTQIA+ committee and their community, and I am an ally of that community, a strong ally. However, we did have a resolution 16 for a discussion on this, and I think it might be better served if it came in a separate resolution to our June MNGA. We still have another MNGA, and I've heard that they have almost finished a resolution to be put forward. And I have to say this, not out of any disrespect to the community. It's also, you've heard from me that our Veterans Chairperson would like a seat at this table, and our BC Métis Assembly of Natural Resources would like a seat at this table. And both of those groups have an act. We have a Veterans Act and we have a Natural Resources Act. So I think we still have a lot of work to go. Of course, keeping in mind that the veterans and the BC Manor captains are not elected. And I think the original resolution that was put forward is regarding elected people. but I strongly support this. But however, I do feel it should be coming forward as its own resolution in the June MNGA. Thank you.
Thank you. President Crozier.
President Paulson and President Smith encapsulated what I was wanting to share, so thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Davrin.
Sean Davrin, Provincial Youth Chair. I think that there was something that was said, and I agree to an extent, where I do look around this table and I do see everything represented. However, in my role and in, say, I speak on behalf of the youth, and I can only have that one vote as that youth. And so if there were an issue that were, say, a 2S LGBTQIA or a IIA plus issue that, say, for example, my youth would disagree with, I would have to vote against that. And that is why we need this representative. And to build on what President Smith said, we absolutely need our veterans and our BC Manor here. And I'd like to propose an amendment that we also include the chairperson of the veterans and the BC Manor.
Yes, I'm hearing point of order. President Smith?
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Davrin, I think the amendment is what we're speaking to now. I was going to ask for an amendment to this amendment, but I think that would be out of order. So I think we need to deal with this first amendment first. And myself, as the Minister of Veterans and the spokesperson for our veterans at this table, I would like to proceed that way. And I know Susie Hooper, Minister Hooper, is she has the BC Manor file, so she'd like to make a comment as well. Thank you.
Is this part of a point of order, or is
Point
it?
of order, yeah. I would like to bring this back to the first resolution, which was the youth and the women. We're getting ourselves too broad and too, like I want this and this got to be there. Totally agreeable. We need lots more work on this. So I'd like to bring this back as a point of order to the first resolution, because we could be throwing amendments in for a long time.
Yes.
So let's pull this back, please.
Yeah, we have the amendment that's properly before the Assembly. We'll deal with that. And then once that's been done, if there are further amendments to the original resolution as originally provided or as amended, depending on the result, we will deal with it at that time. I'll turn next to Vice President Shepherd.
Thank you. So I'm speaking in favor of this resolution, and I'm speaking, of course, I'm the representative here at Golden Ears Métis Society. I'm also our women's representative. I'm also the granddaughter of Esther Dumont, Therese Gladue, the great-granddaughter of unnamed Cree woman and unnamed Nipissing woman. I just want to remind everyone of the roles of the women in our communities, the important roles that the women had. I can tell you that we are overrepresented in corrections. I've been inside there, I've met our women, and they're the unseen Indigenous faces. That when I look, I see them. I see the Métis women, but I don't know that anyone else does. We are overrepresented in transition homes, and our numbers continue to go up in murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. We need our voices heard. From 2020 to 2021 in British Columbia, transition, second, and third stage houses, safe homes supported 30,000 women and self-identified women, 11,200 children and youth. Peace programs supported 34,039 children and youth, and VIP connected with 5,945 students and adults. Tragically, in 2022, the Canadian Femicide Observatory reported an increase in Canadian femicides. From January to June 2022 across Canada, 88 women and girls were killed by violence, including 12 Indigenous victims. And in BC, from December 2021 to June 2022, there have been 16 femicides. Our voices have been silenced, And the only way that we're going to change this is making sure that we hold up the responsibility that we have for our women who cannot be at this table. The women who right now, they're with their children wondering where they're going to stay tonight. I am here because my grandmother was protected, because she had a community looking out for her. So I take this position seriously, and I have this responsibility, and I feel that everybody in this room has the responsibility to make sure that we bring things into balance, because there are others that are looking out, or that need us looking out for them, and their voices need to be here at the table with us but can't be. So I very strongly support this resolution. Thank you in all my relations.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Shepherd. And I want to remind everyone, and it's always difficult because we're jumping around from amendment to amendment or different things. Please, obviously, consider what you're talking about. We're on the amendment at this point about adding the portions in the highlighted, and I totally.
Good Lord.
No.
I apologize. Please save everything I just said and insert it at the right place.
No, I understand. We're trying to move forward, and I've got individuals on lists, and it's jumping back and forth, and we're trying to move forward in
My
a way
apologies.
that works. But it's not a criticism.
And I speak in favor of the amendment as well. Thank you.
I next have, sorry? Vice President Minot.
Right now, as it's written, I can't speak in favor of it. I think these are all separate issues, as President Corson has made a point of. I think they all should be separated into different resolutions and brought forward to the board. I am worried right now to the fact that if we start passing all these different committees and everything to sit on this board, it's going to take away from the voice of the presidents. The presidents have created this government, our nation, these communities, these voices. And if we extend that to include all committees and everything, it's going to take away from your voice. It's going to take away from your vote on this table to a point where the president's voice will only be, at this point, 50% of the voice that's out there that will not allow to pass resolutions that change our Constitution and bylaws. I am in full support right now. If the resolution, I'll make this public. If they separated these resolutions and they put the women's resolution forward, I would support that 100%. Because I think the women do need a voice. They have not been heard for so many years. They've been silenced for so many years. And I support the women in having a stronger voice at this level and any level of government. But at this time, I think if we start adding all the committees and all the groups together, we're going to take the voice away from our presidents, our community members, our citizens. That's who you're here representing. And then at one time, sooner or later, your presidents are only going to be representing a small group of men. And that's it. So that's what I'm worried about. And like I said before, if they separate these resolutions and bring them forward, I'm 100% behind bringing the women in on the RGCs, or MNGA, sorry. So that's where I stand on that. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm going to, again, remind our speakers, obviously, the comments from Vice President Minot talked about the splitting up and the differences, but a lot of your Vice President Minot's comments were also more on the original resolution. And we're talking about the different steps. If we can, again, so that we can get through this in an order and try to get through it in a way that we can, otherwise we'll be here all weekend. If we can focus at this point, to the best of our comments, on the highlighted portion of adding or agreeing to add or not the representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community. That is the representative and the point that we're at this stage. Again, we will, and I have been keeping the track of the speakers, those wishing to speak to the original resolution. But in order to try to move this forward, I'm just going to remind again, I do have President Lewis next on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. And as Mr. Director Minot said, as it stands right now, the way it's written, I would have to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I next have Dr. Elliott.
Thank you so much. I think I will hold my comments and maybe call question on the amendment to add 29.5. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to question once we've heard from the last two that are already on the list. So I've got President Alec. Nope. And so I have President Bremner.
I can honestly say, as Joy Bremner, elected leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation, that not one individual who claims status as 2S LGBTQIA, or is that LL? I'm not sure. Not one of those in our community has ever come forward to speak to anybody about needing representation. So looking at this, I think there's a whole lack of planning, organization, and so I would have to vote against this because we need that preparation in order to even consider this and to take it to our own communities that we would be considering it, because I think it is really important. But at this point, there is nothing there to support going forward with it.
Thank you. And I will recognize one more speaker. We haven't heard from much this week, so we'll turn to President Smith.
Hi, I'm totally new to this, but I just have a question, more or less. So as a president in like our community, we have different types of groups. So we have our women, we have our youth, we have our LGBTQs, we have like all of our different groups that we support. And as president, I see that it's my job to voice for all of them. So when sitting at this table, is it not my job to voice for all groups? So I'm kind of confused about the whole entire amendment, so that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, and I'm not sure who would best to answer it, but and perhaps I might, if I'm not overstepping my bounds. As a president myself, there are often times where there may be competing interests from the people that you're representing, and given, let's just say numbers, if we had a vote at a community event or on an issue, there may be issues or perspectives that don't come forward because it's not the majority. That may nonetheless, there may be, given that we have other representative groups that might bring that position forward in a different way. So that might be, I hope it's a partial answer, but.
I'm a very unbiased person,
so yeah, thank you. So, yes, thank you. So I appreciate everyone's, we're moving on to the vote on the amendment that's before the Assembly. We will do this by a show of hands. So this will be on a pass by, or I'll turn it over to Mr. Clerk.
So as this is an amendment to the resolution, it requires a majority to pass, and as the Deputy Speaker has mentioned, we will do this by a show of hands. So all in favor of the amendment as highlighted in the two sections to add a representative of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community to this resolution, please raise your hands now in favor. And keep them up so I can count, please. Thank you. You can put your hands down. All those opposed? And any abstentions? Thank you. So those were 13 votes in favor, 24 opposed, and 4 abstentions.
Thank you. So the amendment fails. So if we can just remove those portions from, thank you. So we are back to the original resolution. And I next have President Byrd.
Thank you. Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation Greater Victoria Community President. We have a governing, an MNGA governance committee, and they are tasked with looking at our governance system, taking all points into perspective, looking at how we can be most efficient and hear as many different diverse voices as possible around this. And so I propose a motion that this conversation and this resolution gets moved for consideration at the MNGA committee. On that committee, we have representation from regional youth reps, we have representation from regional women's reps, we have representation from across the province. Thank you.
Could I have a clarification, please? Which MNGA committee? Is it the Governance Electoral Act or?
Sorry, yeah, the Governance Committee.
Thank you.
All right, so we have the mover was President Byrd, and sorry, who was it? President Paulson? Okay, thank you. So this would be to refer to the committee. Okay. So I'm starting another list. So I presume, President Byrd, that I don't need to turn back to you. You've explained that. President Paulson, did you wish to speak on the motion to refer to the Governance Committee?
I think everything's been said that needs to be said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to discuss the motion to refer or commit to the committee? I see President Allard.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. Part of me would like this to not be referred to the committee because it would entail more work, but since I made an amendment to have something else referred to the committee, it wouldn't look all that good on my part, so I do support this.
Thank you. President Smith.
Thank you, and I would support this going to the Governance Committee. However, we haven't put a timeline on that, and would it be before the June MNGA, or would they be waiting for another full year? Because our third MNGA is after the AGM, so I'm just conscious of that. Thank you.
Thank you, and perhaps I'll move to President Byrd to
May I add a date?
Yes.
June MNGA, please, to add to that.
Okay, thank you. President Paulson, no issue with that? Thank you. I next have, did you finish? Yeah, or is President Smith finished?
I'm just wondering, we've, had a lot of discussion regarding other committees being represented at this table too. So I'm wondering if by moving this original resolution to the Governance Committee, whether some discussion at that committee could happen regarding the Métis Veterans of BC chairperson and the BC Manor chairperson being added as having a representative at the table. And also, one other thing that has come to mind while we've been sitting here, we do have a provincial women and youth chair at the table. Another thing that should be considered is how a vice chair could sit in their place should they not be able to be here. So, thank you.
Thank you. I next have Vice President Shepherd.
I'm not sure now the correct order to do this. I want to speak against this being referred, but I would like to also make an amendment to separate this out from the youth.
Yeah, so what we would do is, at this point, it's just on the referral to the committee,
Okay.
and then once, if it fails,
Then I would speak against this being referred. I feel like Métis Women BC put together some really good points, We've worked very hard to get to this point, and I feel that our positions are being very diluted by moving on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harriet.
So I'm speaking in favor of referring to committee. I really think there needs to be a careful consideration of the representative structure of this body. I agree with President Smith that there should be perhaps some instructions to the committee. I'm very cognizant that I'm basically instructing myself because I'm also on the committee. But I think to look at the whole representative structure as part of referring this to committee is perhaps the scope that I think some of us are looking at.
Thank you. I next have Dr. Elliott.
Apologize.
Baby time.
I'm going to just speak against the motion of it going to the governance committee. I think it warrants the debate of the floor. I know everyone is frustrated with all the different kind of twists and turns that we've taken. I'd like to speak against it because I'm worried that the women's and the youth voice is going to be lost. No camera. Sorry. I want to speak against the motion of it going to the governance committee. I think the idea of it going to the addition of different groups going to the governance committee is an appropriate avenue for this, but we do have the My BC Council, the My WBC Council, that have put a lot of work into this and would like to hear it discussed on the floor, whether that's individually or together. I appreciate the frustration that we've been on this. We've gone down a lot of different tangents, but it's hard to know that all of the work could be lost and we don't even get to hear what the will of the assembly is. Sorry. That's all. I'm just speaking against the amendment.
Thank you very much. I next have Director Fisher.
So it's unfortunate that they were put together, because I think if they had been split, it would be a lot easier to move this forward. So I'm a little bit confused as to the direction that we can take it at this point. I don't know if I can put a motion forward or not, because I would love to see the women and the youth ones split and the rest go, like everything else, go to the committee, because I believe that our women need to be heard.
Hear, hear. We have to deal with the motion to commit it to the committee first. If that fails, then we would be in a position to split it or deal with it otherwise. I've got President Dodman.
I was, sorry, Cheryl Dotman, Kelowna Métis Association. I'm of the same token as Deb, and I've been hoping to get this in before we had another amendment, but I can never get it in there fast enough. So whatever steps we have to take to separate this would be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. I have heard a question. I do have a couple names left, so I'll stop adding names, but we'll finish those. I have President Caron, President Swears, Chairperson Davrin, and then President Allard. Okay. So I've got President Caron.
So this is actually a question for Dave. He's our representative on the governance committee. How many people are on this committee currently right now, like that gets together and puts this together? Like how many people from the province are on that committee?
Sure. I'll have President Allard respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not the official representative of the community, but since the question was directed to me, I can respond. reiterating what I did say just recently there. It seems like the committee is fully subscribed at that point. There needs some final confirmation. I support this referral, and I agree with President Smith there. There would need to be clarity as to how the committee would deal with this. Prioritization would be number one, but the committee has the right to look at their terms of references at any time and change the composition of the committee members as well, and that could be the first matter to deal with at a meeting. And I would agree it would be nice to add more members of the committee, perhaps even on a temporary basis, that have extremely specific input in regards to this motion here. I think that would be highly appropriate. So that's my thoughts. That's my thoughts on it there.
Yes, what I'm getting at is, could the representation in this be put onto and added to your committee? Do you have room for that?
Yes, that's what I just said. If we change our term of references, we can add the chairs of the submitters of this resolution if they have the time and availability there, perhaps even on a temporary basis until the resolution is fleshed out and dealt with. I would, and perhaps we could even include extra representation from larger regions as well. I think there was names put forward that were not selected because the terms of reference only mentioned one person per region, but larger regions may be well served by having more than one person. So that's a different topic, but yes, we can add people as far as I know.
And the addition of the other groups would be fine, yeah. So
Thank you.
yeah, okay.
Two more speakers. President Swears.
Yes, since I just got on with David Allard on this committee, what I would like to have is from the women and the youth, all their concerns, printed matter before or whatever, as soon as possible, because you know what you have been working on, so that we're there. If you're able to come to those meetings, bonus yet, because that voice needs to be heard and it needs to be read, it needs to be understood before we start tearing something apart or building it. We want to have all this information, because I know years and years and years ago when I was in a woman's representative trying to get the women at the table, it was an absolute horrendous time to get that voice at the front level. And so to do this now, I understand what you are going through, because I know what it did to take to get at that table, because it was all men. So I'm looking forward to this. I want lots of information as to what is actual role. I don't, like you said, as a youth and a woman's representative, but what exactly what's your voice at that table versus this table here, the province? When you go out and vote, do you vote with the board or do you vote with the provincial? This is what I'm wondering. I just want to have a whole bunch of questions answered so I can understand it a little bit more.
Okay. Thank you. And it does sound from the explanation that President Allard did that there's quite a bit of flexibility within the governance committee's own terms of reference. So hopefully that will be able to be taken care of there. Our final speaker on this would be Chairperson Davrin.
Hi, Sean Davrin, Provincial Youth Chair. I'm going to be speaking against the referral, and I ask that we all speak against this. I have spoken with my committee, and we are comfortable 100% with splitting it. I don't want the women to be held back any longer. I will happily, we are happy to have it be split with the women and the youth, and have it be that just the women move forward with this and the youth are referred. So I'm speaking against this referral in hopes that we can have the women move forward and the youth can be referred instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Davrin. So we are now going to vote on the motion to refer this resolution as a whole to the committee, to the governance committee. You'll see the wording there, the referral from President Byrd, seconded by President Paulson. And this will be by a show of hands again. by simple majority will pass, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Clerk at this time just to clarify so everyone knows exactly how they're voting.
Thank you. So all those in favor of having this matter referred to the MNGA Governance Committee for a report and recommendations back at the June 2023 MNGA, please raise your hands now and keep them up so I can count. So all those in favor? Thank you. You can put your hands down. All those opposed of having this referred? Are there any abstentions? So the vote tally is 25 votes in favor of referral, 18 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So the motion to refer Resolution 7 to the committee has passed. We have concluded with Resolution 7 today.
Mr. Speaker, point of privilege, I guess?
Yes.
Can we have a break?
Yes, I was hoping that we would be able to get to one a little earlier with our voting, but yes, we will take a break at this time.
Could I just ask for a point of clarification?
We're going to go for, what's the point of clarification?
On this, that just passed. How the parameters are set.
So we are on break for 15 minutes, and we'll be returning in 15 minutes.
There's lots of fruit out there.
I thought that was a good thing. I thought it was a good thing for everybody to do.
Opposed?
All right, we'll start with a quorum call and we will go in reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells. Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin. Greg Stanwood. Here. Lisa Smith.
Here.
Natasha Smith. Dana Shaw. Mert Servatius. Kelly Sears. Christina Sample. Val Pace. Curtis Belcourt. Lisa Shepard. Brianna Peltier. Trish Paulson. Lana Olson. Peggy Olansky. Walter Minot. Here. Caitlin Bird. Betty McDonnell. Tyler Massey. Richard Lewis. Melissa Kelm. Jamie Lee Keith. Travis Jobin. Brenda House. Susie Hooper. Patrick Harriet.
Here.
June Graham. Tony Goulet. Dean Gladue. Rainey Gervais. Lee Frazier. Paulette Flamond. Deborah Fisher. Monica Fisher. Alicia Fernando. Kate Elliott. Cheryl Dodman. Sylvia DeRoche. Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sean Davrin.
Here.
Jeff Crozier. Nicole Corson. Ron Karan. Xavier Brewer. Joy Bremner. David Allard. Is there anyone present that did not answer present? Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you for that. Moving on, I have my record of perhaps less controversial resolutions is continuing with Resolution 8, housekeeping amendment, and so I'll turn it over to our clerk to talk us through.
Thank you. Resolution 8, submitted to the 2023 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. Subject MNGA Act, housekeeping amendments. Legislation affected will be the MNGA Act. This is submitted by the MNBC Board of Directors to the MNGA clerk on January 17th, 2023. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure that they are correctly stated, and in the event an error or inconsistency is discovered, the error must be rectified as a housekeeping matter. Be it resolved that the following changes be made to the MNGA Act. In definition 2.17, add an S to the word order so that the phrase being defined is orders of the day. Subject to approval of A above, replace all instances of order of the day with orders of the day so that the phrase matches definition 2.17 throughout the Act. Strike the word general in definition 2.10 and insert governing in its place so that the phrase being defined is governing assembly. Strike definition 2.11 and renumber all subsequent definitions accordingly. Subject to approval of C above, strike the word general from Article 3.2 and insert the word governing in its place so that Article 3.2 will read, in the event a community president is unable to attend a governing assembly, the community's vice president may represent that community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're looking for a mover and a seconder, please, for this resolution. David Allard moving, seconding. Susie Hooper, thank you. Director Hooper. Discussion on this motion. Okay. Question's been called.
Dean Gladue, Region 3. Question?
Okay, would you like to walk us through the vote?
You're actually going to have to give me a second.
So I just want to bring to the Assembly that question has been called, but I just need to make sure that there's no one in the Assembly that would like to speak to this motion before we move to the vote. Anyone?
Victoria? I like to say question again.
Question has been called. Are you ready, Mr. Clerk?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
So, as this resolution has been put forward as housekeeping amendments, I'd like to refer people to page 170 of the book to the MNGA Act, to Article 4.2.3, which reads, all resolutions submitted as housekeeping as determined by the MNGA shall not require the roll call voting process as described in Article 4.2.1 and 4.2.2 and shall be determined by a simple majority of the roll call at a General Assembly. This means that we can vote on this resolution because it's housekeeping as a show of hands. So, with that, I would like to ask everyone who is in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand at this time.
It's unanimous.
It certainly does look unanimous. I'm not even going to bother counting, but is there anyone opposed? Please raise your hand now. Any abstentions? Resolution passes unanimously.
Work that one, do that one quick. I need to see that next resolution.
My turn again. So, we are on resolution number 9. If I can have our clerk, and this one's going to be a fair bit of reading for him. So we'll give him a turn. And then once this has been read in and moved and seconded and properly before the floor, I believe we have our chairperson who will be coming to speak to the Assembly to provide some context and background to it. So I will, jackets off for this one, yeah. I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Roll up your sleeves.
Oh, I don't think it's that long. Resolution number 9, submitted to the 2023 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. Subject, changes to the Veterans Act. Legislation affected is the Veterans Act. This was submitted by the MNBC Minister of Veterans to the MNGA clerk on January 17th, 2023. Whereas, the MVBC committee has undergone some changes and the MVBC Act needs to be updated to reflect these changes. The relationship of the MVBC to the MNBC and the qualifications for membership and associate membership in MVBC should be stated clearly and succinctly. And the role of the Minister of Veterans to the MVBC needs to be clearly defined and understandable. Be it resolved that the Veterans Act be amended as follows. Remove the second instance of in section 2.1, so it shall read, the purpose of this act is to define the role and position of the Métis Veterans British Columbia, the MVBC, within the MNBC. Strike section 3.2 and insert the following in its place. The spouses and children of MVBC members who wish to join MVBC may apply for associate membership of MVBC and may be accepted as an associate member. The associate member or associate members, as the case may be, of MVBC. The MVBC committee will assess and accept or deny applications for associate membership. Strike section 3.3 and insert the following in its place. The MVBC committee may, at their sole discretion, revoke a person's associate membership. Insert new section 3.5 as follows. A member or associate member may resign their membership in MVBC through a written request submitted to the MVBC committee. Insert the acronym BC following the word veterans in the title of Article 4 so that the new title will be Article 4, Métis Veterans BC Committee. Strike existing sections 4.1 to 4.6 and insert the following new sections 4.1 to 4.12 in their place. Métis Veterans BC Committee, the MVBC Committee shall be constituted of a Métis veteran chairperson, 7 Métis veteran representatives, the regional representatives, a woman veteran representative, and a service officer, all being MVBC members. The MVBC membership shall elect from themselves the chairperson, women's representative, and service officer. The MVBC regional representatives shall be appointed in consultation with the appropriate MNBC Regional Governance Council. The term of office for all MVBC committee members shall be no more than 4 years. Elections and appointments shall be held at an MVBC general meeting in the year on which the term for those MVBC committee members shall expire. The MNBC Minister of Veterans will notify the relevant regional director no less than 90 days before their MVBC regional representative term will expire, and an appointment must be made by the Regional Governance Council if a suitable candidate can be found. No member may serve for more than 2 consecutive terms as chairperson, women's representative, or service officer without the approval of the MNBC Minister of Veterans. At least 1 member of the MVBC committee shall be a serving or retired member of the RCMP if a suitable candidate can be found. A secretary, treasurer, and membership clerk will be appointed by the MVBC committee. Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry. I'd like to refer everyone to the screen instead of your printed copy because 4.7 in this case was had some late amendments in it, so I will read what's on the screen. A treasurer and membership clerk will be appointed by the MVBC committee from the MVBC committee, who together with the chairperson, women's representative, and service officers shall collectively act and be known as the executive committee. The MVBC committee shall be responsible for the following duties and functions on behalf of the Métis Veterans British Columbia: maintenance of policy and procedures relating to the conduct and mandate of the Métis veterans and associate members. Maintenance of a list of all Métis veterans and associate members in British Columbia as defined by Article 3. Prepare an annual report for presentation at the MNBC Annual General Meeting and other reports as requested by the MNBC Minister of Veterans. Serve as Gabriel Dumont Scouts as may be requested by MNBC from time to time. Coordinate and organize flag processions and flag placement as requested or appropriate from time to time, and other duties as required. Advocate to enhance the status of Métis veterans. Provide service and support to Métis veterans in British Columbia. Represent themselves as Métis veterans as municipal, provincial, federal, commemorative, or other events. Subject to available funding, the MVBC committee shall meet at least twice per year at a location chosen by the MVBC committee and may be held in conjunction with the MNBC Annual General Meeting or an MNBC Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The MVBC General Meeting will generally be held in conjunction with the MNBC Annual General Meeting. Meetings of the MVBC committee shall be called by the chairperson. In the event that the chairperson is unwilling or unable to call a meeting, 3 MVBC committee members may call a meeting. No less than 7 days' notice of an MVBC committee meeting will be provided to all MVBC committee members. An MVBC member, while conducting the duties of the MVBC, shall not be subject to any civil action, lawsuit, or prosecution as a result of anything done or not done in relation of their duties. Strike the current title of Article 5 of the Veterans Act and insert the following in its place. Article 5, MNBC Minister of Veterans. Strike existing sections 5.1 and 5.2 of the Veterans Act and insert new sections 5.1 to 5.3 in their place. The MNBC Minister of Veterans shall be an MNBC board member. The MNBC Minister of Veterans shall provide provincial and federal representation on behalf of the MVBC and will be accountable to the MVBC committee. In the event the Minister of Veterans is unable to attend, the Minister may request that the chairperson of the MVBC attend in their place. For the purpose of official business, the voice of the MVBC shall be brought to the MNBC, Métis National Council, federal and provincial governments, organizations, and associations through the Minister in consultation with the MVBC Committee.
Thank you very much. I understand we have a mover and a seconder for that. I'll recognize President Smith.
Lisa Smith, Minister of Veterans. I so move.
And I believe Vice President Minot.
Walter Minnow, Vice President, MNBC. I second that.
Thank you very much. So the resolution number 9 is properly before the Assembly, and I'm going to ask our MVBC Chair, Dave Armit, to come to the podium there, and he's going to provide some context and background to the resolution before the Assembly.
So good afternoon. Just to tell you a bit about myself, I've been a member of the MVBC since 2009. In 2011, I was appointed as the Region 1 Veterans Rep, and as the Deputy Chair of the MVBC Committee in 2012, I was elected by the MVBC Committee as Chair. I also, at that same time, was the Region 1 Veterans Rep, and also took on, in 2013, the MVBC Membership Clerk portfolio. So, keeping in mind that most governance documents are living documents, and with that require amending from time to time to reflect updated guidance. As we heard from our co-chair, Victoria Pruden, she developed the first Veterans Act in around 2009, which I recently found out was ratified in the 2010 AGM. Thank you, Victoria, for that support, because that got us on our way. The Veterans Act has undergone its first revision in 2017, and we just completed another revision, which is the one that's before the MNGA right now. Our MVBC committee, with the support of John Beaker and our technical staff, have reviewed and updated the Act to become a more succinct and reflect where we are today. If there's any questions that you might have for the Act, I'd be pleased to answer.
Thank you. What I'll do, I've got our mover and our seconder, so I'll perhaps turn to them first for any comments and any questions that they may have of our chairperson, and then anyone else wishing to speak to it, and then perhaps, Mr. Armit, you'll be able to just kind of stay there for any questions that might come up. That would be helpful. So if anyone else wishing to be added to the list, please raise your hand, but I'll start with President Smith.
Certainly, and it is a great honor for me to be speaking to you as Minister of Veterans. It has been an honor for many years for me to hold this portfolio, and I'm trying to count the number of years, but that's neither here nor there. I want to commend the Métis Veterans of BC Committee for all the work they did on updating the Act. I think we spent a full day and plus working on these. The reason we removed Secretary from the position on the Métis Veterans of BC Committee, because we have MNBC staff support now for this committee, which is wonderful, so we're so grateful for that. Our veterans, as you know, act in an honorable way on behalf of our nation. They represent us well, and I support their recommendations and the work that they've done to come to the submitting these amendments to the Veterans Act. So thank you again for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Next, Vice President Minot.
Actually, I'm going to refer to one of our veterans that's on the board here, Mr. Dean Gladue.
Go ahead, Director Gladue.
You guys are going to laugh. Question? No, on that note, as being a veteran myself in the RCMP, I'm glad to note that RCMP are included. Some people say the RCMP are not veterans. Yes, we are. We're a part of the military. We have same benefits as the military, and a lot of our officers serve throughout the world. So, and a lot of our own guys serve throughout the world, and as you know, they've given their life of service on the road as well. So, and today there's a date of memorandum to memory of the Mayor Thorpe
massacre.
4 that got killed, and one of them was actually a Métis, also Métis Johnson, who's from Lac La Biche, who's actually a relative of mine. So just on that honor and this, so I just say that it's glad to see this, and we'll always support our veterans. I know that, and I looked at other lights and I don't see lights, so I'm going to say question.
Well, there was a hand before that. I'll turn it over to Chairperson Davrin.
Sean Davrin, Provincial Youth Chair. Yeah, I was just going to speak in favor of this as well. I believe in self-determination for Métis, for our veterans. They're saying that this is what they want for themselves, we give it to them. That's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Sundin.
Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert and District Métis Society. I just wanted to bring your attention to 5.2 on page 72, 73, and I just wondered if we could entertain the fact that we're asking the Minister of Veterans to provide provincial and federal representation, and if the minister is unable to attend, may request the chairperson of MVBC attend in their place. I wondered if you would entertain that an alternate minister from the Board of Directors would also attend with the chairperson, just to give continuity for government presentation. I don't know who to put that to, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like a suggestion or for a consideration. Is there specific wording? I'm just trying to, it's always the difficulty, right? When we see perhaps something that we may wish to amend or adjust, but then obviously it requires a seconder. Perhaps we can just have a moment and I'll allow our mover and seconder to just consider that as well, and we'll just take a second.
We don't. No. No, that's what I'm going to say, yeah. Thank you for that.
I'll recognize President Smith.
Yeah, thank you for that, President Sundin. If we make appointments or set up meetings with provincial or federal MPs or MLAs or anyone else regarding the veterans, if myself as the Minister of Veterans and our MVBC chairperson weren't available, we would not accept those dates. I think in this case, because it's referring to the veterans, it is something that requires experience and specialized voice in that. I'm not sure that just sending another board member would serve the purpose without having the minister and the chairperson at these meetings. So I guess what I'm saying is that I don't see meetings that would actually come up that the minister or the chairperson could not attend. So that's just my thoughts on it. Thank you.
And I do see that there's some of the wording, and my understanding from President Sundin's comments were not so much that if neither the minister or the chairperson were able to attend, that it would be an alternate, but it was, and please correct me if I'm wrong, President Sundin, that it was if the minister was not able to, then it would be the chairperson of MVBC and an alternate minister, so two going. Alternate board of director. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what I was getting at. Just for continuity of government, our government presentation, also knowing that the chairperson needs to be there as well.
Okay. So for the wording there, if we have the staff, so it's the minister may request an alternate board member, MNBC board member, and the chairperson. So if we can just change that word minister. Thank you. President Sundin, does that accurately then reflect your thoughts on the suggestion? Okay, thank you. So, and I just for formality then, President Sundin, you're making that, or you're moving that amendment?
I will do so.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the amendment there? And I'm seeing a hand. Is that seconding?
Yeah, Dean Gladger, Region 3 Director. I'll second it.
Thank you. So we have an amendment before us. Is there any discussion on the changing of that additional wording, or to add that wording to the proposed 5.2? Is there anyone wishing to discuss that proposed wording? So essentially then, if our minister is unable to attend, then the minister may request an alternate board member and the chairperson of MVBC to attend in their place. So a 2-for-1 switcheroo, if I can put it that way. I see, yes, Vice President Minot.
I can't support this because it might handcuff our chairman of the Métis Veterans VC when maybe the board has other meetings, other areas. That would be one of the reasons why the Minister of Veterans would not be able to attend these meetings, is because they're already obligated to other areas. So I don't want to handcuff our veterans from going to these meetings and be able to represent us federally or provincially. So I think as written before, I think is what I would support it. I just don't want to put any barriers between our veterans and any of these gatherings or meetings that they can attend.
Thank you. Director Hooper.
I support it. That way, as a board member, if the minister can't attend, and hypothetically I could attend, it's nation to nation, government to government that we're representing, and we're there to support the chairperson and to work together as a chairperson, so there's two of us attending. So I support this slight amendment, as we are there to work government to government. We can't, and as President Smith mentioned, we would not accept a date if anybody couldn't go, if there was inability for somebody to attend, one of our ministers, one of our board members to attend, along with the chairperson from MVBC, we would not accept that date. So I support this slight amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Minister Gladue.
I support this amendment. It just broadens our ability to have more options. It says may request. It doesn't necessarily say they have to be. You know, you want a board member with some subject knowledge of where you're going to, and I can see where it's going at. But of course, our chairperson of the veterans is best served to help us as well. But I think what President Sundin is getting at is that the fact that we have that government side being represented at the floor when we're meeting with government to government, and that's important that it shows the real support we have for our veterans when we bring one of us there. And it may not necessarily be like I have background in it, but it could be somebody else who's like, such as Patrick, I'm just using his as an example, who's got good knowledge of dealing with government to government when it comes to funding. And funding doesn't matter what department it is, you know, you just need that base. So I support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Gladue. I've got next Chairperson Davrin.
Yeah, Sean Davrin, Provincial Youth Chair. Would it be appropriate for me to direct or ask the opinion of our veteran that we have on the proposed amendment?
Certainly, and so I think perhaps some feedback then, Chairperson Armit, your thoughts on the proposed wording or amendment there.
Yes, thank you. I hadn't expected something like this to come up. However, I would support what Minister Smith had said, that if she wasn't available, that we would change the meeting, because some of the details in the meetings aren't necessarily government funding, but it's going to be establishing relationships at the political level as well as the groundwork level that I would be connected to. So to have somebody just attend for the sake of attending, I think we would postpone the meeting to a new date. That would be my feel.
Thank you. I've got two more speakers on the list thus far. I've got Minister Harriott and then President Smith after Mr. Harriott.
Yeah, Patrick Harriott, Region 1. Minister Gladue kind of stole my thunder there, because I was going to say that the word may is there. And what I was additionally going to say was I would hope that any plans would be respectfully in collaboration with the chair of the Veterans Committee, and it would just give more flexibility. It wouldn't be like I don't want to say the word veto, but you know what I mean, right? It wouldn't be a must. It would be a may, and just an added option in collaboration with the Veterans Chair.
Thank you. President Smith?
Sure, and I agree with Chairperson Armit, and also just want to state that, yes, it says a may request an alternate MNBC board member, so it's not must. And I note the beginning of it where it says the Minister of Veterans shall provide provincial and federal representation. There are times when our chairperson does attend meetings with other veterans groups, with other legions, and many different meetings where I'm not necessarily required. But he does wonderful job at representing Métis Nation BC, MVBC veterans, and as do our other veterans as well, attend other meetings depending on what they are. But if it is a provincial or federal issue, then we would not accept that meeting. However, I'd be satisfied with the amendment because it just does say may and not must. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm not
Question?
seeing other hand here in question. Given that this is an amendment by majority, and I think we can seek unanimous consent before going through the roll. I'm going to ask then for unanimous consent, and that to be expressed by at this point, if there's any objection to the amendment, please raise your hand. If there's any objection. Going once, twice. All right, so we have unanimous consent for the amendment. So that's in the resolution. I did not have any further names on the original resolution. Unless there was anyone who wished to make a comment, then we will proceed to question. This will require a roll call, and given it is affecting legislation, it will require 75%, and I'll turn it over to our clerk to clarify that and to take the vote.
So for 75% in favor, we will require 33 votes in favor. And we're going to start at the top. David Allard.
Yes.
Joy Bremner. Sylvia Brewer. Ron Caron. Nicole Corson. Jeff Crozier. Sean Daverin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche. Cheryl Dodman. Alicia Fernando. Monica Fisher. Deborah Fisher. Paulette Flamond. Lee Fraser. Rainey Gervais. Dean Gladue. Tony Goulet. June Graham. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper. Travis Jobin. Melissa Kelm. Richard Lewis. Tyler Massey. Betty McDonnell. Caitlin Bird. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Peggy Alansky. Lana Olson. Trish Paulson. Brianna Peltier. Lisa Shepard. Curtis Belcourt. Christina Sample. Kelly Sears. Mert Servatius. Dana Shaw. Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood. Joyce Sundin. Marlene Swears. Pixie Wells. It's unanimous.
We have unanimous consent. That resolution 9 passes.
Okay, so this brings us to Resolution 10, dissolving of a community, suspension of funding actions. So I'm going to turn to our clerk, who's going to walk us through this resolution.
Resolution 10 submitted to 2023 MNGA. Subject, dissolving of a community, suspension of funding actions. No legislation is affected. This was submitted by the West Kootenay Métis Society to the MNGA clerk on February 1st, 2023. Whereas Section 59 provides the MNBC at its own discretion shall make recommendations to the MNGA as deemed appropriate with the effect of dissolving a community governance charter and affiliation with the MNBC. The present MNBC Board of Directors has in the past 2 years taken action of full suspension of funding to several MNBC communities without any representation or notification to the MNGA, in effect removing support for community services to MNBC citizens within those communities. The present use of funding suspensions is contrary to the MNBC mandate of providing access to services without any recommendations from or intervention with the MNGA or RGC. The removal suspension of funding is not described or noted in the section 59.1 and is in contravention of the principles of Métis justice and fundamental rights, particularly Articles 10 and 11 of the Constitution. The removal or suspension of any community governance charter agreement will result in those MNBC community members being without services until they are provided services from another willing and acceptable MNBC community, and the involvement of the regional governance council members, presidents to communicate and connect with the affected community members and community board is paramount in providing services to those members. Be it resolved that when a contravention of the community governance charter is determined by the MNBC with any charter community, the charter community board must be advised of a specific concern in writing. The MNBC shall also refer the concern to the Regional Governance Council through the Regional Director, who shall support the concern with the intent to resolve the issue within 60 days.
Okay, so we're looking for a mover and a seconder for this motion, please. Okay. Recognizing mover Nicole Corson and seconded by
Deborah Fisher.
Okay. Thank you, Director Fisher. Okay, discussion on this motion. I'll turn to the mover and the seconder first.
I think that, Nicole Corson, West County Métis. It's been a long day, guys. We're just looking for some clarity should such a situation arise again in the future. I think the combination of COVID and how that impacted contacts and communications led to quite a breakdown between our community and MNBC, and so we'd like to just put some things in place so that that doesn't happen again.
Excellent. Thank you, President Corson. I'll now turn to our seconder, Director Fisher.
I'm in full agreement with that. I think that we do have to make sure that we have very clear direction, not only from MNBC up, but we need clear direction from our communities up to MNBC when we get into these situations. So I'm in agreement.
Thank you so much, Director Fisher. I'm going to recognize Regional Director Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1. Yeah, I'm really glad this is coming to the floor. And you've heard me say it a few times already, and I'll probably say it again sometime while we're still here, but we need a new community charter. I mean, we don't have clear dispute resolution mechanisms. I mean, honestly, it's quite a struggle to figure out how to do mediation and those kind of things. And so a new community charter, I think, would help resolve some of this. But really having, or the creation of clear dispute mechanisms and, you know, at what point does mediation happen? At what point do, you know, some of these mechanisms come into place? Because we do have a relationship, a charter agreement, and we need to, on both sides, know what that means and, you know, and how to maintain that relationship in good order when there are disputes that arise.
Thank you so much, Director Harriet. Speaker recognizes President Lisa Smith.
Thank you, Lisa Smith, President of Métis Nation BC. I really appreciate the be it resolved, and that just because it makes the whole process more transparent. I just want to clarify that a suspension of funding at times is necessary, especially if a community is not in compliance on their reporting, or if there's questionable spending, or there's been some complaints raised, or there's many different reasons, and it has happened in a few instances, not just one instance. It's been a few for many different reasons. However, as Minister Harriet said, we need a consistent charter agreement, and with more accountability both ways, on MNBC's side and on the community as well. We have 6 different versions of community charter agreements out there right now, and I know President Corson's community charter agreement, I believe, is from 2006, 2007, so it's definitely antiquated. But so I really appreciate the be it resolved, but there are different reasons why this could happen. As for the removal of a community governance charter, I think that absolutely should come to the MNGA. The MNGA is the one that accepts the community, and they should be the one to have the community removed. We did have a community that removed themselves in the last couple of years, but it wasn't removed by Métis Nation BC. So I'm not going to get into the details or the past history, but yeah, I will support this, and I'm in full agreement with the be it resolved. I just want to provide a bit of clarification on different reasons why funding would be postponed or suspended for a short period of time until certain things are worked out. So thank you for that.
Thank you, President Smith. Yeah, I'm going to recognize President David Allard, please.
David Allard, Salmon Métis Association. I support this. I'm wondering if this would be referred to a policy manual or how it would be implemented in a way for it to be enacted. I think it would be a good fit for the governance committee, but there's priorities happening. This was one of the main priorities, was discussing, as Director Harriet mentioned, discussing governance charter agreements. That fits right in there. I do think that in exploring these realities, there has to be we have to recognize that it's a two-way street. So it's not just when a contravention of the community government charter is determined by the MNBC, it can be the other way around. So there has to be some empowerment of the communities in this mutual agreement there. So I'm just wondering where this is all going to wind up, but I do definitely support it.
Okay, thank you, President Allard. Before we get to our next two speakers, I'm just going to allow our clerk to have a moment.
Thank you, and I'm hoping that I can provide a little bit of clarification as to what would happen should this resolution should pass right now. Because this resolution doesn't change anything in legislation or the community governance charter agreements, we would be treating this as a amendment or an add-on to all of your current community governance charter agreements until a new charter agreement can be put in. So this would be a case where the MNGA would be adopting a regulation that addresses this right here. So basically, the be it resolved right here, this would be something that would be binding within your relationship between MNBC and your charter communities until a new community governance agreement would be accepted by the MNGA and all of the other communities. So you mentioned about, building out a policy document, which we definitely would, but this would ultimately be, we would treat this as being put into, an addition of the community governance agreements until it could be more fulsomely reviewed, so it would be in effect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I recognize Ron Caron, President Ron Caron.
Ron Caron with Vernon Métis Association. John, you just answered my question. We've been in discussions over the new charter agreements. Is there a plan to implement one straight across the board for all communities, a new one? Ours is 2006 as well, signed by actually Marlene Beatty, who's our captain of the hunt years ago, right? And it's old, it's antiquated, right? So if there's a plan in place, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're going to add. I'm just going to pause for a moment. Is there a board member that would like to speak to that? Yes, Patrick. Okay, Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1. Yes. So, I mean, this has been like a top priority of mine. Believe me, ask any board member and yeah, their ears are just red with me talking about it all the time. But this was the first thing when our governance committee first met, and we talked about what are the priorities that we want to see as a governance committee. And that was the first thing that I put forward, because absolutely we need to have a new charter agreement, and not one that's held and applied by MNBC, but held by this assembly. Because it has to be done in collaboration, in partnership, and we all need to hold each other to account. As communities holding each other to account, MNBC to account, this just should be held by this assembly, because it should be amended from time to time as an agreement of how we want to govern ourselves as part of nation building with this assembly. So I've been really frustrated that it's taken a year to get the governance committee together because I thought we'd already be started on this. But absolutely, it is top of the list, maybe second from the top now that a bunch of stuff has been referred to it, but it's absolutely top of mind.
Okay, thank you, Director Harriet. Chair recognizes Regional Director Susie Hooper.
So I think this is very important, and I think I would also like to see a bit of a timeline put on this. As those who have been here for a long time will remember that there was a chartered community that was removed from this table as they were not a charter in good standing, and they were not a charter in good standing for many years, and MNBC at that time worked with that chartered community to get them in good standing, but the relationship wasn't there and it never happened. So this table removed that chartered community. Society. And that was duly noted and fair because it was done at this table. This table also rejected a chartered community because all the ducks weren't in a row. And I'm speaking of my region. I'm speaking of Prince Rupert at that time. That was back in 2000 and maybe 10, 11. So our region had to do a lot of work to build up some trust in Prince Rupert with our citizens there. And with the citizens there, we got all the ducks in the row. We got all our citizens together, and we have come up with a new chartered community there. And I'm very thankful for that chartered community that we have, because we do have citizens, a lot of citizens that are served out of Prince Rupert and Haida Gwaii, Port Edward, all through there. We do have citizens. So this is a powerful table, and it's a table that has to work together. It's not going to be bored down. Several years ago, we put together a chartered community agreement, but it was from us down to you guys. This is what we want you to do. There wasn't a whole lot of collaboration then. We need that. We have that collaboration now. I feel this is a great table, and I feel we can pull it together, but there has to be one chartered agreement, in my thinking, that we all agree with and work on together, and that we're all members in good standing. And we can work together to ensure that that helps and happens, and work with the communities, and the communities working with us. That's where the information sharing agreement happens. So this board has come a long way. There has been, like we kind of forget those things sometimes, but we have to remember that this is a powerful table, doing what's right for our citizens in this province. And so I look forward to this, and I think it's great, and I look forward to that new chartered agreement coming out fairly quickly in my mind. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Hooper. Chair recognizes President Richard Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm looking at the 60 days, within 60 days, the issue to be resolved or intent to resolve. I'm wondering if that's enough time, depending on the different situations. Just putting the thought out there. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lewis. I'm just going to remind the Assembly that we have a hard stop at 4:30, and we're at 4:21. Chair recognizes our next speaker, President Tony Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I'm in support of this resolution. And I was just thinking about our community as being one of the ones that actually had a charter. And I was looking at the timeline. Could have been the 80s, 90s, I think, since we were incorporated. So we have a long-standing charter already. We didn't entertain any change to our charter because it was giving us the opportunity to flourish as a community. So a recommendation maybe to the governance or to the governance committee when you're looking at these charters is always remember that times one size doesn't fit all. So please listen to the communities as to what you want to see within a charter. We may disagree with something that comes out. We're not doing it on purpose, but I think from a community perspective, we've been at this for 25, 26 years, whatever the timeline is. So just want to be cognizant that communities have different needs and a one model will not fit all. But I just wanted to put that out there, but I am in favor of this motion moving forward. So.
Thank you, President Goulet. We're going to move next to Regional Director Louis Dieger.
Yeah, I echo that too, because one size won't fit all definitely for this.
But we did go through that, of course, in Surrey, and we now have Surrey Delta Métis Association. But it was really, it was the Regional Governance Council that made those decisions and sat down and worked with the community and tried to get it on track. So I don't want to lose that, the role that the Regional Governance does play in maybe dispute resolution. And, you know, that a path forward needs to include some negotiation process, and a lot of work can be done in there. So I just want to make sure that the Regional Governance Council is definitely part of the solution.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Vice President Lisa Shepherd.
Lisa Shepherd, Golden Ears Métis Society. I'd like to propose an amendment to 90 days, keeping in mind how long sometimes communication can take and that volunteers being able to make time available. I'd like to propose that amendment, please.
Okay. Okay, and seconded by, excellent, thank you, Monica. Okay.
I just quickly want to say that that does align with what we have in place right now, and that's exactly what we use. Thanks for bringing that up, Lisa.
Okay, yeah, can we progress with unanimous consent for the amendment that's been moved and seconded? Okay, any objections to the amendment? Anyone not in favor with this amendment? Microphone, please, Peggy.
Sorry. I think sometimes that could be too long. That's all I have to say.
It's within that time frame, just for clarification's purposes.
So, all right, that way.
Are you opposed to the amendment, Peggy?
No, if it's, like you say, you could do it sooner, but that's the amount of time is 90 days.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
all
thank
right.
you. I believe that we have unanimous consent on the amendment. Thank you very much. I'm now going back to our speakers list and recognizing Vice President Walter Minolt.
No, I was just going to do the same thing, friendly amendment, but I was going to go 120 days, but 90 is good.
Okay, fantastic. Recognizing Regional Director Fisher, please.
Yes, I'd like to do a friendly amendment to actually move this to our governance committee. The reason being is I know they're already working on looking at our charter community agreements, and I think this gives good bones to add to what's already being developed.
Okay, so you're proposing the amendment. Do you have a seconder? Do we have a seconder? Okay, can I get you to state?
Sir, yeah. Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Okay, just give us a moment just for our staff to get the amendment up on the screen, please.
Excuse me. Yes, David Aldersheimer, our Métis Association. Since there may be more work for the governance committee, I'll renege on my promise, and I'd like to submit a few amendments here.
All right, our clerk is just going to read through the amendment, please.
Technically, this is a motion to refer, and the motion to refer reads as that this matter be referred to the MNGA Governance Committee as part of its upcoming work on updating community charters.
Okay, any discussion on the motion to refer, please? Okay, so I saw, Tony, we'll go, okay, sounds good. Okay, so I'm going to recognize our seconder, Mr. Crozier.
Thank you, Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'm just wondering if we should just add a date to that, to the June MNGA. Is that in order, or is that too quick? Is it too, okay, so I'll withdraw. I would, more than a point of question, just wasn't sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, recognizing President Tony Goulet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Goulet, North Caribou Métis Association. And I'm going to speak against this. I don't think we should be referring this to the Governance Committee. I think there's two here that are very, can just be implemented, and we've already put them in place. This MNG can do that, and then the Governance Committee can work on what those actual charters could look like. So I think we're doing this to just expedite. I think sending it to the MNGA Governance Committee is just putting more work on that committee, and it doesn't need to have to be there. So I'll be voting against this.
Thank you, President Goulet. Recognizing Regional Director Patrick Harriet.
Patrick Harriet, Region 1. So I actually really like this resolution. But my concern is it's not part of a full suite of options. So what happens after 90 days, like the intent is to resolve it in 90 days, what happens after that? So I think that's part of the whole dispute mechanism that would be part of a charter agreement. And I take the point about, you know, it's more work for the governance committee, but if that's part of the work of looking at the community charters, that's where I think a fully fleshed out dispute mechanism should happen. So I'm speaking in favor of referring it.
Thank you, Director Harriet. Recognizing President David Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Arnold, Salmon Métis Association. I agree with the President Goulet. There's no harm in passing the resolution as is. If it has to be revisited in its details by the governance committee, that can be done as well. So I'm against the referral there, and not for self-interested reasons.
I'm going to encourage us, it's 4:29, I'm going to encourage us to move to a vote on the motion to refer. Okay, and our clerk will walk us through. Thank you.
Okay, so as the motion to refer is a subsidiary motion, we can do this by a show of hands. So all those in favor of this matter being referred to the MNGA Governance Committee as part of his upcoming work on updating community charters. So in favor of this being referred, please raise your hand now. And keep them up so I can count. 11, 13, 14, 15. Thank you. All those opposed of referring? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23, 24, 25, 26. Thank you. Any abstentions? Not even Dr. Elliott. So the vote tally was 16 in favor of referral, 27 opposed to referral.
Okay, thank you. I just want to check in with the Assembly. We do have time if we're ready to. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's do it.
Question.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Thank you. We'll move to a vote.
Okay, thank you. As this resolution does not change any legislation, a majority is required to pass, so that will be 23 votes in favor. We'll start in reverse order. Pixie Wells. Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin. Greg Stanwood. Lisa Smith. Natasha Smith. Dana Shaw. Mert Servatius. Kelly Sears. Christina Sample. Curtis Belcourt. Lisa Shepard. Brianna Pelletier. Trish Paulson. Lana Olson. Peggy Lansky. Walter Minot. Caitlin Bird. Betty McDonnell. Tyler Massey. Richard Lewis. Melissa Kelm.
Yes.
Travis Jobin. Susie Hooper. Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham. Tony Goulet. Dean Gladue. Rainey Gervais. Lee Frazier. Paulette Flamond. Deborah Fisher. Monica Fisher. Alicia Fernando. Kate Elliott. Cheryl Dodman. Sylvia DeRoche. Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sean Davrin.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier. Nicole Corson. Ron Karan. Xavier Brewer. Joy Bremner. David Allard. Are there any delegates that are present that did not cast a vote?
Right beside you.
Walter Minot.
What are we voting on? No, yes.
Just say yes. Is that a yes vote?
That's a yes, my friend.
Okay.
Resolution passes unanimously.
Awesome.
6:30, back here.
Okay, everyone, we'll see you back here for dinner at 6:30 in this room. 6:30.
Take all your stuff.
Yeah, please take everything with you.
Take everything with you. Take the water jugs, take the flags.
Take everything with you.